You've been carrying a weight that no one around you seems to acknowledge. A gnawing feeling in your gut, a quiet scream behind your eyes, a constant ache that something is deeply, terribly wrong. Not just in politics, not just in the economy, not just in race, gender, education, religion, justice, or technology, but in everything. The whole thing feels off. Like a dream you can't wake up from. Like you're walking through a house that's burning down, but everyone keeps complimenting the drapes. Like you're watching a magic trick you've already figured out, but everyone around you is still clapping. And maybe you've tried to name it, tried to talk about it with friends, family, coworkers, tried to find it in a ballad, a Bible, a bottle, a diagnosis, a protest, a meditation app, a tweet. Maybe you've been called angry, extreme, paranoid, broken, ungrateful, too much. Maybe you've called yourself these things, but you're not broken. You're not crazy. You are awake. And that's the most dangerous thing a person can be in a collapsing system. Because when you're awake, you start to see through the performances. You start to notice that the ones in power are the ones who benefit from your confusion. You start to realize that the chaos isn't a glitch. It's a feature. It's the smoke that keeps you from seeing the machine. So let's break that spell together. Let's sit with this, not as victims or cynics, but as witnesses. Let's not look away. Let's not excuse what's inexcusable or rationalize what's unbearable. Let's not make ourselves smaller just to fit into a structure that was never built to hold us. The truth is, the United States of America doesn't make sense. Not morally, not structurally, not spiritually. And if you're here reading this, it means some part of you is done pretending that this is for that part of you. That quiet part, that questioning part, that cracked open part, that part that refuses to die quietly in a system that survives by numbing and silencing the very best in us. This is for that part of you that is still alive and knows it. The world is collapsing because it was built by men who thought in straight lines. Linear thinking created religions that feared change, governments that feared freedom, and economies that feared creativity. Every system built from fear, designed to control what it could not understand. But survival in the age of information requires more than control. It demands faith, a bold, calculated faith, not blind belief, but the ability to see the entire system and still choose to create. That is matrical thinking, the art of seeing self, society, and the unknown as one interwoven reality where freedom is not feared, but necessary. This is not a book of answers. This is a way of seeing the world that will force you to think in systems, not silos. What you are holding is not just a philosophy. It's a new way of perceiving reality. This is not a map. Maps are useless in the dark. This is a training for navigating in the dark. A way of seeing reality when the road ends. The Overman is not someone who follows. The Overman is one who builds new paths where none existed because he sees what others refuse to see. That everything is connected. The Overman's first lesson is this: reality is a matrix, not a list. Self, society, and the unknown are not three separate topics. They are three forces in constant collision, creating everything you experience. Your failure to see this is why you've been powerless. Reality is the matrix. Reality is everything that is real. That sounds simple until you try to define what real means. Scientists once thought reality existed whether we looked or not, until 2022 when experiments confirmed what quantum physics had long whispered. Some parts of reality don't exist until we observe them. It's called the local reality problem. And in 2022, Nobel Prize-winning physicists prove what terrifies us most. Seeing creates reality. That should terrify you because what is seen is only a fraction of what exists. Human systems perceive less than 1% of reality. We see 0.0035% of the electromagnetic spectrum. We hear less than a fraction of a percent of the sound waves vibrating through the air. 95% of the universe is dark matter and dark energy, known only by the shadows they cast on the things we see. And here is the mistake that every civilization makes. They build as if the known is the whole. They build their systems, their laws, their gods on the tiny sliver of reality they can touch. They ignore the 99% they cannot see, even though the 99% is the source of the 1%. But the Overman knows better. He knows that the unknown is not a philosophical escape hatch. It is the most important force in the matrix, because what we cannot see still shapes us. Gravity existed before Newton named it. Radiation killed before science invented the Geiger counter. Seeing creates reality, but failing to see does not save you from it. It blinds you until it breaks you. The unknown is everything humanity can't see or refuses to see. It is everything we haven't invented, discovered, or survived yet. And if future societies are to rise at all, they must rise with the unknown, not against it. The unknown is not where the map ends, it is where creation begins. For most people, reality is what they can see, touch, and name. Their body, their job, their country, their God. But the Overman knows that's just the surface. Reality is not what appears. Reality is the sum of the forces creating appearance. And when you strip away the noise, the story, the politics, the religions, you find that everything real collapses into a dance of three forces. The self, the conscious, perceiving, choosing agent. Society, the collective arrangement of cells constantly shaping and reshaping each other. And the unknown, everything that exists beyond knowing. Mystery, future, death, cosmos, chaos, creation. Nothing real exists outside this matrix, and the matrix cannot exist without all three working. Not love, not war, not art, not oppression. All of it is the result of self colliding with society under the shadow of the unknown. These three forces operate independently and interdependently, always distinct, yet never truly separate. They move in parallels, intersecting constantly. Three forces shaping every moment of existence together and apart. The matrix is not linear. It is three forces running concurrently, continuously shaping, challenging, and creating each other. The Overman knows no pillar stands alone. Every thought, every action is self, society, and the unknown, seen or unseen, conscious or not, always present, always moving. Some may ask, what about nature? What about God? What about systems bigger than us? The answer is simple. Where do you experience them? Through the self, filtered by society, defined by their status as known or unknown. Even nature is not outside the matrix. You feel the sun because you have a body. You climb a mountain not because it asks you to, but because society taught you that conquering it means something, and your self craves that meaning, society. You fear the vastness of the ocean because you sense how much of it you'll never know, the unknown. Nothing escapes. There is no fourth pillar. What about animals or bacteria, things that have nothing to do with humanity? Animals exist. Their lives intersect ours. They are part of the environment, the raw material through which the self interacts with the unknown. But this framework, the Overman's matrix, is not written for them. It's written for the only beings on this planet who create meaning, build societies, and confront the unknown by choice. Humans. Animals react to the matrix. The Overman creates inside of it. That's the difference. There may be Overmen whose passions leads them to animals, to study them, to protect them, to understand what they reveal about the unknown. But the Overman does not build a civilization with animals as his equal participants. Because animals, as we currently understand them, do not create the future. They survive it. The Overman's relationships to animals is optional, creative, self-directive, but never obligatory. Unless animals reveal something about ourselves, society, or the unknown, their role is background, not blueprint. However, because 99% of reality is unknown, The Overman is not just humble enough to say possibly or I could be wrong, but he actively engages with the unknown to make room for maybe and even support systems that assumes he's wrong. So it would be wise to clarify that any being, biological or synthetic, that gains the ability to self-actualize, reshape society, and confront the unknown intentionally could be considered an Overman class entity. But why these three? Because anything less is delusion, and anything more is decoration. Human history is littered with systems that worship one pillar and ignore the others. The narcissist worships the self and destroys society. The ideologue worships society and sacrifices the self, and the prophet worships the unknown and forgets the world around him. Each becomes a tyrant to the other two. The Overman knows that balance is survival. He stands at the intersection, master of none, servant to none, creator of new paths through the matrix, not around it. The Overman does not choose between self, society, or the unknown. He chooses to master the matrix itself. Everything else is just surviving. The world thrives on noise. Traditions, rules, social norms, they're layers of paint overwrought. The Overman strips that away, not because he hates complexity, but because he knows the difference between complexity and clutter. Those who lead by fear build complexity to confuse. The Overman builds clarity to create. To lead, you must see what others can't, the simple truths beneath the chaos. This is why this blueprint starts with three forces. Three, no more, no less. Because at the core of every choice, every system, and every life, you will find the self, society, and the unknown. Everything else is noise. Extract the essence, discard the rest. We aren't looking for the calm in the storm. We are what calms the storm. The self. Everything starts here. All of it. Where there is no self, there is nothing. When you die, so does the world. Reality does not exist for people who do not exist. That was heavy, but you still exist. If you can perceive existence, you exist. But what is you? The self is not one thing. It is a system, a matrix within the matrix, comprised of three interdependent forces: universal consciousness, the body, and the environment. You cannot understand the self without understanding these three. Every choice you make, every emotion you feel, every version of yourself you present to the world is shaped by the constant collision of three forces. Universal consciousness. Some call it the soul, the spirit, or simply consciousness. I call it universal consciousness because it feels bigger than any one body or mind. This is the part of you that wonders about life beyond the body, that questions death, that dreams of eternity. It is the force inside that seems obsessed with perpetual existence. It is the curiosity you cannot kill, the part of you that senses without proof that there is more than what you see. Universal consciousness is the unknown within your body. This is why we cannot build healthy societies by rejecting what we do not understand. There is so much of ourselves yet to be discovered. The self's journey in what we call life is driven by this universal consciousness desires to be known and to know. It is also the source of self-awareness. Without it, you wouldn't even know you have a body. You'd simply be reacting to the world like any other animal. It is the voice that whispers, I am. The body. The second part of the self is the body, the physical form you inhabit. And it comes with a gift and a curse. Without the body, you have no access to the present moment. You cannot taste, touch, see, or create. The body is how you write yourself into reality. Life is experienced through the body, not despite of it. The body anchors the self to time, space, and possibility. But at some point, we are guaranteed that the body will no longer be able to maintain itself in reality. And thus, when the body fails, we, as we know ourselves to be presently, will lose access to reality. The body is the medium of creation. Every idea, belief, or piece of art begins in the mind, but it is the body that makes it real. Without the body, creation dies in the abstract. Before you choose your identity, your body begins shaping it for you. Gender, race, physical ability, beauty, all become early identity markers placed upon the self by society because of the body.
The body is temporary, but while it lives, it is the engine of your existence. And when it dies, it becomes the seat of your memory. The self lingers only because the body once was. The Overman understands that legacy, memory, even myth all require that the body once lived and acted. The body is not just the vessel, it is the filter. It cuts off most of reality so you can survive what little you see. Which brings out a crucial point. The brain is a part of the body. The brain is also a conscious limiting tool. Its job is to block out most of reality so you can survive, not understand. You see less than 1% of the light spectrum, you hear almost nothing. Your senses are tuned for survival, not truth. But the body is also necessary. Without it, the self has no way to experience, act, or create. Right now, there is no self without a body. The Overman exists because the body exists. Without the body, there is no reality to shape, no senses to interpret, no world to conquer. The body is not just the vessel of the self, it is the battlefield where the Overman proves himself. It is through the body that the Overman experiences beauty, fear, pain, and pleasure. It is through the body that he creates arts, builds empires, leads others, and leaves a legacy. The body is the tool, the test, the record of the self's will. Overcoming the body is not rejecting it, it is mastering it. Because the body is where reality becomes real. All accomplishment is physical, even if it begins in the mind. Legacy is impossible without action, and action requires the body. And without it, the Overman is nothing but a dream never acted upon. Truly, the Overman need not exist if bodies didn't exist, because the work of the Overman is done in the world, and the world is touched only through flesh. The environment. The final piece of the self is the environment, everything your body and consciousness collide with from birth until death. Most people think of environment as something outside of them, but the truth is, the environment is never not working on you. It is always there, pressing, shaping, defining the limits of who you think you are and what you think is possible. The body moves through it. Universal consciousness wonders about it. But environment, the people, the systems, the culture you was born into, makes the rules long before you know how to break them. Your race, your class, your gender, your beauty, your poverty, your mother's religion, your father's politics, your neighborhood, your school, what you consume by choice and what is forced upon you by simply existing in a place you did not choose. Every one of these layers becomes a voice in your head, some loud, some silent, but none of them ever stop speaking.
Environment is the invisible hand. Environment is the most dangerous force because it is invisible until you know how to see it. You think you love what you love because you chose it. You think you believe what you believe because it's right, but most of it, most of you, was given to you by the environment. You inherited your beliefs like a family heirloom you didn't know you could refuse. Culture and environment are inseparable from behavior. There is no behavior without environment. There is no culture-free action. What you do is shaped by what you were shown, allowed, and told was possible. And it never stops. The food you eat, the God you pray to, the way you grieve your first heartbreak. All of it is the environment, pushing, pulling, shaping. The Overman is not one who escapes environment. He is one who learns to see it, to shape it, and when necessary, to destroy it and build something new. Most people live inside their environment and call it fate. The Overman looks at his environment and says, I see you, and I will decide if you stay. You cannot understand the self without seeing the environment's hand. You do not know who you are until you know where the world ends and you begin. Society. Society is the collective mind of humanity. It is the child of the self that grows to shape the self. It tells us who we are, what we can be, and what is impossible. The Overman knows that society is neither real nor fake. It is a tool. And tools must serve or they must be rebuilt. Society is a creation of the self, but now it shapes the self. Society did not exist before the self. The self came first, then created society to survive, thrive, and give shared meaning. Society is the child of the self, but like all children, it grew up and became the parent. Now, society is permanent. There is no returning to a pre-society human condition without apocalyptic collapse or divine reset.
Society is the collective mind. It sets limits and grants permissions to the selves. Society creates rules, laws, norms, culture, identity systems, shaping what people believe is possible or impossible. It defines what is valued, what is punished, what is considered good or evil, often long before the self is aware of itself. Race, class, gender, sexuality, beauty, status, these are all societal constructs that create invisible walls around the self. No matter how you look at it, society shapes the self, and the self shapes reality. This is why unity will always beat facts or truth every time. Reality does not exist outside the matrix. Something can be observable in the material world as existing, but if the collective mind says that it does not exist, then it does not exist. African Americans were observably human before society was ready to say they were human, but they didn't begin to experience being treated as humans until society said so. The inverse is true as well. If society says that something is true when it's not true, then the self will be shaped by that belief. So, if society says that a 5'6" Middle Eastern guy is going to come out of the clouds and take them into space because they chose to believe that his father setting him up for murder was the highest act of love and grace for all of eternity, then Jesus is Lord, even if the lies of those Christians proves that he's not. But aren't we just talking about the environment again? Environment existed before society. It includes everything that shapes the self: nature, climate, predators, natural disasters, tribes, the unknown as is experience. Before society, your environment was the world itself, the physical reality and survival conditions you were born into. Society is a human creation that is now baked into the environment. Society was born when selves gathered, created systems, rules, meanings, and power structure. Once born, society became part of the environment, but it is still distinct because it's man-made and mutable, though hard to destroy.
Society adds artificial layers to the environment: laws, economies, ideologies, norms, religion, technology. Environment shapes you passively and actively, but is often beyond your control or creation: sunlight, geography, biology, death. Society is part of the environment now, but it can be challenged, rebuilt, and reshaped by Overman because it's a human creation. Society is the part of the environment you must confront because it was made by men, and men must be forced to remake it. As mentioned earlier, besides apocalyptic collapse or divine rest, there is an irreversibility principle when it comes to society. We may explore new worlds and place the body in unknown environments. As a matter of fact, we must and we will send the body to unknown environments to reach the next stage of human evolution. But society will come along with us. Unless we come up with new categories, a gay man on Mars is still gay and still a man, according to society. Society is not just laws or governments. It's the air you breathe, the story you tell yourself about who you are, what is possible, and what is impossible. Before you could speak, society was already speaking into you. Before you chose a single belief, society had already placed thousands in your mind. Your name, your race, your gender, your role, your expectations assigned before you could speak a word, before you existed. You inherited your place. You inherited your limits. Society doesn't need your consent to shape you. You don't get to opt out. The school, the church, the neighborhood, the flag, they shape you with or without your permission. Most of what you call yourself was decided by the dead. Fame, wealth, status are all granted by society for following its rules. Exile, poverty, death, society's punishment for breaking its illusions. Society is designed to feel natural so you never see it. You think you're making choices, but society chose the menu long before you sat down at the table. Society has always feared the unknown. That fear is why it exists. Society was created to protect the self from the chaos of the unknown. Death, nature, other tribes, the gods, the future. Every law, every ritual, every system began as a shield against what we could not see or understand. But over time, what began as protection became a prison. Society stopped preparing for the unknown and started pretending it didn't exist. It built religions to tame it, and governments to control it, and economies to exploit it. But the unknown never left. The irony is this. Society exists because of the unknown, and yet it spends most of its energy denying it. That's why societies collapse, because they forget what they were really built to do, to face the unknown, not hide it or from it. The Overman remembers what society forgets. The unknown is not the enemy. It is the birthplace of everything new. Society is the ocean you were born swimming in. You cannot escape it. You can only learn to see it and decide if you will drown or build a ship. The unknown. The unknown is the final and most dangerous force in the Matrix. It is the largest of the three, and the one most people pretend doesn't exist. Everything we do not know, everything we cannot know, everything beyond our senses, our science, our imagination, that is the unknown. The unknown is not optional. It's not a philosophical question. It is the reality shaping your life right now, whether you see it or not. Most of what exists is unknown to us, and yet we live our lives, build our societies, and create our gods as if what we see is all there is. It isn't, and it never was. The unknown is where death lives. The unknown is where God lives. This will be expounded upon later, but taking God out of the unknown is how Christians killed God. God must be believed in. He can never be a fact. Facts are material expressions. When religious fanatics insist that their God is factually real, they limit him to what can only be materially understood by us. And we know literally next to nothing about the universe. People in power take God out of the unknown because once out of the unknown, he can be used as a tool of control. When God is taken out of the unknown, he develops human desires like jealousy, worship, or devotion. A being who has deliberately restricted you from 99% of his creation would be unmoved by your worship. It may very well be indifferent towards your existence at all if he restricted you from so much of what exists. This is why the faith of God will always be more important than the fact of God. God in the unknown leads to faith. God out of the unknown leads to control. The unknown is where creation happens. Everything that will ever matter starts here. Gravity existed before we knew its name. Radiation killed before we invented the Geiger counter. Viruses wiped out millions before anyone saw them. The unknown is not harmless because you don't see it. It is lethal because you refuse to look. And this is humanity's greatest flaw. We build our entire world on what we know, and we die because of what we don't. Society was created to protect the self from the unknown. It made rules, rituals, gods, and governments, all to control the chaos of what it could not understand. But instead of preparing us for the unknown, society taught us to fear it, to deny it, to build as if the unknown is gone. It never left. The isms, the phobias are not accidents. They are the logical outcome of a society that has forgotten to face the unknown. Racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, xenophobia, classism, every one of them is society waging war against itself, cutting off its own limbs to feel safe in the dark. Society was built to protect the self from the chaos of the unknown. But somewhere along the way, instead of preparing us to meet the unknown with courage, society taught us to fear it, label it, destroy it. Anything unfamiliar becomes dangerous. Anything unexplainable becomes evil. Anything that threatens what is already known must be erased, converted, or contained. Even class divisions, the rich versus the poor, the educated versus the uneducated, are just more sophisticated ways society turns its own people into the unknown. Poverty is treated like a moral failure. Wealth is treated like divinity. Both are social inventions designed to explain the unknown and place it under control. The poor scare society because poverty reminds us how fragile society is. The rich scare society because their power is often built on illusion. So society balances this fear by inventing rules. This is who you are. This is where you'll stay. It's easier to divide than face the truth, that what we do not understand might be necessary for our own evolution. Wealth, like religion and ideology, is one of humanity's most elaborate coping mechanisms for dealing with the unknown. We invented money, then built entire systems of survivals around its accumulation. not because it makes rational sense, but because it gives the illusion of control in a chaotic universe. We put food, shelter, health behind paywalls, not out of necessity, but because we've convinced ourselves that securing material wealth can somehow shield us from the terror of the unknown. But it doesn't. Wealth can distract, but it can't save you from death, from meaninglessness, from the quiet question that keeps people up at night. What is this all for? In the end, trying to solve a consciousness problem with material tools is like trying to dam a river with smoke. The dread remains. The only way out is not to escape the unknown, but to walk straight into it. Every time society attacks what it does not understand, it is really attacking itself, because there is no other. There is only the part of itself it's too afraid to see. And this is why society is always dying, why no systems last. Because rather than facing the unknown and evolving, society chooses the illusion of control and devours itself from the inside. Society survives not by killing what it fears, but by learning what it fears. Anything else is just suicide in slow motion. Most of what is real is unknown to us, and therefore, life requires a beautiful dance between faith and humility. We discuss God as if over 99% of his creation isn't beyond our comprehension. The fundamental problem is our inability to accept, admit, and embrace. We don't know shit. We talk about capitalism, socialism, left-wing, right-wing politics. We entrench ourselves so deeply in what we know when the answer is always in the unknown. When it comes to politics, where are the politicians who are asked from news perspectives questions that haven't been tested? Why does earning a living make sense? No one asked to be here. Forcing someone to earn what was given to them is self-defeating, right? We're going to charge humans for food, the thing they can't live without, for what? How does this benefit the self or the collective? Is survival supposed to be earned? Why is rest a privilege? Why must the self apologize for needing time to heal? When did we agree that the earth could be bought and sold like a product? How should society respond when faith and religion are weaponized to oppress others? What is justice if the system that defines it is built by the same hands that profit from injustice? Why is dying quietly considered dignity, but fighting for more considered madness? Why is the exploration of space noble, but exploring new ways of living together considered radical? If life is the rarest thing in the universe, why is preserving it not our first priority? If death is guaranteed, why do we spend our lives avoiding risk but calling it survival? Why does the unknown terrify us more than the prison we built around ourselves trying to avoid it? The unknown is not just outer space or the bottom of the ocean. It's time, it's death, it's the future. It's every question you're too afraid to ask. The Overman is the only one who remembers. The unknown is not the enemy. The unknown is the only reason anything new has ever been created. Where others see darkness, the Overman sees a blank canvas. The Overman is not fearless. He is not blind. He sees the unknown and walks into it anyway, because he knows what no one else does. The unknown is not where the map ends. It's where creation begins. This is where most people stop. Staring into the unknown, they break. But the Overman is born here, because only in the unknown can you find the one thing you cannot find anywhere else: meaning. Matrical thinking, existential dread, and the purpose of life. If you haven't figured it out yet, we are diving headfirst into nihilism and existential dread. Why? Because we must. This is where the world stops. Staring into the unknown, most people break. Because the unknown is not just death, it's meaninglessness. It is the terrifying truth that life has no meaning except the one you create. And that is the real abyss, the real enemy. Not the darkness outside, but the moment you realize there may be nothing in the dark except your own reflection. At its core, nihilism is the belief that life has no inherent meaning, value, or purpose. Nothing matters, nothing lasts. Everything, love, success, belief, suffering, will eventually be erased by time, death, or the vast indifference of the universe. It is the moment when the self realizes that the gods might be dead. Society is a man-made story, and the universe owes us nothing. Nihilism is born the moment the self stares into the unknown and asks why, and finds no answer. It is the collapse of inherent meaning, religion, morality, politics, even identity. Nihilism is a system failure. It happens when the self realizes society's stories are lies, and the environment can no longer distract it. Money, made up. Justice, made up. Right and wrong, stories written by people more afraid than you. It's not just sadness, it's emptiness. It feels like standing on the edge of a black hole, knowing you could leap and no one would care. This is existential dread. The moment you see that nothing you build, believe, or love is guaranteed to matter, that your gods can die, your legacy can be forgotten, and that the systems you serve are just stories we agreed to believe, most people run. They build religions, ideologies, and traditions like walls to protect themselves from the truth. They call it faith, but it's fear wearing a cross. But the Overman does not run. He walks into the abyss. He stares into the void until his eyes adjust, because he knows the secret. The abyss is not empty. It is waiting. The unknown doesn't kill you. Fear does. Meaninglessness. But the Overman survives meaninglessness. And on the other side, he finds the one thing that cannot be given or inherited. He finds actualized faith. Actualized faith is not belief in something. It is belief in yourself as the thing that creates meaning, not the thing that waits for it. The Overman lives by faith. He leads by faith. While others wait for gods or governments to save them, the Overman creates new gods, new worlds, new futures. The Overman recognizes what fear has hidden from everyone. Humans are the meaning makers of the universe. Meaningless is not a problem for humans. It is their purpose. To our knowledge, nothing else in the universe searches for meaning like humans do. Therefore, it does not make sense for us to be afraid when we find no meaning to life. Nothing else in the universe recognizes life as life. We named life life. We are the ones who invent stories about the universe when none existed before us. We identify meaning in a meaningless universe. Societies collapse when the stories they've been telling themselves no longer work. But collapse is not death. It is invitation. When the old meaning falls apart, something new can be built. This is where matrical thinking begins. Matrical thinking is the ability to think in systems, across forces, across illusions. It is the recognition that the self, society, and the unknown are always working simultaneously, independently, and interdependently. Linear thought asks, what is the truth? Matrical thought asks, what system produced the truth? And who deserves it? Matrical thinking allows you to navigate the dread without needing quick answers. It teaches you that meaning is not found, it is forged. And once you realize that, you stop waiting to be saved. You stop needing permission. You become the creator. That is the purpose of life. Not to discover meaning, but to create meaning that serves the self, the society, and prepares for the unknown. And when that meaning stops serving, the Overman creates again, because in a meaningless universe, meaning is not an inheritance, it's an act of rebellion. And creation is the only rebellion that changes the future. Actualized faith. The Overman is defined by his ability to lead in the unknown through actualized faith, by creating where others cling. Religions, governments, and economies try to dominate the matrix by isolating one pillar, worshiping society, collectivism, the self, capitalism, or claiming mastery over the unknown, religion. The Overman is born in the ruins of these systems. He does not lead by tradition. He does not lead by fear. He leads by actualized faith. Actualized faith is not the belief in a god or a book or a system. It is not reciting what you were told. It is not obedience disguised as trust. It is not fear wearing a cross, a flag, or a philosophy. Actualized faith is the belief in the self as the meaning maker of the universe. It is the awareness that meaning is not inherited, it is created. And in a world without guarantees, to create is the boldest act a human can make. Most people spend their lives avoiding the unknown. They run towards dogma, ideology, tradition, anything to avoid the abyss. But the Overman walks into the abyss. He sees that it is empty and chooses to build anyway. He understands that if meaning is not real,
then he must become the source of it. That is actualized faith. That is why liars, manipulators, and narcissists rise to power, because they understand the unknown better than most. They know that truth only matters when it's believed. That in courtrooms, in politics, in relationships, it's not about what is, but about what can be made real through confidence, language, and force of will. They actualize their faith, but only to the benefit of self. They shape reality like gods, but only for themselves. They weaponize the unknown, not to uplift, but to dominate. They act like Overman, but without responsibility to the matrix. That is the difference. The liar creates control. The Overman creates meaning to liberate. This faith is not passive. It is not hopeful. It is not it acts. Actualized faith is creative. It is visionary. It is dangerous. It says, I will build a future I may never live to see. It says, I will walk into what I do not understand and shape it anyway. It is the only sustainable response to the unknown, because the unknown is eternal. There will always be things we cannot control, cannot prove, but that does not mean we do not do nothing. It means we lead with faith. Not faith that waits, but faith that creates. This is the Overman's burden and his power. This is also why most won't become Overman yet. The harsh truth is this: not everyone will become an Overman. Most people will never choose to stare into the unknown. Most will never accept that meaning must be created, not given. Most will never survive nihilism without falling into fear, addiction, or conformity. And that's okay. Because the Overman does not lead so everyone can become him. He leads so that everyone may benefit from what he becomes. Just as 99% of reality remains unseen, 99% of people will never see the matrix. They will feel it, they will be shaped by it, but they will not step outside of it. And they will not rebuild it. This is why the Overman must build societies that account for the 99%, not by suppressing them, but by designing systems that lift them higher. Not every self will create meaning, but every self deserves a chance to find it. And that is the job of the Overman. To live it as an example, not as a ruler. To lead by creation, not control. The Overman does not hoard enlightenment. He does not gatekeep transcendence. He plants seeds in art, in law, in systems, in culture, so that even those who do not understand him can benefit from his vision. Because unlike leaders of the past, who ruled by fear, the Overman leads by faith. Not faith that everyone will rise, but faith that if systems are built right, they will have a chance. The Overman does not worship the matrix. He masters it. Not with arrogance, but with awareness. Not with tradition, but with truth. You are holding a weapon, not a map, not a comfort, a new way of seeing, a new way of becoming. This is not a book of beliefs. It is a book of builders. Everything you've read so far has been preparation, a dismantling of the illusions, a confrontation with what most refuse to face, that you are the meaning maker, that nothing is coming to save you, that your creation is your only salvation. The next 3 sections will take you deeper into the self, into society, and into the unknown, not as abstract theories, but as the raw materials of your life. You will not be told what to believe. You will be shown how to see. Because when you see clearly, you build differently. And when you build differently, you lead differently. And when you lead differently, you change everything. This is where the real work begins. Not to understand the matrix, but to move inside of it, to bend it, to reshape it, and leave your fingerprints on it. Because if nothing matters, then what you create is all that ever will. The self. Before we talk about what the self is, we have to talk about what the self does. The self creates meaning, and it always starts with itself. Every human being, no matter how humble or righteous, lives inside a story where they are the main character. This isn't vanity, it's wiring, it's survival, it's instinct. The moment we become conscious, we become the center of experience. Everything happens to us, around us, through us. We are the reference point for joy, for fear, for God, for reality itself. This is ego. And it's not a flaw. It's a feature of being human. But the problem isn't that humans are self-centered. The problem is what happens when a self becomes convinced that its story
is more important than the truth, or more important than other people's story. That is where narcissism is born. The narcissist doesn't just live at the center of their world. They try to bend the rest of the world to orbit them too. And in many ways, they succeed. Because the narcissist doesn't wait for permission. They proclaim, they believe, they perform confidence, purpose, and meaning, even when it's hollow. And society, often built on perception and projection, mistakes that performance for leadership. Narcissists don't wait for God to name them. They name themselves. And in that way, they embody a corrupted version of actualized faith. But they are not unique. They are not rare. They are simply extreme versions of what we all are. Meaning makers obsessed with maintaining the story of I. This is where every journey must begin, with the acknowledgement that all of us are ego-driven. Even when we talk about truth or justice or God, we are still talking about what those things mean to us. So if we want to build better societies, better relationships, better futures, we must account for that. We must consciously design systems that reward self-awareness over self-obsession. Because if we don't, the most audacious egos will rise to the top, regardless of merit, morality, or meaning. Do you see it now? Is it starting to make sense? Why the worst people get ahead of the ones who deserve to lead. It has nothing to do with divine mystery or karmic delay. It's not a paradox. It's a pattern. A few bold, loud eyes convince millions of other eyes to adopt their narrative. That's it. That's the trick. And remember this. Most will not be over men or over women. Not in a generation where society rewards self-obsession over self-awareness. Not in a world that trains people to perform, to not become. Which is why the first generation of over men and over women must be radical, relentless, and ready to break the system from within and from without. They will be called arrogant. They will be misunderstood. It will feel like overcorrection. But that's because they are creating new standards, not fixing old ones. They will have to be influencers, but not prophets. Famous, but not idols. Followed, but never worshipped. They will move through systems that contradict everything they stand for. They will operate in a culture of performance or fighting for authenticity. They will rise in platforms built for narcissists and use them to dismantle narcissism. That's why they must be anchored in actualized faith, because the narcissists are already here, already building empires of illusion, already turning the masses inward towards vanity, rage, and delusion. The Overman must be just as bold, just as captivating, but grounded in something real. He does not gather followers to feed his ego. He gathers them to awaken theirs. He leads, not because he is the only answer, but because he refuses to lie about the question. And if he does this right, if enough overmen and overwomen emerge, the people will follow not because they are manipulated, but because they are finally free to create their own path, their own meaning, and their own selfhood is the condition of being aware that you exist. And the process of deciding what that existence means is not a single thing. It's not static. It's not even fully knowable. The self is a constantly shifting intersection of awareness, memory, environment, and desire. To have a self is to know that you are separate from others, but are also shaped by them. To have a self is to look at your own thoughts and ask, why did I think that? Selfhood is not just about being alive. It's about being aware that you're alive. It is the experience of being you and the burden of having to decide who you are. We have debated for centuries and will continue to debate about what is I. Whether it's Descartes' I think, therefore I am, or the social self of sociology and psychology, we are constantly consumed with figuring out who am I. But remember, the self is not one thing. It is a matrix within a matrix, a dynamic system composed of universal consciousness, the body, and the environment. Selfhood is a dance between what you are, what you told you are, and what you decide to become. Universal consciousness. Before there was you, there was awareness. Before the body, before the I, before society, there was something that could observe, something that could reach, something that could wonder. Consciousness was not born with the first human thought. It is not a product of language or culture or brain development. It is older than us. It existed before us. Consciousness is not a feature of the brain. It is a force in the universe. And the body is simply one way it's learned to see itself. Consciousness is the universe waking up. It is not personal. It's not individual. It is not yours. It is the force that animates you to wonder, to seek, to ask, to stretch. You do not carry it. It carries you. You do not own it. It inhabits you. And this explains why we imagine gods, build civilizations, chase meaning, even when nothing in the material world demands that we do so. There is something in us that refuses to stay small. That is consciousness. You are the cosmos, observing itself through the lens of your life. To say I am a part of the universe is not enough. You are the universe, just as surely as a star or a black hole or a supernova. The only difference is you can ask why. We are the universe waking up, and every human is a different window it looks through. You do not have a monopoly on consciousness. You are a vessel, a window, a current in the ocean, but you are not the ocean itself. This is why so many people experience transcendence in art, prayer, meditation, or grief. They briefly feel that they are not just themselves. They are part of something wider, a network of awareness, a field of perception that cannot be reduced to neurons or narratives. Universal consciousness does not care about your job, your name, your politics. It flows through the monk and the murderer alike. What matters is whether you become aware of it and what you do with it. That's not poetry. That's physics. That's thermodynamics. That's evolution. That's everything. The same stars that exploded to form this planet, the particles that formed the galaxies, now sit behind your eyes asking, what am I? You are a question that the universe is asking itself again and again in a billion life forms. You are not consciousness inside a body. You are the body inside of consciousness. Universal consciousness is the ultimate meaning maker. Meaning does not exist out there. There's no cosmic folder labeled purpose waiting to be discovered. Meaning is the byproduct of awareness. It is not found, it's made because consciousness needs structure to survive. A conscious being cannot function in pure chaos. It needs story, symbol, connection. This is why humans invent gods, philosophies, art, war, politics. It's why we name our pain and give shapes to our dream. Without meaning, consciousness collapses into confusion. So it creates meaning, even if it must lie to do so. But the Overman does not lie. He creates meaning with eyes wide open, aware that it is a creation, not a commandment. Universal consciousness is the source of meaning making, not because meaning exists, but because consciousness needs it to exist. We treat ourselves like some anomalies in a system, like intelligent bacteria that somehow grew self-awareness on a blue rock, but that's not the truth. We are not separate from the universe. We are what the universe is doing right now. The stars didn't create after the stars didn't stop creating after the galaxies. The universe didn't finish evolving after it cooled. It kept going until it began to ask questions. And those questions come from us. It didn't start with humans, but through us. It can ask new questions. It can wonder. It can imagine, remember, and create. We are the tools through which the universe tries to understand what it is. We are its memory. We are its mirror, its question. Humans spend their whole lives searching to be part of something bigger than themselves, as if they aren't the main characters of the universe. There is nothing bigger than the universe, and we are part of it. We are so self-centered, partly by design of the body, that we forget we are already a part of the biggest show in the universe itself. And as far as I'm concerned, until we discover otherwise, we are the directors, producers, and starring actors. At all times, every human is a part of something bigger. You are not just a part of something bigger. Something bigger is a part of you, and it needs you to let it free. This is why there is no singular purpose to human life. There is no one path we're all meant to follow, because the universe doesn't just want to know one thing. It wants to know everything. That's why some people want to become astronauts. Others want to raise children. Others want to study mushrooms or build machines or write poetry. And others want to live quiet lives that no one will ever read about in a book. Every one of them is valid. Every one of them is a part of the discovery. Each of us is a unique angle which the universe sees itself. Some wide, some narrow, some loud, some quiet. Some will leave legacies. Others will leave ripples that no one remembers. But they all still matter. See, most people think that human rights were invented by governments, philosophers, or religions. They weren't. Those institutions merely gave language to something deeper. The desire for human rights comes from something inside of us, something older than laws, older than nations. It comes from universal consciousness because once consciousness becomes aware of itself, it begins to recognize itself in others. And when you see that spark in someone, even someone completely different from you, you intuitively feel that person has value. That person should be treated with dignity. That person matters. That's not reason. That's not morality. That's awareness recognizing itself. It's the infinite recognizing itself across differences. But here's the problem. Consciousness doesn't just express the beautiful. Consciousness is not polite. It is not clean. It is everything. It will express itself in every form it can, from art to atrocity, from love to genocide. And that includes the people you find morally repugnant, such as child abusers, racists, terrorists, murderers, dictators, and people who make right-hand turns in slow motion. These people exist. They will always exist, not because they are glitches in the system, but because they are expressions of it. Universal consciousness wants to know itself in all forms, even the most evil ones. The devil is just as much as part of the universe as God. You alone do not get to dictate what is right any more than Hitler. You don't have to like this, but you need to understand this, because the question is no longer, should these people exist? The question is, what right do they have to society? That's where justice begins. The existence of evil is not a failure of the universe. It is an arena for faith. If there was no evil, there would be no good. If there was no oppression, there would be no justice to fight for. If there were no systems of exclusion, there would be no need to actualize inclusion. This is the paradox most people run from. They believe that the presence of evil is evidence that the world is broken. But the Overman sees something deeper. Evil exists so that good can be actualized. Not imagined, not theorized, but lived. If everyone was kind, inclusion wouldn't be a virtue. It would be the norm. If there were no wrongs, justice would be a word with no meaning. If no one ever failed, faith would never be necessary. That's why we should not be shocked by the existence of darkness. We should be prepared to confront it, to stand against it, and use it as a contrast that makes goodness real. The boundaries of human rights are not what's written in constitutions. The boundaries of human rights are whatever the people are willing to put up with. The United States of America has a serious child abuse problem within their public schools. CBS once reported that a child abuser may move between 3 school districts before they are caught because of protection teachers have with privacy laws. It's systematic. You won't be able to pinpoint the problem, and that's the point. Set up whatever system you want. If you want safe schools, universal consciousness must manifest itself in people who are a danger to children and give them varying levels of skills and abilities just like everyone else. So the abusers will be at every level of the public education system, from state to local to federal. In the human resources department, in the classrooms, they will hire lawyers, become judges, influence judges, because that's who they are. They do not respond to the threat of consequences in the way that the rest of us do. They push the limits because they want to, and you must accept you most likely will never be able to change them. Once they've committed to a pattern, the self gets locked into a story and seeks to live that narrative out. Go ahead, write laws. They will subvert the laws. They will change the laws. They will break the laws and dare you to catch them because universal consciousness does not reside in the government. For the purposes of this manifesto, I will classify those who seek to suppress the actualization of others for their own self-gain as evil. Evil people win because you rely on the government to actualize the society that you want, while evil people actualize society in spite of the government.
Self-actualization is the universe getting to know itself through your desires and evil people's desires. The question is not whether child abusers will be in the public schools. The question is, when we find them, because that's where their desires are going to take them, what do we do? I say we let the parents beat their ass. The irony of saying that out loud is that I know instinctively every human being believes and feels that's how child abusers should be dealt with. We are biologically wired to procreate and protect those offspring. The desire to beat the ass of someone who abuses a child or your child is not reckless or wanton violence. It's literal survival. But when society criminalizes what biology demands, and when justice fails children, what honest choice do we leave parents? So why then do we live in a society where the simplest and most effective solution for child abuse is not only discouraged, but is punishable by law? Why is it when a father kills his daughter's rapist, the father goes to jail? Oh, that's easy. Because the abusers make the laws and have the powers to use the laws to restrain the actualization of their destruction. You already know this, though. From the politicians to the Hollywood celebrities, all the way to the President of the United States. The laws are made and enforced by the abusers at the expense of the actualization of a more perfect society. And you can't use those laws or the rules of the court that must be used to enforce those laws to get justice. The legal system was intentionally designed to frustrate and protect power, property, and the ruling class. The American legal system is too complex and expensive for the average American to defend their rights to self-actualization through, i.e., their constitutional rights. In the United States of America, constitutional rights are commodities to be purchased at your local law office. Citizens who rely on the government for their actualization of their human rights must first be wealthy and or connected to get those rights. Everybody else needs to go get a lawyer. Go purchase professional help to navigate the legal system that protects you from your inalienable rights. It's bullshit. That's not nihilism. That's an accurate description of the current legal system of this country. It's a pay-to-play and pay-to-win system. A poor rapist and a rich rapist have an infinitely different experience in the legal system. And that's not only injustice, but that's how it was intentionally designed. Human rights cannot be protected by a system because systems are impersonal, and human rights comes from universal consciousness recognizing and seeing the need to protect itself in the form of another self. The system does not matter. What matters is the selves that are in charge of the system. The only group of people who do not benefit from it being legal to beat the ass of child abusers are child abusers and the people who protect them. Protecting children are important because children are the most vulnerable expression of universal consciousness. Consciousness in its purest form of humanity. We have failed our children because we restrict ourselves to the laws and rules influenced and written by people who seek to take advantage of them. Children are human and have human rights. If the government fails to protect them, parents still have a biological drive and responsibility to protect them. Society's impact on universal consciousness in us will cause us to let known child abusers roam free simply because we do not have enough money to prove we know things to be true in a legal system ran by child abusers. Personally, I believe the first generation of Overmen and Overwomen should focus on children. Create the best possible society for the greatest number of children. The rest is almost guaranteed to work itself out. The current system will continue because universal consciousness will continue to manifest itself as a child abuser seeking to please themselves in ways that are repulsive to you. Universal consciousness will manifest itself in a crooked judge, an abusive teacher, a dirty cop, a dishonest lawyer, and they are just as much as part of the universe as you are. The question is, are you going to continue to let the abusers, the pedophiles, the evildoers of society restrict you and your children's abilities to self-actualize with laws? Or are you going to openly and defiantly rebel? There will be no utopia, no final arrival, no permanent peace, not yet. Not with what we are now. There will always be a next tyrant, a new cruelty, a louder lie. But this isn't a reason to despair. It is the reason you were born. You are here to actualize your faith, to show the world what dignity looks like, to create a world where consciousness doesn't just exist, it thrives. This is why human rights matters, because they are not rules. They are reflections of something infinite inside of every one of us. And when that infinity is violated, the Overman does not retreat into theory or despair. He rises, He leads. He creates a society where more selves can actualize, not fewer. He does not allow abusers to restrict the truth of his speech with threats of weaponizing the legal system against him. He recognizes that there is a time and a place for violence. Even the state issues the death penalty without due process underneath what they call justifiable homicide when its livelihood is threatened. If there are times where the government can take irrevocable acts of violence against its citizens when it feels threatened, then surely there are times when those citizens will need to use justifiable acts of aggression when their legacy and livelihood is threatened. When we understand this, when we see every human as a window into the infinite, when we stop trying to force everyone into the same story, we stop suppressing differences, we stop competing to be right, we begin to see each other as necessary, sacred, connected. The Overman knows this. That's why he does not dominate others. He honors them. Because even when a person does not know who they are still the universe trying to remember. You are not a mistake. You are not a copy. You are not behind. You are exactly where the universe needed you to be for one fleeting moment to understand itself from your point of view. Parenting and child development. To understand parenting is to understand the raw beginnings of universal consciousness inside the body. Children are not blank slates. They are infinite awareness condensed in a fragile form. Consciousness entering the world with no instruction manual, no language, and no defense. A child is the universe waking up again for the first time. This is why parenting is not just a responsibility, it's a sacred task. Because what you say to a child becomes their internal voice of the self. What you give or deny becomes their framework for meaning, identity, and even faith. You are not raising a child. You are scaffolding a conscious being. And the quality of that scaffolding determines whether the self will become free, fearful, self-aware, or self-obsessed. We often speak of protecting children from harm, but we also must protect their sense of wonder, agency, and possibility. Because what we call discipline is often just the early death of curiosity. What we call normalcy is sometimes the first betrayal of authenticity. A child's desire to explore, ask, imagine, or express is not a phase. It's the purest evidence that universal consciousness is working properly. To ignore it, suppress it, or mold it into something socially convenient is to teach a child that their self is wrong. And once they believe that, they will spend the rest of their life either rebelling against the world or erasing themselves inside of it. The Overman does not see parenting as control. He sees it as cultivation. To raise a child well is not to mold them into your image, but to protect their access to universal consciousness long enough for them to recognize it in themselves. The goal is not obedience, it's awakening. The goal is not perfection, it is permission to become. Because the child will grow, the self will take shape. The only question is, did you shape it with fear or with faith? If universal consciousness enters the world through the child, then parenting becomes the first interface between the infinite and the formed. The question is, what kind of welcoming are we offering that consciousness? For generations, many believed that hitting children to teach them right from wrong. They called it discipline. They called it love. Some still do. But let's be clear. The data is in. Spanking absolutely harms children. It doesn't produce discipline. It produces trauma. It doesn't teach respect. It teaches fear. And fear is the antithesis of consciousness. Every time you strike a child, you teach them that power is violence, that love is conditional, and that their body is not sacred. You teach them that the world is not safe, and worse, you are not safe. You're not teaching them boundaries. You are teaching them betrayal. Universal consciousness enters the world fragile but expansive. A child's first years are the most formative, not just biologically, but spiritually. It is during these years that they begin to sense, is it safe for me to be here? When a child is hit, especially by the person meant to protect them, they do not learn the lesson you intended. They learn that consciousness is dangerous, that the act of existing is risky, that their questions, energy, or failure deserve pain. To the fathers out there, do you really want to be the first man to cause your daughter physical harm and call it love?
You can train obedience through pain, but you can never awaken consciousness through fear. This is not softness. This is not coddling. This is alignment with reality, because the purpose of discipline is not to break the child. It is to build the self. And the self is not built through fear. It's built through guidance, modeling, and relationship. Gentle parenting is not weak. It's one of the most radical acts of spiritual protection in a world obsessed with control. It is the decision to engage with the next generation of consciousness with respect, clarity, and care instead of inherited pain. If the Overman is to reshape society, he must begin with how we treat those with the least power, children. Because how you treat the least conscious among you is how you treat consciousness. The truth is, most people who spank their children do so not because they thought deeply about it, but because they were trained into it. They inherited a broken model of parenting and internalized it as discipline. But what they call discipline is often just a failure of emotional regulation. Name one time you received a calm spanking. I'll wait. Many adults hit their children because they themselves were never taught how to manage anger, frustration, or shame. They hit because they lack the tools. Or they hit because no one has ever modeled another way. But at worst, they hit because they lack the intelligence and emotional maturity to raise a child who is just as emotionally complex as they are. Spanking is not a parenting style. It is an inherited trauma response, passed down by people who are not equipped to cultivate consciousness. You cannot awaken universal consciousness by training a child to fear its own impulses. You cannot raise a world changer by teaching them that the world hurts you when you make mistakes. And the science is not vague, it's definitive. Studies have repeatedly shown that children who are spanked are more likely to develop increased aggression, lower self-esteem, higher rates of anxiety and depression, poorer relationships with parents, decreased cognitive and emotional development. According to a meta-analysis published by the Journal of According to a meta-analysis published in the Journal of Family Psychology, one of the most comprehensive reviews of 50 years of data, spanking is associated with the same negative outcomes of physical abuse, just at lower intensities. There is no, let me say it again, there is no evidence that it improves behavior long term, and there is ample evidence that it does lasting harm. If punishment trains fear, positive reinforcement trains consciousness. Behavioral science has shown the most effective and sustainable way to shape behavior is through encouragement, not punishment. The goal is not obedience, it's awareness. If you want to raise a child who sees the world as something to contribute to, not fear, then reward them when they express curiosity, cooperation, effort, or responsibility. Show them the connection between good choices and good outcomes. Because the mind learns best not through pain, but through pattern, meaning, and joy. When my oldest daughter was 2, we wanted her to learn to clean her room, not as punishment, but as an act of care. So we paid her $1 every time she cleaned it. She had a simple chart to track it, and when she reached $15, she used it to buy her first Barbie. That moment stuck. Now at 10, she's still a kid. Her room gets messy like anyone's, but she has a positive memory of cleaning. She associates order with reward, care with empowerment, not because she was punished into cleanliness, but because she was invited into it. That is the path of consciousness. Not control, but collaboration. Not punishment, but participation. We are not here to teach children fear. We are here to teach them how to be fully themselves in a world that often forgets what self is. If we want to raise over men and over women, if we want to build a future by minds rooted in clarity and power, then we must stop using ancient violence to control present-day children. We must raise conscious beings with conscious methods. Anything less is a betrayal, not just of the child, but of the universe itself waking up inside of them. Justice. Justice is not a system. It's not a law. It's not even fairness. Justice is what happens when consciousness recognizes itself in another and refuses to look away. It is the natural consequence of universal consciousness becoming aware of itself, not just in one body, but in many. It is the understanding that if I am sacred, so are you. If I deserve to be protected, so do you. If my existence has meaning, so does yours. This is why justice predates law. Children know it before they can speak. That's not fair. It's not a lesson taught. It's a truth felt. Because justice is not invented. It is remembered. It is what universal consciousness knows before society forgets. The moment justice became a tool for systems instead of a principle to live by, for selves, it lost its meaning. Laws were created, but they served the powerful. Courts were built, but they feared truth. Punishments were enforced, not to protect the innocent, but to maintain the illusion that the system still worked. This is why we watch murderers walk free. This is why our schools abuse children and no one is held accountable. This is why so many of us stop believing in justice, because what we see now is called justice, but we know that it's not. We can't prove it under the current system rules, but collectively, internally, we all know that what we see now is justice hijacked by fear, ego, and by control. What we see now is consciousness turned against itself. You cannot actualize justice unless you believe that something greater connects you to the people you do not know, do not like, and do not understand. That belief is not logic. It is not policy. It is faith. The faith that meaning must extend beyond yourself if it is to mean anything at all. Justice is not always punishment. Sometimes it's repair. Sometimes it's release. Sometimes it's mercy. But always, it is the choice to see the dignity in someone else even when society tells you not to. The Overman understands this. He doesn't seek justice as revenge. He seeks justice as restoration, because injustice is not just harm. It is the fracturing of awareness. It is the refusal to acknowledge another being as a mirror of the same universal source you claim to believe in. So yes, justice must be structural. It must live in courts and laws and budgets and politics, but it also must live inside you. Because you cannot build a just world until you have committed to seeing the infinite in those you rather ignore. If universal consciousness exists in all beings, then yes, it exists in the tyrant, the abuser, the narcissist, the liar. But justice does not mean protection from consequences. Consciousness does not require coddling. Evil is still evil, even when it wears the mask of a mother, a father, or a friend. One of the greatest betrayals of justice is our unwillingness to act decisively against evil people because we fear their children will suffer. But here's the truth. Their children are supposed to suffer for their evil behavior. When the righteous act, their children suffer. When the innocent resist, their children suffer. So why do we shield the children of the wicked while the children of the just are left exposed to retaliation? If I suffer for telling the truth and my children suffer for my courage, then let the children of cowards, liars, and abusers suffer the consequences of their parents' actions as well. That is justice. But our current system has built walls around the powerful. They say, don't shame him. He has a family. Don't expose her. What about her children? Don't speak out. You ruined their career. They shame the victim for making noise. They pity the abuser's children while punishing the whistleblowers. This is not justice. This is cowardice. Because here's the truth. Evil people understand that most people forget. When you are afraid to harm the people they love, they are free to harm the people you love. They will hide behind children. They will weaponize their innocence. They will collapse economies and hide behind pension funds. They will rape and hide behind their wives. They will abuse your daughter and tell you to protect their daughter from shame. And the moment you agree, you have chosen mercy over justice, not from strength, but from fear. The Overman doesn't play this game. He understands that all actions ripple outward. And if the children of good people suffer because of their parents' righteousness, then the children of wicked people must suffer the consequences of their parents' evil. This is not vengeance. This is balance. This is the part of universal consciousness that terrifies people. The realization that truth doesn't care who you're close to. When evil people control the justice system, justice becomes a weapon against the righteous. And when righteous people control the justice system, it becomes a weapon against evil. The difference isn't whether children will suffer, because in all systems, someone's children suffer. The difference is whose children. A child's suffering is not the failure of justice. It is the result of their parents' choices. Evil parents create systems that shield themselves by hiding behind the innocence of their children, pleading for delay, compromise, or preservation of the status quo. But justice demands courage. It does not pause for sentiment when that sentiment protects the oppressor. If the justice system refuses to act because it fears harming the children of tyrants, then it's not justice, it's cowardice. Children will always exist, The vulnerable will always exist, but in a just society, they are protected by the truth, not their proximity to power. Consciousness is impersonal. It is infinite. And it does not stop being real because you birthed a child into your life of corruption. Justice without consequences is theater. Justice that protects only the powerful is hypocrisy. The Overman knows justice must confront reality, not feelings. Because when justice is delayed or diluted or diluted to protect the guilty, it becomes its own form of injustice. Let your mercy be reserved for the repentant. Let your compassion serve the healing, but let your justice speak with the full voice of truth. Even when that truth shatters every false comfort we were taught to protect. Intuition. Intuition is the whisper before the thought. It is not a feeling. It is not a hunch. It is the first voice of universal consciousness before your environment, your trauma, or your logic begins to interrupt it. Intuition is not irrational. It's pre-rational. It is what you know without knowing how you know it. It is the residue of something bigger moving through you. The quiet suggestion that something matters, even when you can't explain why. This is why so many people ignore it, because it speaks softly, because it cannot be proven, because it does not wait for permission. But the Overman listens, because he knows consciousness does not always arrive as certainty. Sometimes it begins as tension. And if you cannot sit with that tension, if you cannot listen to a truth that hasn't finished forming, then you are not listening to consciousness. You are only listening to the past. Intuition is strongest in childhood. Before we're trained to defer to facts, before we're shamed into politeness, before we're told what's reasonable, we feel, and we feel deeply. But society teaches us to ignore those inner signals. You said you didn't like that uncle, but they said be polite. You felt unsafe, but they told you to hug anyway. You sensed a lie, but they called you paranoid. Eventually, we learn to silence that voice, trust the script instead of the signal. And so the self becomes split, one part performing and the other part screaming in silence. But here's what you must remember. Intuition is not gone. It is only buried. And if you learn to hear it again, you will see it's been speaking all along. Even neuroscience agrees. Intuition is real. It is not magic. It is not mysticism. It is your brain and body processing data faster than your conscious mind can explain. Your subconscious is constantly gathering patterns, body language, tones, microsignals, sensory cues. It is comparing thousands of variables in milliseconds and delivering its final verdict in a gut feeling. Studies in emergency medicine show that doctors often feel something is wrong before tests confirm it. Police officers make accurate snap judgments based upon years of pattern memory, not prejudice, but rapid subconscious processing. Entrepreneurs and creatives describe intuitive pulls towards ideas and opportunities and people they can't justify until later. In other words, intuition is real data. It just speaks a language the conscious mind has forgotten. Remember, we know less than 1% of reality. Just like we can explain gravity and past generations could not, we are the future's past generation. They will be able to explain what we cannot. Intuition is a feeling today. In the future, they may be able to give lectures in colleges explaining it down to the atomic level. The Overman does not worship intuition, but he does not ignore it either. He knows that consciousness has more than one voice, and intuition is often the first. He does not wait for society to validate his knowing. He does not wait for the data to arrive when the spirit has already spoken, and he does not gaslight himself into silence. Because while society asks, can you prove it? The Overman asks, can I afford to ignore it? Intuition may not always be right, but it's always worth hearing. Because even when it's wrong, it's revealing something about what your consciousness perceives. And the perception of self is never useless. If you want to reclaim your intuition, you have to rebuild your muscle of trust, not in the world, but in your own awareness. This means paying attention to subtle cues, that physical discomfort around someone nice, the quiet pull towards a project you can't justify, the hesitation before saying yes to something that doesn't feel aligned, the dream you keep having, the memory that won't leave you alone. Write them down. Sit with them. Act on them when they make sense. Build a feedback loop between your intuition and your intellect. Use one to test the other. Let consciousness become a dialogue, not a dictatorship. Intuition is the universe speaking inside your body, and it will never shout over your ego, your fear, or your need to be right. It is only a whisper, and it is your job to listen. Emotional intelligence and authenticity. If universal consciousness is the infinite inside of you, then emotional intelligence is how well you listen to it, and authenticity is how willing you are to live by what it says. Most people don't lack intelligence. They lack emotional intelligence. They can solve a math problem, but can't solve a misunderstanding. They can analyze a book, but can't analyze their own behavior. They can lead teams, but not themselves. Why? Because they were never taught that emotions are information. They were taught that emotions are weakness, distraction, sin, or shame, so they buried them. And now they move through life disconnected from themselves, unsure of who they are, how they feel, or why their life doesn't feel like theirs. Emotions are not noise. They are signals. And they are signals from your body, from your subconscious to your conscious. Anger says something that you valued has been violated. Sadness says that something mattered and is now gone. Fear says there is a danger, real or imagined. Joy says you're in alignment. Guilt says your actions are not matching your beliefs. Shame says your existence is being threatened, often falsely. To ignore your emotions is to turn down the volume on universal consciousness. To be emotionally intelligent is not to be ruled by your emotions, but to know what they are trying to tell you and to respond accordingly. You cannot be authentic if you don't know how you feel. And you cannot be emotionally intelligent if you refuse to let yourself be seen. Authenticity is not just about self-expression. It is about self-alignment. It is about the ability to say, this is what I feel, this is who I am, and this is what I need. And to do so without apology, but also without delusion. Authenticity without emotional intelligence is just performance. It becomes narcissism disguised as honesty. But emotional intelligence without authenticity becomes an internal prison. You feel everything, but show nothing. You know everything, but change nothing. This is why most people fake it. Because authenticity costs something. You will be misunderstood. You will lose people. You will be called difficult, dramatic, intense, too much. But if you betray yourself to keep society's approval, what do you really gain? Because here's the truth. The authentic are always lonely at first, until they find each other. And the Overman is not here to be light. He is here to lead through alignment, because every time someone sees you living as your real self, they remember that it's possible. And that remembrance is powerful. In a world where people are constantly projecting, deflecting, suppressing, and lashing out, the most revolutionary act is to feel fully and respond wisely. Emotional intelligence means you can feel anger without becoming cruel, feel sadness without collapsing, feel fear without surrendering to it, feel joy without needing permission, express needs without manipulation, own your story without controlling others. The Overman is not emotionless. He is emotionally disciplined. He can be vulnerable without being weak, direct without being destructive. He leads with feeling, but he is never led by chaos. You cannot hear the universe if you are lying to yourself. And you cannot change the world if you are pretending to be someone you're not. To grow in consciousness is to grow in honesty. And honesty begins with your own emotions, your own thoughts, your own inner weather. You cannot reach higher levels of awareness while denying the storm within. You must name it, face it, and from it, build, because the self, the body, and the voice, because when the self, the body, and the voice all move in unison, that is the sound of universal consciousness becoming human. Let's be clear. You are always in a fight. Not necessarily with fists, but with forces, ideologies, systems, liars, narcissists, manipulators, people who benefit from the illusion, people who need the world to be fake, because if it ever becomes real, they crumble. If you are trying to actualize justice, freedom, truth, equality, meaning, you are at war with everything that opposes that. That war lives in politics, in religion, in family, in culture, in classrooms, in courtrooms, in corporate boardrooms. And your greatest weapon in that war is authenticity. Because the liar cannot wield it. The manipulator cannot hold it. The narcissist cannot carry it. Only the self can embody it. Because authenticity requires something none of them are willing to give. Truth over performance. Presence over applause. Being real will cost you. People will reject you. Systems will punish you. You may lose jobs, relationships, safety, protection, even popularity. But authenticity, backed by universal consciousness, is the one thing that they cannot counterfeit. It is the power they feel most because it cannot be bought, broken, or silenced. Liars do not believe in anything long enough to die for it. They shift when the pressure rises. They hide behind children's titles, gods, and excuses. They abandon every belief the moment it stops serving them. They do not actualize faith. They borrow faith for optics. But you are not like them. You are not performing. You are becoming. And becoming is a threat to every lie built on illusion. One single authentic self standing in truth is more dangerous than 1,000 cowards in uniform, because while they depend on illusion to control the world, you become living proof that the world can be something else. And if you're willing to suffer for what's true, they will never understand you, because the lie will not bleed for his own story, but you will. And that is power. So never give up your authenticity, not for approval, not for peace, not for comfort. Because authenticity is the sword they cannot steal, the mirror they cannot look into, and the signal that every other sleeping self that they can wake up to. So now you know. You always knew. You're just more aware of what you've never not known. That you are not just a person. You're not just a mind. You are the universe waking up inside a body, trying to remember what it already knows. You are meaning making in motion. You are evolution wrapped in skin. You are a temporary vessel of something infinite, something sacred, restless, and relentless. That is universal consciousness. It is the breath behind every art, every rebellion, every question, every prayer. It is why children cry out for justice before they understand the world. It is why you sense that life matters, even when you cannot say why. But consciousness alone is not enough. The universe did not place you here to merely think. It placed you here to move, to touch, to build, to fail, to bleed, to become. And none of that can happen without a body. The Overman does not float in the abstract of ideas. He brings them down to the dirt, because the next step in becoming, the next evolution of self, does not happen in the stars. It happens in the skin. Now it's time to meet the body, the vessel, the battlefield, the proving ground. Because no matter how vast your consciousness is, you must still pass through flesh to leave your mark on this world. The body. The body is where infinity becomes real. You can meditate all day. You can dream of enlightenment. You can believe in consciousness and gods and destiny. But until you do something with your body, none of it matters. This is where the self becomes real, in skin, in sensation, in struggle, in scars. You are not dropped into the world as a floating idea. You are born into flesh, and that flesh is not neutral. It is judged. It is labeled. It is broken. It is blessed. And every breath you take is shaped by the body you've been given. This is where the fight begins. Not in the spirit, but in the system. And the system sees your body before it sees your soul. Most people either worship the body or ignore it. They chase its pleasure or tries to transcend from its limitations. But the Overman does neither. The Overman masters the body because he knows there is no creation without contact. There is no legacy without labor. There is no meaning if it stays in the mind. You are not your body, but you are not free from it either. You are a self passing through form, a window of awareness riding on bone, blood, and breath. And that means this: your greatness is not just in what you believe, it is in what you do. And what you do begins with your body. The brain. You are not your brain, but your brain determines how much of you get to experience. It is the gatekeeper of awareness, the filter between the infinite within you and the physical world around you. You can call it a supercomputer, you can call it a mystery, but above all, you must call it what it is: a consciousness limiting tool. Your brain is not designed to show you everything. It's designed to show you just enough for survival. You see less than 1% of the electromagnetic spectrum. You hear less than 1% of all available sound. You are blind to most of existence, not because you are weak, but because your hardwired demands simplicity. Universal consciousness may be infinite, but it must pass through this bottleneck, and that bottleneck is different for every single person. All brains process information differently from one another. No two brains process information the same. Some struggle to translate the world into language, social cues, behavior. We call these people disabled. But that word just means one thing. They are not designed for the society that we built. My daughter, for example, is what the world calls autistic. But in her world, she's just existing, like you, like me. It is only when her internal reality clashes with our expectations that a label is created. And that label does not define her worth. It defines our failure to create a world that accommodates for more than one way of being. We must stop acting like there's one standard brain and everybody else is broken. Every brain is a different translation of the infinite, and every translation matters. Intelligence is matrical. We've been lied to about what intelligence is. Society told us that it's a number, a score, an outcome on a test designed by someone else. But the Overman knows the truth. Intelligence is not a line. It is a matrix. And the brain is not a ranking system. It's a filter. Scientifically, intelligence is the capacity to learn, adapt, reason, and solve problems. Intelligence is multidimensional, fluid, contextual, and expressed in many forms. There's analytical intelligence, logic, strategy, pattern recognition, traditional problem solving. You have creative intelligence, innovation, imagination, originality, play, emotional intelligence, empathy, self-awareness, emotional regulation, practical intelligence, real-world adaptability, street smarts, navigation. Moral intelligence, discernment of right and wrong, aligned action, inner compass. Social intelligence, reading people, leadership, group dynamics. Embodied intelligence, muscle memory, physical mastery, performance. Intuitive intelligence, knowing without reasoning. Instinctive pattern recognition. And you know these things to be true. You know an analytical guy who lacks self-awareness. You know a multi-sport athlete that can dominate any physical competition, but doesn't hang around the right crowd. Or a CEO that has a moral compass of a criminal. All these people are intelligent in their own right. None of these types are inherently superior. But society only rewards a few and labels the rest as slow, broken, or unworthy. To see intelligence clearly, you must use matrical thinking. You cannot define it from one pillar alone. The self gives you your inner potential, your body, your brain, your cognitive styles. Society decides which forms of intelligence are valuable and which ones will be punished, ignored, or suppressed. The unknown is where the next kind of intelligence is born. It's where breakthroughs, intuition, and genius comes from. If you try to understand intelligence from only one angle, you will fail. Intelligence is the dance between the inner world, the outer world, and the unseen world. It's not a ladder. It's not a number. It is a shape, constantly shifting within the matrix. Universal consciousness may be infinite, but the brain is finite. It filters reality so you don't drown in it. You don't experience the whole world. You experience what your body and brain allow you to perceive. That includes how you process language, emotions, sensation, time, and thought. Every person is filtering reality through a unique nervous system, and that filter shapes how intelligence is expressed. The child we call autistic is not broken. She is interpreting a different part of the matrix. The man we call disabled is not less intelligent. He simply does not fit the narrow path society built. They are not defective. They are different translators of the infinite. Every self contains some form of genius. Society is too small to hold the full range of intelligence. The unknown holds more truth than any textbook. Society rarely recognizes genius until it can profit from it. The Overman builds new societies where intelligence is measured by growth, not conformity. So he redefines intelligence. He rebuilds systems that measures it, and he helps others do the same, not by force, but by example. Because real intelligence isn't proven by answers. It's proven by the courage to ask questions no one ever will. From the moment you were born, your brain begins shaping your physical experience. It decides how you process pain, pleasure, fear, and love. It controls your speech, your balance, your memory, your sexual development, your emotional response, your imagination. It is not everything, but it is in everything. And it doesn't just receive reality, it creates it. what you believe, what you fear, what you think is possible. The brain is both the builder and the gatekeeper. And every thought is both a signal and a story. This is why the Overman studies the brain, not to be ruled by it, but to reshape it. He understands that the brain is not fixed, it's plastic, moldable, trainable, improvable. And it can be trained by fear, it can be retrained by faith. The line between the brain and the mind is important. Your brain is physical, your mind is emergent. Your brain stores data, the mind gives it meaning. Both shape your life. Both are part of the self. The Overman does not pretend to separate them. He knows the truth. What happens in the brain becomes identity in the mind. What fires together, wires together. And every lie you ever believed, every trauma you never healed, it's all in the circuitry. The Overman accepts that he may never be able to perceive all of reality, but he doesn't give up. He leans in. He trains the body, the mind, and the brain as instruments of will. He reads, fasts, studies, stretches, meditates, trains, and reflects, because he knows the more conscious he becomes of his limits, the more he can expand beyond them. To master the brain is not to make it perfect. It is to become aware of its habits and make conscious decisions about what you allow it to shape. You don't get to choose your brain, but you do get to choose what you do with it. And that is the work of the Overman, to reshape the tool, to rewire the limits, to touch more of the infinite than the world said it was possible. The body and identity. Your body is the first thing the world sees and the first thing the world uses to tell you who you are. Before you can speak, walk, or think critically, society interprets your body for you. It names your parts, assigns your gender, labels your race, and defines what your body means in the world. You don't get to choose that. Not at first. Society does. This is where identity begins, not in some internal mirror of the soul, but in the external classification of your physical form. You were told who you were before you got to decide. That is what makes identity so heavy, so political, so painful. You were born a self, but the world told you what kind of self you were allowed to be. Your skin tone, your height, your beauty, your disabilities, your sex characteristics, your voice, your facial symmetry, all become data points for how the world reads your worth and what future it would allow you to access. Race, not real. White supremacy, very real. It is a myth with real-world consequences. Race is society interpreting your body, and racism is society punishing you for not fitting its fantasy. White supremacy was never built for non-white people. It was built to keep poor white people loyal to a system that doesn't serve them. Rich white men needed a way to prevent class revolt, so they invented a new caste, whiteness. They convinced poor white people that their shared skin mattered more than their shared struggle, that proximity to power was better than liberation from oppression, that at least you're not black was a gift, not a chain. But if this were the 1600s, the MAGA voter and the BLM protester would be standing side by side, burning Elon Musk's plantation to the ground. But race keeps them divided. Hope keeps poor whites loyal to a system that uses them. The dream of one day keeps them docile. This is what white supremacy is. A distraction for the masses, a shield for the ruling class. It promises inclusion while delivering obedience. It promises power while delivering poverty. White supremacy isn't a gift to white people. It's a leash. It's also why radical black leadership will always be the solution for white supremacy. Actualize what they said couldn't be. Defy them boldly, and the lie crumbles itself. The United States has been on a decades-long propaganda tour to get common white people to believe that racism ended in the 1960s with the passage of the Civil Rights Act, and everything else is just the radical left trying to steal their country. But poor white people do not have a country. And they never have. Poor white men were not included in the writing of the Constitution. White women were not included in the writing of the Constitution. Wealthy white men were more concerned with how to count black slaves than they were with creating a fair society for poor white men and white women when they were drafting the Constitution. Many of the rights poor white people have access to now came after radical black movements, because nothing shows the fraud of white supremacy like black people actualizing what they said couldn't be actualized.
If racism ended in the 1960s, then Martin Luther King Jr. would have made it out of the 1960s. But he didn't, because the United States government was involved in his assassination. These are facts settled in a court case brought by the King family against the government in the 1990s. White supremacy was never just about black people. It was always about making white bodies subservient. From the very beginning, black people were used as the public canvas upon which the ruling class painted its power, to remind poor whites what defiance looked like and where it ended. The oppression of black people was never just punishment. It was performance. A performance for white audiences, a spectacle of control, a warning shot to every white man and woman struggling to feed their family. Fall in line. This could be you, but it won't, because you're white. And that is how the leash is fastened. Not with force, but with fantasy. Poor whites were promised exemption from the pain inflicted on black people. Not power, just immunity. Not liberation, just proximity to the whip, not beneath it. Black bodies were made into pawns to keep poor whites from revolting. Their suffering was offered as proof of the ruling class's mercy towards those who complied. Racism didn't give poor white people power. It gave them a costume, a synthetic sense of superiority borrowed from a system that hated them too. Racism became a myth, a story, a birthright, something to be proud of, because nothing else in their world made them feel strong. Not their jobs, not their pay, not their homes, not their future. So they wrapped themselves in a flag made of delusion and grievance and called it heritage. But ask them this: what power did your daddies have? What land or companies did they own? What wealth did they pass down? What glory are you really preserving? Because for most, the truth is this: they were just as poor as the blacks, just as used, just as traps. Their only inheritance was a lie of whiteness, a mask sold to them by the rich to keep them from seeing their own chains. The irony of white supremacy is that it was never designed to make white people stronger. It was designed to make everyone else weaker. But systems of oppression have a fatal flaw. If the oppressed survive, they come out stronger than their oppressors. Imagine two kids in gym class. The black kid has to do 15 push-ups to pass the class. The white kid only needs to do 5. It's easier for the white kid to pass the class, but who ends up stronger? Now, multiply that across every arena: education, business, housing, healthcare, politics. Now stretch it across 400 years. That's America. The very myth of white superiority created a system that forced black, brown, indigenous, and immigrant bodies to adapt, overcome, and evolve. Meanwhile, poor white people were sedated by the proximity to power they never hold. They were told, you're better because you're white. They weren't giving tools. They were given a lie. A lie so comforting, they never learned to compete. A lie so seductive, they never learned to grow. The body is the battleground. If society artificially makes some battlegrounds easier or harder than others, then the victors of the hardest battles becomes its strongest bodies. That's just natural consequences. That's why black women are starting more businesses than any other demographic in America. That's why black men have dominated sports, music, and media for decades. That's why Asian Americans have higher income than white Americans. That's why the GOAT in a sport invented by white people is a debate between two black men. Racism forced us to be twice as good to get half as much. So we got better, we got stronger, we built with less, we ran with chains on, and we still crossed the finish line first. Not because our bodies were genetically superior, but because our bodies were oppressed and we endured. Meanwhile, poor white folks, drugged by the fantasy of superiority, never left the starting line. They were too busy guarding the gate to realize no one gave them a key. The body is the battleground. Oppression doesn't begin in the mind. It begins on the body. The body is the first place where the self meets society. It is your first name, your first label, your first cage. Before you speak, before you choose, before you even understand who you are, society begins telling that story for you based on the body you inhabit. And that's why the body is the battleground, because it is where stories are imposed and where they must be reclaimed.
When systems of power want to control a people, they don't start with their minds. They start with their bodies. They police the skin, the hair, the voice, the movement, the clothes, the posture, the tone, the gender, the accents. They criminalize blackness. They feminize weakness. They age shame, fat shame, sex shame. They categorize, scrutinize, and weaponize. They make your body mean something before you ever get to decide what it means. White supremacy is not just a political idea. It's a mythology built on bodies. It assigns value to skin tone. It ties power to facial features. It grants proximity to wealth and dignity based on how close your body appears to an invented ideal. But this isn't just about race. It's about all systems of domination, because every form of systemic control must pass through the body to be enforced. Patriarchy lives in how we police the female body. Capitalism lives in how we measure the body productivity. Homophobia lives in how we fear or fetishize non-conforming bodies. Ableism lives in how we limit bodies that move or think differently. The battleground is everywhere. It's in the workplace, the classroom, the sidewalk, the mirror, the algorithm, and every single system, from law to religion to media, that has been designed to train your body to submit before your mind ever gets a chance to wake up. This is why the Overman cannot ignore the body. It is through the body that power first enters the world, and it's through the body that the Overman must reclaim it. The body is not just the battlefield. It is the first weapon, and if you do not master it, someone else will. Every great act of resistance begins with control of the body. Before you can change systems, you must master sensation. Before you lead others, you must command your own presence. Before you can leave a legacy, you must live intentionally in your flesh. This is why the Overman does not reject the body. He does not see it as a burden to be escaped, but as a temple to be trained. It is the one part of the self that exists in both time and space, and it is where the story of your life is written. Legacy does not begin in belief, it begins in embodiment, because all creation is physical, art is physical, protest is physical, teaching is physical. Even words at their origin are sound waves produced by breath and throat. Every thought requires a living brain to exist. The Overman trains his body, not for vanity, but for purpose. Self-actualization cannot stay in the abstract. If you cannot live it, speak it, embody it, then it remains unrealized. You cannot lead a people if you cannot stand in front of them. You cannot liberate a generation if you are too sick, too broken, or too afraid to move. This is not to say that every Overman must be an athlete or a warrior, but it is to say that mastery of the body, whatever your body is, must become part of your philosophy, whether through discipline, endurance, rhythm, expression, or simply survival. Your body must be trained to align with your truth, because there will be days where the only thing between you and surrender is your breath, your feet, and your voice. And when society resists your truth, it not only targets your ideas, but it will target your body. That's why the Overman trains now. So when the test comes, his body does not betray him. His hands do not shake. His voice does not crack. His heart does not flee. This is not about perfection. This is about readiness. Because embodiment is how you seal self-actualization. And in a world that rewards performance over truth, physical mastery is the first sign that you are no longer here to perform. You are here to be. The body will end, and that's what makes it matter. No matter how much you master the body, it will fail you. Not because you did something wrong, but not because you didn't train hard enough, or eat well enough, or meditate deeply enough. It will fail you because it was always supposed to. That is the final truth of embodiment. You will die. And ironically, that's what gives your choices meaning. What makes your voice powerful is that one day it will stop. What makes love beautiful is that one day it will end. What makes self-actualization necessary is that you won't have forever. The body is finite. But the universe inside of you, the curiosity, the wonder, the desire to create, that is infinite. That is the tension of the human experience. An eternal force in a dying vessel. You cannot control when this ride ends. You cannot rewrite the number of heartbeats you were given. But you can decide how those heartbeats are spent. Sometimes we are so busy surviving that we forget to ask the most important question. How is my body experiencing this moment? Are you experiencing joy? Are you breathing?
Are you eating with gratitude? Are you moving in a way that reflects your values? Or are you outsourcing your experience to anxiety, shame, and fear? You will never get this moment again. It is extremely important that you consciously check in with your body in the now and listen. Every human being must learn this truth. You are not responsible for the world. You are not responsible for the past. But you are responsible for how your body moves through the present. You are the author of your experience. Even in chaos, you choose your lens. Even in pain, you choose your pace. The Overman knows this. He knows that every day is a step closer to the final page, but instead of shrinking from it, he leans in. He scopes meaning with his breath. He turns his heartbeat into a battle cry. He makes his moments matter, not because he knows how the story ends, but because he knows that it will. So pause, breathe, ask yourself, how is my body experiencing life today? Because if you're not paying attention, you'll miss it. And the most tragic ending of all is not death. It's never truly living. Sex. We must approach sex with clarity, courage, and consciousness, because nothing reveals the tension between biology, society, and the self like sex does. At the biological level, sex exposes the infinite. Consider this. The average man produces approximately 1,500 sperm cells per second. A woman, by contrast, releases 1 egg per month. In a lifetime, a woman may release 300 to 500 sex cells. A man produces over 400 billion. That gap is not just biological, it's existential. It speaks to the sheer magnitude of differences in how the sexes are designed to experience sex. And yet, we've tried to write one rule book for all sexual relationships. Society has never made peace with this truth. Instead, it attempts to govern sexuality with shame, control, and outdated moral codes. Women are punished for owning their sexuality. Men are punished for expressing it. One is labeled a slut. The other is labeled a dog. Both are told they are broken, but neither are. Society is. This is why sexual discipline can never be externalized. It cannot be imposed by guilt, shame, religion, or law. It must be self-willed. For men especially, sexual discipline is about body mastery. There is no shortcut. Society cannot override biology. You cannot pray the gay or the porn away. You just made 12,000 sex cells in the time it took you to read this sentence. Of course, you think about sex in ways that women do not understand. But biology is not destiny. The Overman knows this. He does not let his body define him, but he does not deny it either. Women are asked to suppress their vulnerability under the illusion of equality. But the truth is, sex is inherently more vulnerable for women. That doesn't make them weak. It makes them powerful. It makes their choice sacred. It makes their autonomy non-negotiable. This is not an argument against sexual freedom. It's an argument for sexual wisdom. This is why conversations around abortion collapse, because they are rooted in power, not reality. The reality is, when a man and woman have sex and a pregnancy results, only one of those bodies is pregnant. The consequences, the changes, the danger, all belong to the woman. Society, religion, and law can shout all they want, but they cannot override biology. And no self-actualizing society should attempt to. The truth is simple, even if it's inconvenient. Men and women are biologically, psychologically, and sexually different in infinite ways. And until we accept that difference, truly accept it, we will continue trying to control each other. But what about trans people? I have no idea, and I don't pretend to. But the truth is simple, even if it's inconvenient. Men and women are biologically, psychologically, and sexually different in infinite ways. Trans people fit somewhere inside of infinity, whether you like it or not. But if we embrace it, if we honor it, then sex becomes not a power struggle, but a shared exploration. Not a game of shame and suppression, but a pathway to self-knowledge, mutual respect, and deeper connection. The Overman does not fear indifference. He studies it. He honors it. And most importantly, he does not lie about it. The average man produces 1,500 sex cells per second. The average woman releases 1 sex cell per month. That's just not a difference in biology. It's a difference in how your body interacts with sex at an atomic level. The male body can release millions of sex cells at once, and the rest of the body works perfectly fine. But when a woman releases one sex cell, her entire body responds to the release of that sex cell for nearly a week, every month, for half of her life. Over a lifetime, the male body generates billions of chances at reproduction. The female body releases hundreds. That gap is not just huge, it's infinitely wide. This is not just a cute factoid. This is the foundation of sexual reality. We must stop pretending that men and women are biologically designed to approach sex the same way. They are not. They are opposites by nature and necessity. Across cultures, religions, and sciences, male and female have always been placed at the poles of the spectrum, not because of ideology, but because of biology. And until we honor this truth, we will continue to build broken ideas around sex. When society ignores this, sex becomes about power. But when we face it honestly, sex becomes about exploration, about intimacy, about understanding the body through which universal consciousness is trying to express itself. That is the real goal. Not control, but discovery. Sex is a sacred space where we encounter the mystery of the body, ours and another's. And there's no one single right way to do it. There cannot be. How could there be when the gap between the male and female reproductive design is infinite? How could there be when consciousness is exploring these experiences through billions of unique forms? Monogamy, polygamy, polygyny, celibacy, sacred sexuality, casual pleasure. None of these frameworks are inherently right or wrong. What matters is awareness and consent. What matters is that each person finds the path that honors both their biology and their becoming. This is what society refuses to accept. And until it does, sex will remain a battlefield, when it was always meant to be a playground of self-discovery. There is only one known act in the universe through which consciousness is formed, and it is sex. For all our fear of artificial intelligence, all our technological mastery, not a single invention has yet to create the raw mystery of a self-aware being. Sex is not just pleasure. It is not just reproduction. It is the sacred fusion of matter and possibility. It is how the infinite makes another attempt at knowing itself. That makes it holy. Not in the religious sense, but in a raw, cosmic truth of what it unleashes. Every act of sex carries with it the potential to unlock a new path of awareness that the universe has never taken before. That is why sex will always be powerful. That is why sex will always matter. Not because we're weak or base or lustful, but because it is and remains the only doorway through which new consciousness enters the world. And we must never treat that casually. I know what it's like to be in a cult. I spent 13 years in one. At 24 years old, I became a church leader in a cult with nearly total control over people's lives. I was still in the cult myself, but that didn't stop the power from being real. People looked to me for answers for everything: where to live, when to marry, whether to have children, how much to give, how to think, how to feel, how to be. At 24 years old, I was seen as the voice of God, and that's when I learned one of the most dangerous truths about humanity. Most people have never been on the other side of power. But even deeper than that, most people don't want to. They don't want power. They want someone else to carry it, someone else to decide, someone else to blame. I used to think cults existed because corrupt leaders who seized control. But over time, I realized that cults also exist because people willingly hand their power over. And not just in cults. This plays out in politics, religions, relationships, even fandoms. People want someone to follow, someone to worship, someone to become the face of meaning so they don't have to wrestle with the chaos themselves. The dangerous truth isn't that humans seek idols. It's that humans need them. You can smash the idol, but you can't stop idolatry. It's not about the object, it's about the impulse. That deep psychological craving to surrender autonomy in exchange for certainty. That's the part of cults people don't understand. That there's always two sides to the illusion. The one who claims the throne and the crowd who builds it. That's what makes cults so effective.
The average person is desperate for purpose, desperate to belong, desperate for something bigger than themselves to answer the questions they've been scared to ask. Why am I here? What should I do with my life? Who do I trust? What happens when I die? And cults answer all of it. They hijack your desire for meaning. They provide you a script. They take away your uncertainty, your doubts, your existential dread, and replace it with rules, rituals, and certainty. But the price is consent. Cults hijack your consent, and most people don't even realize it's been stolen. Consent is more than just saying yes. Consent is the ability for your universal consciousness to freely engage with the world. It is your capacity to choose how yourself, your body, your mind, your meaning moves through this experience. When someone hijacks that, they're not just taking your freedom, they are suppressing the creative force of the universe as it flows through you. And that's the real violence. Cult leaders know how to short circuit your nervous system. They know how to flood your body with fear. They use shame, guilt, isolation, divine threats, and social exile to create compliance. They get you to obey before you think. They prey on your biology, on the same survival systems meant to keep you alive. The very body made to experience life becomes a prison for someone else's belief. That's why this section belongs in the body chapter. Because cults are not just a war on the mind. They are a war on your nervous system. And it works. Your breathing changes. Your stress hormones spike. You become afraid of your own thoughts. Fear gets into your muscle, and suddenly, belief isn't something you hold. It's something that holds you. You see it now in modern politics. MAGA is the largest cult in America today. Not because of how they vote, but because of how they feel. They are not thinking. They are responding. Their nervous systems are not regulated. They are weaponized. They have been groomed to fear difference, complexity, nuance, and the unknown. The cult has hijacked their consent to think for themselves, but never forget, celebrities are a reflection of a society's values and principles. Donald Trump is not what's wrong with America. He is the manifestation of the American dream, and he is only as evil as the country that made it possible for a person like him to be considered for the position that he has.
Make no mistake. Every cult is a spiritual war against consent. It is the suppression of your body's ability to interpret reality for itself. The Overman must reclaim this consent. He must recognize when fear is not protection, but programming. When belief is not wisdom, but control, because no matter how good the script sounds, if it's not written by you, it's not your life. Cults aren't going anywhere. That might be hard to hear, but it's true. We like to think of cults as a fringe phenomenon, aberrations caused by manipulation, isolation, and abuse. But the truth is, cults are a natural byproduct of how human beings search for meanings. They've always been around since the ancient world, and back then, they weren't necessarily seen as a bad thing. A cult was just a group organized around shared beliefs, rituals, or devotion to a figure of force. It was neutral, a way for people to orient themselves in a confusing world, and maybe that was the point. Maybe the ancients understood something we forgot, that people are always going to make idols out of something. Always. It's built into our wiring. The chaos of existence is too much for most people to face alone. So they look for someone to follow, someone who seems sure, someone with answers, someone with charisma, which comes from the Greek word cherish, meaning gift or favor, often believed to be from the gods. That divine quality, that sense of destiny, that energy that makes people lean in and say, lead me. So when we talk about cults, we need to move beyond the cartoon version, the one where brainwashed followers in robes drinking Kool-Aid. We need to understand that cults are a mirror of a deeper truth. People want direction. They want clarity. They want leadership. Not everyone, but most. And so cults, like governments, religions, fandoms, and political movements, are expressions of that desire. The desire to be told where to go, what to do, and who to be. That's why I think it's time we reframe how we talk about cults. Instead of pretending that we can get rid of them, we need to ask better questions. What is a good cult? What is a bad cult? How do we recognize the difference? Because at the end of the day, the difference isn't size or even devotion. It is the ethics of the leadership, the integrity of the message, and the freedom people retain while they're being guided. If you're stepping into leadership in this era, especially bold, radical, visionary leadership, you need to understand this. People are going to idolize you.
You don't even have to ask for it. They will project their need for meaning onto you. They'll hand you their nervous system, their minds, their emotions. And if you're not careful, you'll start to believe the fantasy too. That you are the answer, that you're different, that you deserve their devotion. That's when it gets dangerous. Because the moment you exploit that idolatry, you hijack people's bodies, literally. Their fight or flight responses, their trauma patterns, their sense of self. And that's not spiritual. It's neurological. That's what happens when universal consciousness meets human vulnerability in a world full of chaos. So no, cults aren't going anywhere. The question is, will we learn to lead with awareness? Will we create spaces where people can belong and be guided without losing themselves? Because leadership isn't just about vision. It's about restraint. It's about resisting the temptation to become the God that they want you to be and choosing instead to remind them they are the ones with power. They just simply forgot. That's why consent is one of the most sacred concepts that we have. Not just in sex, but in every area where power, influence, and the body intersect. Consent requires awareness, and most people are not fully aware of what's happening in their bodies. Their heart rate spikes, their breathing shifts, their muscles tighten, and they don't know why. Stress, fear, attraction, shame, desire, manipulation. These things are physiological even before they're conscious. And when people can't name what's happening, they can't protect themselves from it. That's when others can step in and hijack their nervous systems. They can override the signals, rewire the story, rewire the wheel. You see this most clearly in sex. That's why sex is such a sacred, dangerous, and powerful space. When someone can control your body, your pleasure, your pain, your nervous system, they can control your sense of reality. And that's why so many cults revolve around sex. Because if someone can manipulate your body and your search for meaning at the same time, they can trap you in a feedback loop that feels like love, like truth, like destiny, but it's really just control. That's why consent must be more than just saying yes or no. It must include a deep internal awareness. Do I know what I'm feeling? Do I know why I'm saying yes? Am I acting from fear, from confusion, from a frantic desire to be seen or chosen? Or am I fully here, aware, grounded, free? As we move forward, as a society, as leaders, as creators of meaning, we need to build cultures that prioritize not just freedom, but embodied freedom. The kind of freedom that begins in the body, the kind that says you are your own breath, you are your own heartbeat, you are your own yes, and you are your own no. And if you're in a position of influence, you need to recognize when someone is handing you more than just their attention. They may be handing you their nervous systems. They may be giving you access to their body without even realizing it. And if you take advantage of that, you are not leading, you are violating. Even if they say yes, even if they begged for your guidance. That's why we must rethink leadership, rethink fandom, rethink influence, because in a world where people are desperate for meaning, the moment someone shows confidence, vision, charisma, people will begin to idolize them. It's not always about manipulation. Sometimes it's about need. That doesn't make leadership bad, but it does make it heavy. It makes it sacred. And any leader who fails to recognize that, who ignores the physiological, emotional vulnerabilities of their followers, is not just irresponsible. They are dangerous. So no, cults aren't going anywhere. But baby, that's not the problem. The problem is unconsciousness. The problem is the lack of consent, real, embodied, informed consent. The kind that protects both the follower and the leader. Because leadership is not just about having the answers. It's about protecting the questioner. It's about standing at the edge of people's devotion and saying, go home. Don't worship me. Learn to listen to your own body. Learn to follow your own soul. I'm not telling you something I heard. I'm telling you something I lived. Before my 26th birthday, I walked away on my own free will from all the power in the world. And I've dedicated my remaining time to telling people about the wickedness that takes place in Thomas Kip McKean's cults. I've used the tactic of cult leaders to destroy cults and lead their followers to better leaders. And yes, sometimes that means me. Because at the end of the day, we're all searching for something to believe in. And in that search, we'll give ourselves away 1,000 times to gods, to gurus, to lovers, to movements. But the real work of evolving humanity is learning to give ourselves consciously, not out of fear, not out of confusion, but from a place of power, presence, and truth. That's the only way forward, not by pretending we can live without idols, but by teaching others how to recognize when we're making them and how to remain free even in the presence of devotion. The body is where everything begins. Before thought, before belief, language, there's breath, sensation, tension, pulse. It is through the body that we first encounter the world. It is through the body that the world often takes hold of us through touch, trauma, beauty, pain, desire, and control. That is why to know your body is to begin reclaiming your life. To ignore the body is to become vulnerable to hijacking from cults, from culture, or from anyone who knows how to speak the language of your nervous system better than you do. The body is not just flesh. It's memory. It's emotion. It's your relationship to power, to safety, to freedom. And in a society built on manipulation, shame, and distraction, the most radical act is to come home to your body with awareness, with gentleness, and with fierce and holy consent. Because your body is not a machine. It is not a weapon. It is not a commodity. It is a sacred interface between you and the universe. And until you learn to listen to it, to honor it, to trust it, someone else will always be waiting to use it for their agenda. So reclaim your body, not just as a vessel, but as a voice, as a boundary, as a compass, as a guide. The world may try to own you, your name, shape you, but this body is yours. And it's time you remember that. The environment. The environment is everything you were born into. It is the context of your existence, the air you breathe, the land beneath your feet, the systems you're raised in, the family you inherit, the beliefs that surround you, and even in the silence of a room that tells you what not to say. It is both external and internal, seen and unseen. Society is a part of your environment, but it's not the whole thing. The distinctions between them matter because society is optional. The environment is inescapable. Environment is the stage. Society is the script. Environment includes all the forces acting on yourself from the moment you come into being. Some are natural, climate, geography, biology, death. Others are personal, family, trauma, nutrition, access. Still others are societal. But society itself is a human invention. It is part of the environment constructed by the other selves. Language, religion, race, gender norms, economies, education systems. These are human-made tools meant to organize meaning and behavior. But here's the twist. Your moment in history determines how much of your environment is man-made. A human born in 100,000 BCE had no laws, no governments, no clocks, no capitalism, no caste system. Their environment was raw nature and tribal instinct. A human born in 2025 is delivered into a world where almost everything they experience is touched, coded, and filtered by human society. Cities have replaced forests. Screens have replaced silence. The stories of the dead shape how the living see themselves. Time is a key ingredient in understanding the environment. The more society expands, the more it feels the environment, layering artificial meaning over natural experience. This is why society often feels like fate, because the longer it lasts, the more it's mistaken for nature. But society is not nature. It is the memory of past selves pretending to be truth. The Overman sees this. He sees that his birth and time was not a choice, but his interpretation of it is. He understands that society is not reality. It's one layer of it. And that the environment is not static. It is always shaping and being shaped. Most people live their lives reacting to the environment without ever seeing it. The Overman learns to observe, deconstruct it, and when necessary, rebuild it. Environment is the self's first teacher. Before you speak a word, before you have a name, you are interpreting the world around you. The womb itself is your first environment. Sound, warmth, rhythm. Then you emerge into light, air, touch, and time. You don't come into this world with ideas. You come into this world with senses. And from that very first moment, your body is absorbing the conditions of existence: temperature, tone, presence, absence. Your earliest cries are a negotiation with the environment. I am here. Will the world respond? And this is not a question of language, but of meaning. You are already making meaning before you understand what meaning is. This is where universal consciousness begins to dance with the physical. It looks at what is: a room, a face, a sound, and it begins to wonder, what could it be? This is why the environment is not just a container, it's a canvas. A toddler doesn't see a stick. They see a magic wand, a sword, a staff, a blanket becomes a cape. The mundane becomes myth. The self does not passively exist in the environment. It plays with it, shapes it, assigning it value. This is where the creative force of humanity begins, in the environment. We are meaning makers precisely because we are born into a world that means nothing until we say what it means. You are given a body, a home, a family, a name. Then you are told what those things are, but you decide what they become. And yet, environment is also an inheritance. You were born into a moment in time. You do not get to choose it, but it shaped you. This is why time and history must be considered part of the environment. A person born in 1812 will not see the world the same way as someone born in 2020 does. One inherits candles and carriages. The other inherits climate change and Instagram. Your place and time is part of your environment. You are a single chapter of a much longer story. The dirt you stand on was walked by people you'll never meet. The language you speak was shaped by mouths long dead, and the culture you carry will be passed to others whether you want it to or not. This is the paradox of the self. On one hand, the universe is seen entirely through your eyes. You are the protagonist of reality, but on the other hand, you are not the center. You are part of the environment, just like everyone else. You are the world trying to know itself. And eventually, you will become part of someone else's world. You will become someone else's environment. Your presence, your absence, your words, your choices will all echo beyond you. This is where the first seeds of society are planted. When the self realizes, I'm not just in the environment, I am part of the environment for others. That awareness is the beginning of ethics, cooperation, collective consciousness. But it begins with recognizing the sacred interplay between self and setting. The environment is not something you escape or master. It is something you must see clearly, because only when you understand the world you inherit can you decide what kind of world you will leave behind. Time. Time is a part of your environment even if you can't see it, especially because you can't see it. You are born into a moment, one you did not choose, and that moment becomes the lens through which the rest of reality is shaped. When we talk about time, we're not just talking about clocks and calendars. We're talking about the era in which you exist, the historical, technological, moral, and social context that frames how you understand the world and how the world understands you. If I took your exact DNA, your same family, your same body, and dropped you in the year 1300 instead of the year 2000, you would be a different person. Not because you chose to be, but because the environment chose for you. Time is not just something you live in. It is something that shapes what you can imagine, what you can access, and what you believe is possible. And that means that time shapes who you become. We often talk about the self as the central point of the universe, but time humbles that truth. Time showed you that even though everything flows through your eyes and is shaped by your story, you are also a small part of a bigger one. You are the past, arriving in the present, on its way to becoming the future. You are not just shaped by history. You will become someone else's history. Time is the only environment you are born into and responsible for. It's not just the backdrop, it's the bridge, and that bridge scares people. That's why many selves try to drag others back in time. If the future is uncertain, then the past feels safe. It is set. The winners have already won. The hierarchies are established. So when some people scream, "Make America Great Again," what they're really saying is, take me back to a time where people who look like me were already on top. They don't want to walk into the unknown. They want to recreate the known, because if the past rewarded their kind, they believe imitating the past will reward them too. But that is the fatal flaw. The past is not coming back. The past was not better. It was just familiar. And for those who benefited from the systems of the past, progress feels like loss. Equality feels like erosion. So they try to freeze time through policies, ideologies, and narratives that glorify eras where their kind rule. But the Overman sees this for what it is. Fear. Regression is the death of evolution. Clinging to the past is not tradition, it's spiritual stagnation. That's why time must be understood not as a nostalgic story, but as a living force. One that pulls the self forward if you let it, or crushes the self in place if you don't. History matters, not because it flatters us, but because it tells us the truth about what shaped us. If you don't understand the time you were born into, you don't understand your environment. And if you don't understand your environment, you will mistake nostalgia for purpose and comfort for destiny. Time is the only environment that touches all other parts of the matrix. It shapes society's norms, the body's development, and the unknown's possibilities. The very fact that we can imagine a future is proof that the self was meant to evolve. You are not born to recreate the past. You were born to shape the future. But you cannot do that if you are owned by someone else's memory. So understand this: time does not wait for anyone, but it does work through everyone. Every belief you hold, every decision you make, every child you raise will ripple into a future you will never see. This is why time is sacred, because it proves that even if your life is small, your impact is not. That makes time the only environment you are both born into and responsible for. Time doesn't just create context, it creates contrast. A 6-year-old who believes that all races are equal has a better moral compass than the founding fathers of the United States. Not because she's smarter, but because her environment has evolved. Her history class, her community, her access to media and moral discourse, it's all built on the labor and learning of those who came before. She is the proof that time can elevate the self, but only if the environment is built to do so. This is why history matters, not as a subject to memorize, but as a foundation of perspective. If you do not know the time you were born into, you do not know yourself, because time determines the rules of the game you are playing, even if that game is unfair. Time sets the technological limits, the societal values, the moral assumptions, the beauty standards, the dominant ideologies. You do not step into a blank canvas. You are dropped into a moving train. And from your first breath, you are learning to interpret and survive an environment that was built before you arrive. That is why environment is the invisible hand. It is always shaping you through climate, through systems, through education, through culture, but perhaps most insidiously through time. You don't notice it because you're swimming in it. But try telling a child born in 2040 that gender is binary, or that black people are inferior, or that marriage must look one way forever, and you will see that even bigotry has an expiration date when time is involved. Time is also what connects the rest of you to humanity. Every person you meet is born into a different time, either by age or mindset. And they bring that time with them. That means you are not just navigating personalities. You are navigating worldviews shaped by errors they emerge from. To truly understand others, you must understand their time. And to truly shape the future, you must understand your own. You may think you are living in the now, but you are also living in the echoes of the past and in the soils of the future. Time doesn't just shape the environment. It shapes your imagination. It shapes what you think is worth building or preserving or destroying. And that's why it must be seen for what it is, not just as the passage of moments, but as the scaffolding of meaning. Space. Space is more than where you are. It is where your consciousness is allowed to go. In the past, space was physical. Your world was your village, your field, your neighborhood. But today, space is also digital. Screens have become portals. We don't just live in the world anymore. We log into it. Physical space still matters. The temperature you live in, the city you were raised in, whether you were born in a war zone or a beach town, these things shape you. If your neighborhood has sirens instead of bird songs, cracked pavements instead of grass, that will shape how your nervous system develops, how your fear forms, how your hope stretches. Space teaches your body what to expect from life and what not to. If you grow up surrounded by beauty and safety, you are more likely to believe those things are normal. If your space teaches you to flinch, then flinching becomes your norm. But the digital age has altered the rules. You can be in your room and still be somewhere else. Twitter becomes your battlefield, Instagram your therapy, Reddit your teacher.
The space your body is in can be peaceful while your mind is warring in a toxic echo chamber. The physical space can offer you calm, but your digital space can destroy your mental health before you even leave bed. This is why the concept of space must evolve. In the digital age, self-leadership means environmental awareness across both planes, physical and digital. Where you are and where you are going when your fingers swipe across the screen. Our digital space is not passive, it's curated. You build the algorithm and the algorithm builds you. This is why we are losing ground in culture, because bad faith actors are dominating digital space while good people are still trying to escape into physical space alone. You can't do that anymore. If you want to shape the future, you must master both. You must lead in both, and you must recognize that digital space is real space. Echo chambers are real environments. Cyberbullying is real trauma. Digital manipulation is real oppression. Space doesn't need to touch your skin to scar your soul. Leaders of this next era must build systems of truth, empathy, and exploration inside of both types of spaces. They must confront the culture of scrolling, the numbness of overstimulation, and the disembodiment of screens. They must help others return to the body, not by rejecting technology, but by mastering it. The disembodiment of screens refers to the way our digital experience separates us from our physical bodies and physical presence. When we engage deeply with screens, whether on phones, computers, or TVs, our attention, awareness, and even emotional energy are pulled away from our body and immediate environment. In practice, it looks like this. You forget your body is there. You scroll for hours and not realize you're hungry, tired, or uncomfortable. You stop listening to your physical cues. Your identity becomes more mental than physical. Online, you can curate your appearance, control how others see you, and present a version of yourself that doesn't always reflect your embodied reality. Your nervous system responds to non-physical threats. An argument in the comment section can trigger your fight or flight response. Your body reacts like you're in danger, even though you're in your room alone. Your sense of time and space distorts. Hours pass without movement. You might be physically surrounded by nature or family, but mentally, you're deep in online drama or anxiety loops. Disembodiment makes it easier for people to avoid the present moment, disconnect from physical needs and relationship, and be manipulated by digital stimuli because their emotional responses aren't grounded in physical cues. It's not inherently evil, but it is dangerous if unchecked. If the body is where the Overman experiences and conquers reality, then disembodiment is how the self becomes vulnerable to illusion, numbness, and manipulation. This is how the Overman operates, not by hiding from the digital age, but by seizing its potential. If the enemy builds cults of disinformation on TikTok, we build battlegrounds of meaning. If the self can be shaped by a meme, it can be liberated by a message. If the digital space is now where people live, then the Overman must move in, not to dominate, but to lead. Because if we do not lead the future of space, someone else will. And they will shape it in their own meaning, while the rest of us are left scrolling in ruins. Before society ever touches you, before you have a name that strangers recognize, before you know what a nation is or what love means, there is family. It is your first world, your first mirror. It is the first system you are born into and tells you who you are long before you can decide for yourself. Your family shapes your identity, your place in the hierarchy, what is expected of you, how much you're allowed to feel, to speak, to dream. It is the blueprint for how you will see society. A child raised in an oppressive home will likely accept oppression in the world. A child raised in love will search for it, even in the wrong places. The problem is, many children don't get raised. They get controlled. They get managed. They get shaped into what parents need them to be, rather than being guided into who they are becoming. And that failure of love, of curiosity, of consciousness, leaves scars. One of the great tragedies of modern society is that we do not see children as members of the family, but as possessions of it. They are told where to go, what to do, what to be, and most devastatingly, who they are. No questions asked, no agency allowed. We treat children like extensions of adults' fear rather than reflections of human potential. But here's the truth. Your child is literally you. 50% of their DNA is your DNA. Every child you procreate is a manifestation of yourself. That's not a poetic statement. Genetically, spiritually, psychologically, your child is a mirror. They reflect everything you like, everything you haven't healed. So when you neglect your child, when you silence or shame them, when you grow annoyed with them for needing what you never learned to give, you are not parenting, you are projecting. Never raise someone you're going to hate. And the easiest way to do that is to love them enough to become better than you were yesterday. This is why generational trauma is so dangerous. Because when identity is formed in dysfunction, the child must rebel against the family to find themselves. For many, the path to meaning begins with breaking the scripts they were given at birth. But not every child survives that. Some find gangs, some find cults. Some find predators. And when children grow up without identity, without purpose, without a clear sense of belonging or belief, they become easy targets. Easy to manipulate, easy to mold, easy to break. We must also remember this. A child's brain is not fully developed until well into their 20s. Their sense of morality, conscience, and logic is forming in real time. What they learn is not just what you teach, it is who you are. That's why parenting isn't about control. It's about guidance. It's about creating a space where universal consciousness can safely express itself through a young body without fear of rejection, ridicule, or rage. But family is not just about children. It's not just about raising good kids and passing on traditions. Family is society before society. It is the very first stage in which human consciousness learns to locate itself within infinity. And for that reason, every role within the family is crucial. We live in a world shaped by patriarchy, and whether biologically hardwired or culturally reinforced, children look to their father for direction, identity, and orientation. A father gives a name. A father proposes marriage. A father's words shape the child's earliest understanding of authority and truth. When a father is absent, that absence is not neutral. It's disorienting. It is like throwing a child in the vastness of the cosmos, expecting them to chart their own stars without a compass. This is the soul of the fatherlessness crisis in America. And while some insist there's no excuse for not being present in your child's life, the truth is far more complex. Our legal systems actively incentivize single motherhood, not to empower women, but to divide and destabilize the poor. It is a calculated sabotage, especially against Black families and working class families built to fracture generational strength. And so, the burden of stability often falls unfairly on the mother. In a historical system where women have been socially tasked with nurturing, grounding, and caregiving, a mother is more than a parent. She is the child's first experience of safety. She is the interface between the newborn and the environment, the self a child attaches to, the soul who affirms you belong here. And still, even beyond mother and father, siblings matter deeply. Siblings are where you first encounter difference. They are the first other we must live with, argue with, forgive, compete with, defend. They are the beginning of how we learn society. Family is not just for childhood. It is the lifelong support system designed to help you navigate this brief, bewildering existence with people who know you at your core. Your family, chosen or biological, is supposed to anchor your self-actualization. It's the first place where you are seen, where you are named, where your infinite self is reflected back to you. When that system breaks down, when fathers disappear, when mothers are left unsupported, when siblings turn into strangers, then identity frays, spirit fractures, and the self becomes vulnerable to manipulation by power-hungry systems. There's a reason the narcissist loves a broken family. Because when you do not know who you are easier to control. This is why family is sacred. Not because it fits some moral mode, but because it is the first constellation of meaning in an infinite sky. And if we are to build better societies, we must take family making seriously. We must see family as one of the most urgent, spiritual, and practical acts a person can participate in, because a well-loved child grows into an adult whose spirit is much harder to conquer. There's no one way to build a family. Some children will be raised by single parents, by extended families, by LGBTQ+ couples, by chosen families. What matters is not the structure, but the spirit. The greatest question a family must ask is this: are we preparing this child to build a better world or just survive ours? Because family is not just where the self is born. It is where the first worldview is installed. And if we want to build better societies, we must start by building better families that do not crush the consciousness of children before it's even had a chance to bloom. If family is the world before the world, then loyalty is the first language we are supposed to learn. But in America, that language has been corrupted. In a culture of hyper-individualism, competition, and self-interest, loyalty has become transactional. Commitment has become optional. Trust is something we rarely see and not something we naturally give. And this breakdown didn't start in the streets. It started in the home. Children don't just inherit biology. They inherit belief. They learn what loyalty looks like by watching whether parents show up for each other. They learn commitment by watching whether adults in their life keep promises or just make threats. They learn trust not through lectures, but through consistency, through presence, through small, silent moments where a child knows, I am safe here. I am loved here. I am never alone. We live in a society where people leave at the first sign of disagreement, where trust is brittle and commitment is fleeting. And the root of that fracture is the failure to teach loyalty as a sacred practice. Loyalty isn't just about blind obedience. It's about unshakable connection. It's about having someone's back, not because they're perfect, but because they're yours, because they're family, because their humanity is worth fighting for. Every person should know that feeling, that my people have me no matter what. Not because I performed, not because I'm successful, but because I'm theirs. If your family isn't teaching you that, then they aren't teaching you family. This isn't about money. It's about spirit. You can be poor and still raise children who know they are rich in spirit. You can struggle and still instill strength. What matters most is that a person walks into society knowing if I fall, I won't fall alone. This is what creates courage. This is what gives birth to visionaries, to overmen and overwomen. Not wealth, not privilege, but rootedness. A knowing deep in the bones that you come from something real. And no matter what the world says, there are people who will stand with you until the end. Loyalty doesn't mean defending wrong. It means not abandoning someone while they're still learning how to be right. That's what we need more of. Not shallow slogans about family values, but actual families who show value, who show what value looks like through loyalty, trust, through commitment, not just to each other, but to the future we are building through our families. Society is the greatest story ever told. And like all great stories, it begins with a question. Who are we? But society doesn't ask that question the way a single self does. A self can wonder, weep, can wrestle with its own contradictions in silence. A society must answer it aloud. It must proclaim itself in law, in language, in architecture, in anthem. It must create rituals, symbols, punishments, and reward. It must assign value to bodies, define roles, name enemies, canonize myth, and call it normal. That's society's first sin, the illusion of normal, as if billions or millions or thousands or hundreds of cells, infinite in experience and variation, could ever be contained by a single code of conduct. But society is not built to hold the infinite. Society is built to function. And in that function, the infinite must be shaped, curved, contained, organized, sometimes inspired, often weaponized. Because society, for all its institutions and ideals, it's just a mirror held up to the collective self. And a mirror, no matter how clean, cannot reflect what the light refuses to touch. So it reflects what it's taught to reflect. And it repeats what it's taught to repeat. And in doing so, it either liberates or limits. That is the tension at the heart of all civilizations. A war between the selves who want to be free and the selves who need control. And that war is not ancient. It's now. It's coded into policy. It's echoed in protests. It's buried in budgets and stitched into school curriculums. It's a quiet war. Behind the loud noise of daily life, most people do not see this war. They are too close to it, too bound to the norms they were born into to ever question them.
That's what makes society so powerful. It convinces you it is reality, when it is only a framework built by other cells, most of whom are long dead, some of whom were never even worthy of the power they had. Yet, their ideas live on in laws, in lies, in legacies. This is what we inherit. So let us begin again, not with what society is, but with what it was meant to be. Not with who it serves, but who it should elevate. Not with the myth of civilization, but with the truth of power. That whoever shapes the framework shapes the future. And that it's time for a new kind of self to pick up the pen. This is the war for the soul of society. And it's not fought with armies. It's fought with influence. It's not waged with violence, though violence may come. It is waged with vision, because whoever shapes the story of society shapes the soul of society. And at every level of human history, that story has been shaped by a ruling class. Whether kings or capitalists, priests or politicians, there have always been those who rise to the top, not just of wealth, but of meaning itself. And once they rise, they do what all egos do. They bend the story of society to fit themselves. This is what narcissists do. This is what manipulators do. This is what cowards with power always do. They make the world their mirror, and then they call it law. They do not lead. They step in front of. They're not builders. They're gatekeepers. And the greatest threat to them is not rebellion. It's liberation. This is why they fear the Overman. Because the Overman does not seek power for pleasure. The Overman seeks power for the people. He does not bend reality to self. He bends self to reality until both become something greater. He does not need attention. He needs transformation. She does not demand worship. She demands that you awaken. On the surface, the narcissist and the Overman look exactly the same. Both are bold. Both command attention. Both carry the kind of confidence that make weaker selves lean in and follow without question. Both possess grand visions of the future, and both genuinely believe they are more intelligent than most people around them. But what separates them is not what they say, it's what they serve. The narcissist only serves himself. His charisma is a weapon. His leadership is performance. He does not seek truth. He seeks control. He does not build to be surpassed. He builds to be remembered. He is obsessed with glory because he is terrified of being forgotten. His every action is aimed at dominating the present because he has no faith in the future. He leads from fear of others, fear of change, and fear of the unknown. But the Overman, he too is confident, even audacious. But his confidence does not come from ego. It comes from alignment, knowing he is the master of his body. He sees himself as a part of something greater. He leads because if he doesn't, manipulators will. He manipulates only because he was born into a world where truth no longer moves people, where simplicity doesn't win elections, where justice is too slow. So he learns to speak the language of liars. But he never becomes one. He bends reality, but he never breaks the soul. He gains power, but to spread it. He seeks legacy, not glory, because glory dies with the body, but legacy belongs to the infinite. Understand this. The Overman is not born pure. He was forged in the same systems that built the narcissist. He has been raised in a society where power is gained through performance, not principle, where righteousness is laughed at and manipulation is rewarded. So if he is arrogant, it is because humility cannot survive in the arenas he's forced to enter. If he is bold, it's because quiet men never make it to the top of broken societies. If he's strategic, it's because he has to be. The Overman is what happens when the best of us are born during the worst of times. And because of that, he will always look like those who came before him, but he will feel different. He will treat you differently. He will awaken something in you, something real, something noble, something infinite. That's how you know. Because the narcissist needs you to follow him. The Overman wants you to become. The Overman is not the opposite of the narcissist. He's the evolved form of him. Same boldness, same vision, same audacity, but actualized. refined, grounded in something real, not self-obsession, self-mastery. And this is why over men and over women are rare, because in a society ruled by egos, authenticity is rebellion. In a world shaped by fear, courage is dangerous. And in a framework where only the manipulative survive, the honest will be crucified. But the overman comes anyway. He rises because oppression demands it. She rises because lies have gone unchecked for too long. They rise because when manipulators gain power, society creates its own medicine. Selves who were born to liberate others. I'm from the United States of America, a country where narcissists, racists, liars, and manipulators have led for most of history. That's not hyperbole. That's historical fact. And what people need to understand is that if over men and over women do not rise soon, they may not be able to rise at all, because when lies rule long enough, truth becomes impossible to recognize. And when manipulation dominates the culture, sincerity becomes weakness. That is the world the narcissists are building. One where the line between performance and reality dissolves, and the only thing left to follow is the loudest voice in the room. So while some may struggle with the fact that the overman resembles the narcissist, uses similar tools, walks with the same confidence, speaks with the same clarity, they must realize that the window for redemption is closing. The longer the narcissists stay in charge, the harder it will be for truth to breathe. And if you are one of the few called to rise, to lead, to carry the weight of others' awakening, you must come now, because soon there will be nothing left but noise. You will know the difference between the two and how they use power. The narcissist hoards it. The overman multiplies it. The narcissist demands loyalty. The overman earns it. The narcissist needs control to feel safe. The overman needs freedom to feel alive. The narcissist surrounds himself with weaker selves. The overman awakens the strength in others and thrives in competition. The narcissist creates hierarchy to stay on top. The overman creates systems to lift others up. The narcissist's vision ends with himself. His future is always built in his image. His legacy is a monument to his ego, not a gift to the world. He doesn't want change. He wants control. He doesn't want truth. He wants submission. He doesn't want to lead. He wants to be obeyed. But the overman knows that control is an illusion, that no one can be in the universe too long without eventually being broken by it. So instead, the overman listens. He learns. He evolves. He leads with vision, not vanity. She builds what she is willing to die for. They create not to be worshipped, but to be outgrown. And this is how you will know them. The narcissist builds a world that needs him. The overman builds a world that doesn't. But why must the overman rise? Because we have lived in narcissistic societies for generations. Our governments, our corporations, our churches, they have been shaped by insecure egos wearing the mask of leadership. Men who could not master themselves, so they chose to master others. Women who were denied selfhood, so they learned to survive through manipulation. Selves who inherited broken power and passed it on unchanged. This is the origin of oppression, not strength, but weakness masked as dominance. Not clarity, but confusion weaponizes ideology. Not truth, but performance. And when societies are shaped by centuries of this kind of leadership, the overman is not an anomaly. He is a necessity. He is not born from comfort. She is not born from privilege. They are forged in contradiction, raised in systems that did not see them, made in the fire of the injustice they were forced to survive. Because when power is hoarded long enough, consciousness creates those who can hold it better. This is why they must rise. Not because they are perfect, not because they are chosen, but because they are ready. They do not come to preserve society. They come to remake it, and they don't need your permission. Power does not exist in a vacuum, though. Even the most controlling tyrants and the most visionary overmen are still at their core products of society. They are shaped by it. They rise through it, and most importantly, they are empowered by it. Society is not just ruled by the loudest voice or the most dominant personality. It's ruled by who the people collectively decide to listen to. This is the truth that no one wants to admit. Every person in power is only there because others gave them that power. It doesn't matter if they gained their power through charm, brilliance, fear, or manipulation. What matters is that we followed. Even a dictator, no matter how brutal, only stays in power with the silent obedience of millions who choose to obey rather than resist. A cult leader needs followers. A tyrant needs a crowd. A narcissist needs applause. Even an Overman, no matter how gifted, must be recognized to be effective. This is the mirror society must learn to face. Because we focus so heavily on the rulers, the presidents, the billionaires, the celebrities, the thinkers, the 1% of the 1%, but rarely do we interrogate the soil that produced them. And that soil is us, the followers, the voters, the consumers, the students, the viewers, the believers. Every idol we crown is an expression of our collective values. Every ruler we elevate reflects what society tolerates, what it rewards, and what it chooses to see. So before we judge the ruling class, we must examine our own consent. Because power only functions through agreement, silent or spoken. And at any moment, we can withdraw that consent. We can stop voting for narcissists. We can stop idolizing manipulators. We can stop funding the empires of people who do not believe in our freedom. But that requires courage. That requires discernment. That requires knowing what kind of leader you're actually following and what kind of future they're actually building. Because Overmen and narcissists often look exactly the same. Both are confident. Both are bold. Both seem destined for greatness. But one is playing for legacy and the other is addicted to glory. One wants to awaken the greatness in others. The other needs everyone else to remain small. One is a leader. The other is just a spotlight addict with a podium. Both are seeking to get to the top of society to shape it. And the only difference that truly matters is who gave them the mic. Society is only as strong as the selves who shape it. Everything then hinges on who those selves are. Not in theory, not in textbook, but in flesh, blood, and legacy. Every law, every custom, every system we inherit is a reflection of the ruling class that created it. And in America, that ruling class is not mythical. It was real. It had names. It owned slaves. It wrote poetry about liberty while choking the life out of it. These men, called founding fathers, designed a nation in their image. And that image was not equality. It was ownership. It was control. It was hierarchy masquerading as a republic. And while their statues still stand, their values are buried beneath centuries of blood, resistance, and legal gymnastics. Because the truth is simple and dangerous. We cannot build a free society on the bones of men who never believed in freedom for all. And yet, we've tried. We've tried to stretch their words beyond their vision, to decode justice from documents never meant from us. But that's not reformation. That's delusion. It's time to face the ruling class for what it was and decide once and for all what kind of ruling class will come next. See, society is supposed to be a guidance system, a structure meant to elevate the highest forms of humanity into leadership. But when corrupted selves get power, they don't use society to guide. They use it to control. They shape the laws to protect the fears. They build economies to feed their egos. They write histories to cover their shame. And then they turn around and tell you what civilization looks like. But no society built from fear can ever produce freedom. That's why the real question is not who runs society, but what kind of selves do we want running it? And how do we shape a society that ensures that those kind of selves rise to the top? Because there will always be a ruling class. The fight is not to erase it, but to evolve it. We must build systems where power flows to those with character, not charisma. Where status is measured by actualized faith, not accumulation. Where the person with the clearest moral compass, not the cleverest legal team, leads us into the future. This means abandoning the myth of equality. Not because equality doesn't matter, but because it was never the end goal. The fight for equality was always a fight for humanity. The demand was never to be equal in power, but equal in worth. What we need now is something more honest than equality. A society built on merit, meaning, and moral courage. A society where the law is neutral and leadership is earned, not inherited, bought, or stolen. You want to change the world? Change who the world listens to. Stop fighting the ruling class and become the kind of self worthy of ruling. Because until we rewrite the rules, power will always be a mirror of the self at the top. And if that self is small, scared, and self-obsessed, then so too will be the society it creates. But if that self is sovereign, self-aware, and led by faith, then we might actually get the society we've been dreaming of. Government. Government is not meant to control, it's meant to guide. At its highest function, government is society organizing itself to navigate the known while remaining open to the unknown. It is the structure we build to shape how power flows, how decisions are made, how resources are distributed, and how values are enforced. But in this framework, government is not some divine invention or permanent authority. It is a tool created by selves, shaped by their level of consciousness, their fears, their desires, and most dangerously, their assumptions about what they think they know. That's why no government can ever rise above the quality of the selves who build and manage it. And it's why the most dangerous governments are the ones that believe they already have all the answers. At its best, government should function as a compass, not a leash. A compass, not a cage, a living mechanism that helps a society move towards greater awareness of itself and greater alignment with the unknown forces of existence. In a world where the self is a dance between universal consciousness, the body, and the environment, the government must also exist to protect that dance, to preserve the space for it to unfold. It should protect the body from harm. It should ensure that the environments are not hijacked by narcissists or monopolized by elites. It should serve as the interface between what we know and what we do not understand, always adjusting, always adapting, always evolving as we evolve. But when governments are built by people who fear the unknown, when they mistake rigidity for safety and oppression for order, they stop serving the people and they start serving their own preservation. That is when government becomes religion. That is when policy becomes scripture. And that is when control disguises itself as civilization. Government, when done poorly, becomes a monument to human arrogance, a system that punishes new ideas because it fears what it cannot predict. That is not governance. That is decay. A government rooted in faith and not fear understands that the unknown is not the enemy. It is the canvas. It is the test. It is the only space where real human progress has ever emerged. And a society afraid of that space will always fall back into the arms of tyrants and traditions. Which is why the only governments worth building now are the ones that begin with humility, protect individual becoming, and are brave enough to admit, we do not know everything, but we are here to build a system that helps us learn. When government is no longer designed to protect the emergence of higher selves and it is instead used to enforce the ego of those in power, it ceases to be a government and becomes control. It becomes a system that confuses order with justice. It becomes a wall that cages the people while pretending to defend them. It becomes, in essence, what the United States of America has become. The United States Constitution. The Constitution of the United States is widely revered as one of the most influential governing documents in human history. But from the perspective of this framework, it is not sacred, it is insufficient. Not because it lacks intelligence, but because it lacks integrity. Not because it fails to create order, but because it was never designed to create justice. From the outset, the Constitution was drafted not to express the fullness of universal consciousness, but to contain it, to structure it in ways that only serve the few bodies in a very particular environment, namely white, wealthy, male landowners at a time in history where oppression was law and slavery was economy. This means that the document was not written from a place of matriarchal thinking. It was not designed to work from multiple perspectives. It was designed to deny perspective. It was drafted to silence. It was ratified to suppress. And while the Constitution does leave room for amendments, that is not enough, because what is broken is not the windows, it's the foundation. You don't fix a crack ideology by hanging better curtains. If we understand that the self is a dance between universal consciousness, the body, and the environment, then the Constitution must be evaluated on how it protects each of these, and it fails, often catastrophically, at all three. Universal consciousness demands the freedom to explore, to speak, to question, to dissent, to become. But the Constitution has never extended those freedoms equally. The very idea of inalienable rights only applied to the ruling class, those whose bodies fit within an acceptable range of race, wealth, gender, and belief. The body, especially the black body, the female body, the disabled body, was ignored or outright enslaved in the Constitution. It was dehumanized in writing, not metaphorically, literally. The 3/5 compromise turned human beings into fractions of society rooted in that kind of math. Will never produce wholeness. The environment, our evolving social and digital world, is nowhere to be found in the Constitution. It cannot account for climate collapse, AI, global connectivity, or information warfare. It was not built for a living world. It was built to preserve the status quo of a dying one. The Constitution is not a leap into the unknown. It is a safety net for men afraid of what universal consciousness might become in other bodies. It codified fear. It empowered fear. It weaponized fear into law. There is no faith in a Constitution that assumes freedom must be granted by man and not inherent to being. There is no faith in a government that checks power through bureaucracy instead of character. And there is no faith in a system that creates a Supreme Court with lifetime terms and then staffs it with slave owners and their ideological descendants. Yes, the Constitution allows for amendments. And yes, those amendments have moved us forward. But using the Constitution to fight for human rights is like patching bullet holes in a sinking slave ship. Amendments aren't evolutions. They are negotiations and compromises with white supremacists. They are often the bare minimum need to stop mass unrest, not the bold reimagining needed for collective flourishing. And that's why we're still fighting over originalism in the 21st century, because the founding document was never authored for a multiracial democracy. And if your society is still interpreting the sacred intentions of men who didn't believe black people were human or that women were capable of voting, your society is not free. It is haunted. Having the oldest constitution in the world isn't a flex. It's a red flag. It doesn't prove our strength. It proves our fear. It proves that we are so loyal to the past, we've stopped believing in the future. It shows that out of all countries in the world, we're the one most afraid of the present and the future, that we honor the imagination of slave owners instead of trusting our own, that we've mistaken preservation for progress. We are not revolutionaries. We are caretakers of ghosts. The Constitution is not holy. It is not eternal. It is a man-made structure. And anything man-made can be unmade. In this framework, everything evolves. Everything is in motion. Everything must eventually be reimagined. So why not government? Why not that document? We live in an age where knowledge has been democratized, where digital space is important as physical ones, where global crises demand visionary leadership, where consciousness is expanding, and with it, the moral expectations of society. And this sacred cow of American exceptionalism, the idea that the Constitution is the pinnacle of government, is not just outdated, it's in the fucking way. To create a society that allows humans to self-actualize, not just to obey, we need to start over. Not to erase the past, but to transcend it. Not to dishonor the courage of revolution, but to finish the work that was never truly begun. The Constitution was the beginning, but it cannot be the end. The United States is the country still obsessed with a document written by dead white supremacists, as if sacred texts can be authored by men who denied humanity of most of the people living around them. Let's stop pretending this is complicated, nigga. You cannot get equality from men who did not believe they were equal to the people around them. This is not a flaw in logic. It is the logic. That is the seed from which the entire American society have grown, and somehow in 2025, we are still trying to get nourishment from its poison fruit. The Constitution is not holy. The Constitution is not eternal. It's not even rational anymore. It is a piece of 18th century paper written by people who believe women were too emotional to vote, black people were 3/5 of a human beings, and native peoples were savages to be erased. These were not confused men of their times. These were cowards who compromised with evil and deified their own self-interest. Trying to get justice from the Constitution is like using a slave owner's manual to get equality. What do you expect to find? Justice in the margins? It's like building tomorrow with blueprints designed to keep you in the past. It's like asking a ghost for directions to the future. They don't know where you're going, and they never cared if you made it. Trying to get justice from the Constitution is like expecting the writings of a liar to be the final arbiter of truth. And yet, here we are, still using their words to survive, because that's the game that we've had to play in America. Manipulate the manipulators. Twist their words, use their language against them. Every right earned by black people, by women, by poor people, by immigrants, by the disabled, every single one has been clawed out of a system that was not designed to give it. And that's why we fight for, and that's why the fight for equality was always a Trojan horse. This is why cries of reverse racism from white people calling for their equality falls hollow. It wasn't really about being equal. It was about being recognized. It was about being seen. Equality was the only language the system understood, so we used it. But the truth is, none of us are equal. Not in body, not in access to consciousness, not in environment. And that's okay, because equality was never the real goal. The goal is liberation. The goal is authenticity. The goal is self-actualization for all selves, not just the ruling class. But how can a society pursue that when its foundation was laid by men who would rather die than share power? This is why America feels broken. Why the country feels spiritually exhausted, because we're still pretending that the ideals on the page match the people in power. We're still negotiating justice with cowards, wearing the mask of freedom. We're still building oppressive systems and branding them with words like liberty, peace, and order. The Constitution is the lie we keep living under. A map to freedom drawn by people who never wanted us to arrive. A document that wasn't built to evolve, it was built to exclude. And while amendments have allowed us to squeeze a little more justice out of it, we're still trapped in a rigged game, forced to fight the same fights over and over. But the truth is, we've outgrown this document. Not just politically, but spiritually. The founding fathers never imagined you reading this. They never wanted you empowered, never envisioned a world where your voice mattered, and yet here you are. That is the power of the Overman. That is the legacy of the oppressed. We keep coming. We keep rising. We keep surviving systems that were never built for us. We've been forced to be better than the narcissists. We've been forced to develop wisdom in the face of gaslighting. We've been forced to weaponize our clarity just to be seen. And now, no. We don't want a seat at the table. We're building a new table, because no matter how much you polish a broken blueprint, it will never build what it was not designed to create. America doesn't need another amendment. It needs a reckoning. It needs a reimagining. It needs to let go of its sacred lies and finally face the truth. You cannot write freedom in the law if you don't believe in the humanity of those reading it. And the men of the Constitution didn't. So why are we pretending that they did? This is why America will always be at odds with itself. Because the Constitution, the sacred text of American identity, was never written for 330 million people. It wasn't written for the black woman raising a family. It wasn't written for the native child trying to survive generational trauma. It wasn't written for the trans teen seeking protection. It wasn't even written for the poor white man who thinks that he's protected by whiteness, but isn't protected by wealth. It was written for a very small group of people, white, landowning men, and everything about it reflects that limited vision. The structure, the systems, the so-called checks and balances, they were all crafted to serve a narrow class of humanity while appearing universal. And so, as America grows, as it diversifies and expands, it finds itself in a constant identity crisis. Its past is always at war with its future. It is a battle between intention and evolution, between old power and emerging truth, between a blueprint meant to exclude and a population demanding to be included. And the cost of that tension is national chaos. This is why America feels schizophrenic. It wants to evolve, but it refuses to let go of its childhood. It wants to be a nation for all while worshiping the words of men who wanted it for a few. It's like watching a deeply unhealed person pretend that they've healed from their trauma. They'll tell you, I've changed, just like America does. We're not racist anymore. We're more inclusive now. We've made progress. That's what the narcissist says. I've changed, not because they've changed, but because they want you to stop holding them accountable. But the truth is, you cannot evolve while clinging to the architecture of your dysfunction. And that's exactly what the Constitution is. It is the architecture of America's original dysfunction, written with no foresight, no spiritual depth, no consideration that one day people who weren't white, wealthy, or men might read it and expect it to serve them. The founding fathers could not imagine us, and they didn't try. They didn't write that document expecting it to become the law of the land for immigrants, descendants of slaves, women, queer folks, indigenous nations, or the global diaspora now woven into the American fabric. They wrote it for themselves and people like them. We are still trying to retrofit our futures into their vision. No wonder nothing fits. We are using an unfit tool for a task it was never meant to accomplish. And then we get surprised when the tool breaks down. You cannot get justice from a document that never intended for you to exist. You cannot find unity in a foundation that was built to divide. So yes, America is powerful, but it is unhealed. It is exceptional, but it is also broken. It is rich, but is spiritually bankrupt. And until it faces its original lie, not just in museums and classroom bullet points, but in the very code that governs our society, it will never be free. Americans must stop asking, how can we preserve the Constitution, and start asking, what kind of world are we trying to build, and what kind of tools will it take to get there? Because no matter how sacred you make the past, if it cannot carry the future, then it must be replaced. The judicial branch. Once you accept that society is shaped by the cells at top, everything else falls into place. Once you understand that the architects of the United States were at best white supremacists and at worst liars with no moral compass beyond their own profit and power, it becomes clear that the judicial branch has always been and could ever be a tool for the ruling class. A white supremacist is not going to build a pathway to freedom for those who they see as inferior. A misogynist is not going to write laws that liberate women, and a liar will not create a system that honors truth. So why do we pretend that a constitution written by these very men could ever produce justice for anyone outside their caste? Why would people who weren't seeking truth put truth seekers on the bench? 30 of the first 34 Supreme Court justices owned slaves. Sit with that for a second. These men were charged with interpreting liberty, fairness, and due process. These men were deciding what justice looked like for everyone. These were the men who ruled on whether a corporation could be held accountable, whether a father deserved custody, whether a woman had agency over her body. These were the men entrusted with morality, and they believed you could own another human being. That alone should have delegitimized the judicial branch forever, but instead we doubled down. We built entire systems on the backs of these men's rulings. We constructed libraries around their interpretations. We call them honorable. We forced generations to call them justice, and now we live with the gaslight of it all, knowing in our guts that these courts are rigged, yet still pretending that they are sacred. We pretend that judges are impartial when we know that they're handpicked by partisan power brokers. We pretend that justice is blind while lawyers play a chess game where the rules shift for the rich. We pretend that access is equal, even though justice in America comes with a paywall. The courtroom is not a temple of fairness. It is a luxury service for those who can afford to fight back. The Constitution says nothing about lawyers, yet you cannot access the courts without one. That alone makes justice inaccessible. If your rights are violated, you must first pay for the right to defend them. You must pay to enter the court, pay to understand the rules, pay to hire someone fluid in language, intentionally designed to exclude you. And even after all of that, you still face a judge whose bias may be more dangerous than the original offense. The law is not neutral. The courts are not neutral. They never were. They were designed by a ruling class to protect the ruling class. They do not protect you. They protect power and only pretend to protect the people. That is their true function. And so we find ourselves in a contradiction. We can no longer ignore the branch of government we were taught to trust as the moral compass of the nation was forged in the hands of the most immoral men imaginable. The people interpreting justice were the same ones who denied it to millions, the ones who defined liberty were the ones who silenced it with chains. You would never invite these men to dinner. You wouldn't trust them with your children. You don't share their views, their ethics, or their vision of the world. And yet, the judges who decide the consequences of your life still rely on their words, still cite their intentions, still kneel before the original meaning of the Constitution drafted by men who believe in slavery, silence women, and feared the poor. We call it precedent. We call it tradition. But what it really is submission. Submission to a legacy of power that was never meant to include you. This is not reverence. This is regression. The judicial branch does not merely interpret law. It preserves the men. It preserves the ghost of men who wrote it, and we still call it democracy. The truth is, we cannot build an honest society on a lie this massive. We cannot call liars honorable and expect integrity to flow. We cannot entrust justice to men in any other context we would disqualify from jury duty. The judicial branch was poisoned at birth, and now it poisons everything it touches. If we want justice, real justice, we must burn the mythology to the ground, because the courtroom built by slave owners will always be a cage. But let's say you still want to believe in this system. Let's say you still want to argue that a courtroom built by slave owners doesn't have to be a cage. That maybe somehow justice can still be pulled from its bones. Then look no further than the man currently leading the nation, Donald J. Trump. The only reason Donald Trump is president right now is the judicial branch. He lied. He incited a riot. He hoarded classified documents. He defrauded the American people, and the courts at every single level did AVN level arches to protect him. Not because the law required it, but because the law was never written to stop people like him. It was written to protect them. Let's start with the January 6th case. Trump called for a mob to storm the Capitol. He lied about the election being stolen. He told his followers to fight like hell, and they did. The world watched it happen. We all know the election wasn't rigged, but the Supreme Court, instead of punishing a man who incited an insurrection, handed him presidential immunity. They said he was acting in his official capacity and therefore couldn't be prosecuted. And no, I'm not going out my way to be technically right, because that would be giving too much ground. That's not law. That's manipulation. That's wordplay with blood on its hands. Then came the classified documents case. Trump left office, took top secret documents to Mar-a-Lago, refusing to return them. He was caught red-handed, and the case was dismissed by a judge he handpicked. A judge he may very well appoint to the Supreme Court one day. That's not justice. That's a backroom deal. That's you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, except the backs are acting like a former United States president isn't committing treason and a spot on the bench, which is only held accountable by the president and his party. That's the judicial branch in its truest form. A brothel where loyalty is bought and integrity is the first thing sold. And if that wasn't bad enough, then there's the fraud case. Donald Trump was found guilty by a jury of American citizens, guilty of committing fraud to rig the 2016 election. The American people spoke, we followed the rules, we played the game, and we won. And then a judge threw it out. Said, yes, he's guilty, but he won't be punished. That's the moment the mask fell off. That's the moment when the people said one thing and the court said another. And instead of fixing the system, we bent the knee to it. We called these judges honorable, even though they spit in the face of justice, even as they trampled the will of the people and handed the country back to the man who broke it. Why? Because we've been trained to believe that the courts are sacred, that judges are neutral, that the system works, but it doesn't. The truth is, the justice system in America is a lie held together by procedure. It is a weapon disguised as a referee, and every day we play along, we legitimize it. Let's stop pretending. The bench is not a place for gods, but that's what we've allowed it to become. They can abuse their power, violate ethics, and manipulate truth, and we pay the price. We pay for the appeal. We pay for the lawyers. We pay with our lives, our freedom, our hope. And when it all falls apart, they walk away untouched. This is not a justice system. It's a fortress for the ruling class. It does not need reform. It needs to be rebuilt from the ground up. Imagine a judicial branch where money has no influence, where judges are selected for character, not connection, where cases are decided not by precedent or politics, but by clarity, evidence, and compassion. A system where the process of law serves the people and not the powerful. That vision is not utopian. It's overdue. The problem is not that we ask for too much. The problem is that we've been asking the wrong people. You don't go to a liar for truth. You don't go to a narcissist for fairness. And you don't go to a system built to protect power and ask it to give you justice. That's not bold. That's just stupid. It's time we stop pretending that immorality can be negotiated with. Immorality does not respond to warnings. It responds to consequence. And the judicial branch, as it stands, must be held to consequence, because until the courts fear the people more than they fear the ruling class, they will never serve us. And justice will remain a fantasy that we pay to believe in. The legislative branch. The legislative branch is supposed to be the voice of the people. It's supposed to translate the will of the collective into law. In theory, it is the sacred mechanism by which the many shape the structure that governs us. But in practice, in America, it is where self-interest becomes institutionalized and masquerades as representation. This is the body that writes the rules, and like every rule-making body in human history, it's always served the ruling class first. Let's start with the obvious. If the founding fathers were white supremacists, misogynists, and colonizers, then the original legislative body they created was never intended to reflect the whole of society. It was created to reflect themselves, their land, their wealth, their power, their fears. And those fears of women, of blackness, of poverty, of the unknown became law. It wasn't just that these men lacked vision, it's that they refused the vision. They could imagine revolutions and declarations and dreams of freedom, but only for themselves, so they built a legislative branch that could create structure, but not transformation. It could draft taxes and tariffs, but it couldn't write dignity into the bones of the country. And 250 years later, we're stuck. We're still stuck in that same rot. Congress is not the voice of the people. It's the echo chamber of the elite.
It's where corporate lobbyists whisper into the ears of senators while communities drown. It's where bills are written not by moral clarity, but by the legal teams paid to create loopholes. It's where democracy goes to be performed, not lived. The environment of Congress is not one of truth, service, or awakening. It is a room full of bodies who long ago traded visions for votes. It is performance, a ceremony of language where action is delayed, truth is softened, and every moment is a calculation. And yet, we pretend they speak for us. But how can they speak for us if they've never lived like us? How can someone with no proximity to poverty write laws for the poor? How can someone with generational wealth legislate for the working class? This is the fundamental failure of the legislative branch. It speaks from the mountaintop, but claims to know the valley. You want a body of lawmaker that serves the people? Start asking what kind of selves sit in those seats, because society is shaped by the self. And if the selves in Congress are narcissists, cowards, or opportunists, then no law they pass will ever serve the collective. It would only serve the collective of people like them. James Madison warned us about mob rule, but ask yourself, who was the mob and who was he protecting? When he spoke of the dangers of majority factions, he wasn't talking about the protection of enslaved people, indigenous tribes, or poor white farmers. He was talking about property owners, about men like himself. In Federalist number 10, he made it plain the most dangerous threat to government was the many united against the few who owned the wealth. The minority he championed wasn't oppressed, it was entitled. A small, wealthy class, afraid that democracy might actually work, afraid that the people might actually reach up and take back what they were forced to give away. What sounds like noble political theory, in truth, is the blueprint for how to safely cage democracy, how to let the people speak but never scream loud enough to shake the pillars of power. And it worked. Congress isn't broken. It's functioning exactly as designed. A legislative fortress built to protect the minority that matters most, the wealthy elite. A minority class like any other, except theirs comes armored in capital. They don't march for their rights. They write them into law. You protest with cardboard signs. They protest with policy. You shout in the streets. They whisper in committee rooms and close the door. The cost of entry into their world isn't passion or vision. It's money. That's why the price tag to run for office is so high. That's why a climate policy reads like a corporate memo, because the systems were never built for you. They were built against you. And until we stop pretending like the system is failing, we'll never understand that it's succeeding at doing exactly what it was made to do. That's why nothing changes. That's why we get performative hearings with no real-world applications other than content farming. That's why we have billionaires writing tax codes and corporations writing climate policies, because the legislative branch is not broken. It's doing exactly what it was built to: protect the powerful from the people. Universal consciousness demands that law evolve alongside knowledge. The law should expand as our awareness expands, but this branch clings to tradition, precedent, and self-preservation. It resists change because change threatens the structure that keep the ruling class in power. The body demands that laws be human, visceral, protective, but the legislative branch is slow, detached. It can write a bill about healthcare without knowing what it feels like to go without it. It can write law about labor without knowing what it means to sweat for rent. The body of Congress has no body. It has privilege. It has lobbyists. It has insulation. The environment demands that the law reflects reality, but the legislative branch moves through fantasy. It clings to the myths of American exceptionalism and free market salvation. It refuses to see the actual world, its laws, shapes. It legislates from illusion, then blames the people for the consequences of its blindness. The legislative branch is not a place where the people write their will into law. It's the place where the ruling class
codifies its fear into policy. It is not a place of guidance. It is a place of control. And unless we radically transform who gets to sit in those seats and how those seats are earned, we will continue to pass laws that benefit the few and burden the many. But perhaps the greatest proof that the legislative branch is broken beyond repair, good people don't even want the job. The morally grounded, the spiritually awake, the truly just, they don't run for office, not because they're apathetic, but because they know the system is filthy. Dirty politician isn't an insult in America. It's a redundant phrase. We know what it means. We've accepted it. And that's our fault, because power in America has such a toxic history with the people that people now flinch at the sight of power itself. We don't trust it. We don't believe in it. And when someone says that they want it, we assume that they're already corrupted. And usually they are. Because to get into Congress, you have to play the game. You have to speak in sound bites. You have to posture for donors and smile for the cameras and lie with grace. You have to raise millions of dollars, and those millions always come with strings. That's not democracy. That's aristocracy with better branding. This is by design, because once the ruling class saw the people getting too close to power, they rewrote the rules. They created PACs and super PACs. They flooded campaigns with money and flooded ballots with barriers. They made access to representation, pay to play game, and then they told the public that that's fair. So now we don't get leaders. We get actors. We get performers. Empty suits reciting party lines, collecting checks, and voting on laws that they barely read. And the final trick of the legislative branch, it gave us a two-party system and told us we had a choice. But Democrats and Republicans are just different masks for the same face. A face that smiles for the powerful and spits on the poor. What we call debate is often just theater. What we call compromise is usually just concession to wealth. And the result? We now live in a country where a known criminal can run for president and win by promising to drain the swamp. That's how poisoned the system is. That's how desperate the people are. A criminal gained moral credibility by simply not being a politician. Because at least with a criminal, you expect corruption. But with Congress, we're still supposed to pretend that these are honorable people. We're still supposed to believe that they represent us, even when everything in our bones tell us otherwise. And so here we are, ruled by a legislative branch that manufactures laws to benefit itself, that performs morality while privately selling out the future, and it expects loyalty from a people that it no longer serves. We don't need more laws. We need more truth. We don't need to we need to dismantle the stage, because the play is literally killing us. The executive branch. The executive branch was supposed to be the face of leadership, the embodiment of the nation's values, vision, and voice. But in reality, it's become a little more than a throne for whoever can survive the blood sport of American politics. And that throne, like everything else in the United States, was built on the assumption that power belonged to a very specific kind of self. Male, wealthy, white, and willing to dominate. That legacy has never truly left. It just wears a better suit now. It used to be that the presidency at least required a mask. It was never pure, never perfect, but it demanded performance. It demanded polish. And in that, there was at least an unspoken agreement between the people and the powerful. Look, listen, we all know that this is a game, but let's at least pretend that it's sacred. But then came Trump, and the performance ended. The issue isn't that Trump is immoral or incompetent. The issue is that he removed the veil. He was so brazen, so chaotic, so obviously self-interested that he made the entire illusion collapse. He exposed what the presidency, and by extension the entire system, actually was: a playground
for the manipulative, a throne for the shameless, and a spotlight for the most performative ego in the room. And the worst part? It was all televised. Every lie, every betrayal, every laughable excuse and cowardly justification, it was streamed in high definition and archived in digital eternity. Future generations won't need to decode dusty documents to understand this era. They will watch it. They will see the crimes. They will hear the excuses, and they won't be confused about who the villain was. They will be confused about us. They won't remember us as victims. They won't remember us as revolutionaries. They will remember us as weak. Because it wasn't some brilliant tyrant who outsmarted the people. It was a fucking idiot, a buffoon, and we still let him reign. Time will not romanticize our restraint. It will mock it. Because when justice called and truth screamed and freedom begged, too many of us were still trying to play nice with narcissists. Before him, the people knew the system was rigged, but they could stomach it because corruption came dressed in tradition, diplomacy, and careful language. It was a slow bleed. You could still call it progress. You could still pretend. But after Trump, the system no longer pretended to be for the people. It openly mocked them. And in doing so, it betrayed every citizen who still believed that their hard work, their voice, or their honesty meant anything. Trump was not a glitch. He was the proof. Proof that America is not run by its best or brightest, but by those most willing to desecrate the very idea of integrity for personal gain. And the scariest part, he didn't hijack the system. He revealed it. He used every door it gave him, every weakness it built into itself, and he walked right into the White House. Not because he outsmarted the system, but because the system was built for him. What we're left with is something far worse than corruption. We're left with emptiness. The office means nothing now. Its dignity has been emptied. Its power has been exposed as hollow. The executive branch, once the face of the nation, is now a billboard for how easily Americans can be bought, distracted, and lied to. And the real tragedy, after Trump, there will be no going back. No future president can restore what's been lost because the illusion has been shattered. We've watched a criminal dance through democracy and call it leadership. We watched him weaponize the system against the people it was meant to serve. We watch our own institutions bend to accommodate him just to survive the fallout.
And we're just supposed to act like none of this ever happened? We're supposed to salute the same office that played court jester to a con man. No, that era is over. The lie is dead, and in its place, something more dangerous grows. The truth. And the truth is this: if we don't reimagine power and who is allowed to hold it, then we will continue to be ruled by those most eager to destroy us. America is not facing a political crisis. It is facing an identity crisis. The mask has cracked. The illusion has collapsed. And now we are all staring into the mirror of this nation's soul. And for the first time in generations, we are being forced to ask what the hell we're looking at. For most of American history, we've lived in the lie. We've told ourselves that this was a nation of ideals, liberty, equality, justice, but we built it on ownership, hierarchy, and control. We called it a melting pot, but we scouted anyone who didn't fit. We said for all while hiding entire populations under the floorboards. And for a while, it worked because we pretended. We used fancy language and polite politics and sharp suits to convince ourselves that the system was civil, dignified, sacred. But then came Trump and the pretending stopped. This man did not destroy the system. He simply removed the mask. And what he revealed was what many of us had always known. The system has no conscience. It has no soul. It serves those who bend it, not those who believe in it. It does not reward morality. It rewards manipulation. And now that we've seen it, we cannot unsee it. The people with the most integrity are now the ones suffering the most because they are the only ones still pretending that the rules are real. They're the only ones still playing by a moral code and a system built to mock it. We are living through a moment of national nihilism, not the kind that breeds despair, but the kind that forces awakening. America has become like the unhealed persons who refuse therapy, refuses truth, and lashes out at anyone who threatens the mask. The signs were always there. Assassinated leaders, stolen dreams, slow progress, and fast backslides. But we were too afraid to name it. Until now. Now, the contradictions are too loud. Now the lie is too obvious. America has told the world it stands for freedom, but we all just watched it hand the presidency back to a man who tried to destroy democracy in real time. And not because the law demanded it, but because the system protected him. And in doing so, the system revealed its loyalty, not to justice, not to truth, not to people, but simply to power. This is what happens when a nation is built on principles it never intended to honor. It fractures, it spirals, it turns on itself. And the American people are left in the wreckage, asking the most terrifying question of all. What are we now? That is the question of the moment. And that is why this moment matters. Because when a country is built on principles, not the people, then the survival of those principles depends entirely on the people willing to embody them. We must stop looking to government to give us rights we've already self-actualized. The government must exist to protect what we've already become, not define it. And if it cannot do that, then it must be rebuilt because there is no going back. We cannot unknow what we know. We cannot unsee what has been done. And we cannot unlive what the system has revealed about itself. The narcissists aren't pretending anymore. The white supremacists aren't pretending anymore. The criminals aren't pretending anymore. So why are the righteous still pretending? This is the time to get radical. This is the time to find new leaders, to forge new paths, to get behind Overmen and Overwomen who aren't afraid to confront evil, not with the threat of consequences, but with actual consequences, because evil does not yield to warning. It yields to resistance. And every day we delay that resistance, we hand more power to the people who seek to enslave society to their egos. You want to know what comes next? What comes next is determined by who's brave enough to rise. What comes next is written by the cells who refuse to be ruled by cowards and clowns. What comes next is not inevitable. It's invited. So decide what you're inviting and build it. The ruling class. There will always be a ruling class. That's not the problem. The problem is who gets to be in it. We live in a culture terrified of hierarchy because we've only ever seen it abused. But hierarchy is not evil. The wrong people at the top are. Equality is a beautiful idea, but it's not a reflection of reality. We are not equal. We never were. We don't have equal skills, equal desires, equal intelligence, equal ambition, or equal access to the environment. The question has never been how to erase hierarchy. The question has always been, how do we structure society so that the right kind of selves rise to the top? Because someone will. Someone always does. And if the people with character and vision and actualized faith stay silent, stay modest, stay meek, then the power hungry will take their place, and they won't stop because they never stop. That's what narcissists do. They take, they bend, they control, they build thrones off the backs of people and call it democracy. They call themselves elite, not because they are, but because we never said otherwise. That's what happened in America. We didn't just let the ruling class form. We let it decide itself. And we let it write its rules for its own ascension. And what did it choose for the qualifications for leadership? Wealth, status, fame, connections, image, legacy, but not character, never character. Not moral clarity, not service, not actualized faith. And that is how you get this joke of a ruling class. A class where one man can be worth $400 billion, but while the average citizen can't afford a $500 emergency. A class where your value is determined by how much you own and not by how much you give. Where the wealthiest man on earth still feels the need to rig elections and buy platforms. Because somehow it's never enough. That's not power. That's addiction. That's a hunger that devours itself. The ruling class has eaten itself and is starving the rest of us in the process. But this doesn't mean we get rid of them. It means we redefine them. The ruling class should not be the ruling class should be the most disciplined, the most visionary, the most morally grounded among us. It should be made up of the people who serve truth, not twisted, who fearlessly look into the unknown, not to hoard what they already know, who build systems for the futures, not dynasties for their family. These are not unreachable ideas. These are the standards. And if we don't enforce them, we'll continue to get what we've always gotten: glorified parasites running a dying empire. The only reason these people have power is because we keep giving it to them. We make them rich by paying attention to them. We make them relevant by following them. We make them rulers by obeying them. And we can take it back anytime we decide to. You want a better society? Start by choosing a better ruling class. And if you can't find one, become one. What most people don't realize until it's too late is that the ruling class doesn't just make the laws. They make meaning. The ruling class defines what matters. It tells society what's worth chasing, what's worth dying for, what freedom looks like, what justice feels like, what success tastes like. It names dreams. It decides what the good life is, and everyone else spends their lives trying to live up to it. That's why eating the rich doesn't work. The issue is not wealth. Everyone wants more than enough. Everyone wants comfort, freedom, option. The problem is when wealth becomes the only definition of value, when meaning itself is reduced to accumulation. That's when society begins to rot. Take Elon Musk. At one point, his net worth surpassed $400 billion. The average American makes less than $60,000 a year. That's not just an economic gap. It's a philosophical indictment. It suggests structurally that one man is worth nearly 7 million times more than the average person. No one believes that. Not really. And even if we did, Elon Musk is not 7 million times better than anyone. But we've been trained to bow to it. We've been conditioned to see greed as genius. We've confused financial power with moral worth. The ruling class values are off, so the system makes no sense. But make no mistake, greedy people are morally deficient. They may have nicer toys, louder platforms, but they are empty. They lack mastery of their own bodies. They lack discipline over their emotions. They cannot tell themselves no. They cannot find meaning without control. They must own. They must rule. They must win. That's not leadership. That's insatiability dressed up as ambition. And when they are the ones defining meaning for the rest of us, the entire society becomes spiritually bankrupt. The American dream becomes a pyramid scheme. Liberty becomes an export. Democracy becomes a branding campaign. And millions of people wake up every single day feeling like failures, not because they fail, but because the meaning that they were given is a lie. This is why we must be ruthless in our vision for the ruling class, not because power itself is evil, but because power without purpose is. Power without principles is cancerous. And in a society built by universal consciousness, in a world filled with infinite selves trying to actualize, the ruling class must be made up of the best human beings at being human. They must be guided by humility and not hoarding, measured by the lives they've improved, not the empires that they've built. If they're going to define what matters, they must live lives that matter, not just look like they do. Because the future of meaning depends on who holds the mic. Money. Money is not evil, but our worship of it is. In a society where people have lost faith in anything greater than themselves, money has become the most worshipped god. It dictates where we live, how we're treated, what we're worth, and who gets to be heard. It has no intrinsic value, just paper, pixels, and metal, but we've built entire systems to convince ourselves that whoever has the most of it must be the smartest, strongest, the most capable among us. That is the lie. Money, a medium through which we're supposed to exchange goods and services with, has become the measuring stick of meaning. And yet, the people who hoard the most of it, who bend policy and power towards accumulating more of it, are often the ones with the most profound existential poverty. Because the truth is, if you need billions to feel significant, you're already spiritually bankrupt. Our current system treats money as a proxy for worth. We reward hoarding over healing, status over service, accumulation over actualization, and worst of all, we've structured society so that access to money determines justice, education, healthcare, and opportunity, which means we've locked humanity's most basic needs behind a paywall and dared to call it freedom. That's not freedom. That's enslavement. But we are not powerless. We can reimagine the purpose of money, not as masters of meaning, but as tools to support human potential. The point of money should not be to concentrate power, but to circulate freedom. Not to measure superiority, but to enable self-actualization. In a society rooted in universal consciousness, the question isn't, how do I get more money? The question is, how can money serve the most selves towards their highest self? That's the metric. That's the reimagining. That's the future. We need to build systems where, 1, money flows towards solutions, not spectacles. 2, the wealthy are expected to fund elevation, not escapism. 3, we reward innovation, education, and courage, not manipulation, branding, and deceit. And 4, economic models that center around enough and not excess. This doesn't mean that we demonize money or punish the wealthy. It means that we demand that wealth serves something higher than itself. It means that we stop defining ourselves by our income and start defining ourselves by our contribution. And yes, it means that we must attach moral consequences to economic power, because any system that lets billionaires hoard generational wealth while children starve is not just broken, it's unholy. Money will always have its place in society, but it must be placed beneath meaning. It must serve the soul, not sell it. And the longer we worship money as the highest expression of success, the longer we delay the evolution of society and the self. It's not wrong to want to be rich. It's wrong to be rich and still empty. It's not wrong to desire more. It's wrong to exploit the many so that the few can feel like gods. And it's not wrong to have money, but if money is all you have, Elon, you are not who we need leading the future. Money can buy almost anything except the one thing we fear the most, not knowing. It cannot answer why we're here. It cannot tell you what happens when you die. It cannot feel the pit in your stomach when you realize your name, your body, your entire legacy may one day vanish without a trace. Money cannot hold you through that fear. It cannot stop time. It cannot save you from death. And so we try to use it to distract ourselves from all that, from the vast, eternal, unknown that every single self must face all alone. This is the crisis of the wealthy. They do not suffer materially, they suffer existentially. Instead of addressing that crisis, they mask it with accumulation. They try to use money to control what cannot be controlled, to buy loyalty, to manufacture purpose, to drown out the dread. But money cannot solve a consciousness problem. It cannot satisfy the soul. It's simply too small of a size for the question we are asking. And this is where inequality becomes not just immoral, but absurd. Because in order for someone to be worth $400 billion, we must first pretend that they are nearly 7 million times more valuable to society than the average American. That's not math. That's madness. Not even the most brilliant Overman can contribute 7 million times more to society than someone else. That's not a measure of value. It's a distortion of meaning. A manipulation of metrics, a way to avoid the terrifying truth that no matter how rich you are, you still don't know why you're here. That's the real debt that the rich carry. They are bankrupt in meaning, and their wealth is often the interest payment on a spiritual poverty they refuse to confront. The unknown cannot be bought, bargained with, or bribed. It cannot be silenced by yachts or softened by stock portfolios. It does not care about your net worth. And the more we are trying to solve our spiritual questions with material solutions, the more fragmented we become. The more disconnected, the more hollow. That's why this book demands that we separate wealth from worth, because the most valuable human being may have nothing, but the deepest relationship to the unknown and the most dangerous human being, may have everything, but no clue what any of it means. Until money is placed below meaning, it will continue to compete with God, and it will continue to lose. Education. If money became the tool we use to mask meaninglessness, education became the machine built to train us to chase it. After the ruling class defined wealth as worth, they needed a system to manufacture minds obedient enough to believe it. That system was public education. But American education was never built to awaken the self. It was built to train it into submission, to convince young consciousness that success meant conformity, that curiosity should be graded, and knowledge is memorization, not transformation. And once the definition of success was hijacked by the ruling class, schools became factories not for learning, but for obedience. What we call education in America has always been a pipeline, not a process for self-actualization, but a system of sorting, a way to funnel souls into boxes, train them for labor, and filter out the ones who might dream too big. And if you want to understand why so many adults are disillusioned, depressed, and desperate for direction, look no further than the classrooms that taught them to confuse quietness with intelligence and compliance with worth. The history of American public education is layered, but understanding it helps explain how it became a system more focused on obedience than self-actualization. In early colonial America, the 1600s through 1700s, education was primarily religious. The first schools were designed to teach reading so that people could read the Bible. Massachusetts passed the Old Deluder Satan Act in 1647, which required towns to hire teachers. The belief was that ignorance allowed Satan to creep in, but education was for the few, not the many. Boys from elite families got classical education, while girls were often excluded or taught domestic skill. The purpose? Moral conformity and religious indoctrination. The 1830s and 1850s is considered the birth of the modern public education system. Horace Mann believed that standardized education would create better citizens and reduce class conflict. He advocated for state-sponsored, tax-funded, non-sectarian schools. But while Mann promoted public education as the great equalizer, the real goal was social order. To assimilate poor immigrants and working class children into norms of emerging industrial capitalist societies, education became a way to shape workers, instill patriotism, and maintain class structure. As the U.S. industrialized in the late 1800s and early 1900s, education was restructured to mirror the factory system. Children were grouped by age, taught obedience, punctuality, and rote memorization. Influential thinkers like John Dewey tried to push for more experimental learning, but the dominant model was built to create compliant laborers, not free thinkers. Now, education prepared obedient workers and sorted bodies for capitalism. After slavery, between the 1870s and 1950s, education became a battleground. Black Americans fought for schools, but funding and quality were intentionally unequal. Schools were legally segregated by race until Brown versus Board of Education in 1954. Afterwards, white flight and zoning laws maintained racial inequality. Education became the battleground to reproduce white dominance. After the launch of Sputnik in 1957, the U.S. feared it was falling behind the USSR. This led to federal involvement, a push for STEM, and the rise of standardized testing. Education became a national security issue. We needed to be able to produce engineers who could compete globally and squash any anti-American dissent. Ronald Reagan's administration began the process of defunding public education and pushing charter schools, vouchers, and corporate reform movement. Schools became test factories and teachers were blamed for systemic problems. Under both Democrats and Republicans, education was tied to economic utility, not personal or societal growth. Now education exists to serve market interests like everything else and manage public unrest. The greatest lie of education is that it is for the child. It has never been. Education in America has been designed has never been designed to liberate, to awaken, or to empower. It was created to condition, to contain, to prepare young minds not for their own futures, but for the comfort and convenience of adults who benefited from their obedience. And that's the fundamental flaw of our entire system. We do not treat children as conscious beings. We do not see them as fully human. From the beginning, American education was forged in the image of the ruling class, designed to produce compliant workers for industrial machines, not thinkers for evolving societies. The schoolhouse was a factory. The child, a product, and still today, even after the machines have changed, the model remains the same. We place children in rows. We measure them by test scores. We stuff them with information that they will never use. We ask them to sit in a world that is moving faster than ever. And we wonder why they are restless, why they are violent, why they are depressed. We treat children as problems to be managed, not people to be understood. This is why our education system is not merely outdated. It's immoral. It does not serve the world that the children live in now, let alone the world that they are growing into. We are not preparing them for a society shaped by artificial intelligence, digital identities, and ecological collapse. We are not preparing them for meaning making, for philosophical thinking, for emotional intelligence, or for moral leadership. We are not even preparing them to navigate a world of infinite information. Instead, we warehouse them. We babysit them. Sedate them. We use schools as tools of control, not curiosity, and the entire world sees it. We cannot talk about education without talking about meaning. The ruling class defines what meaning means for everyone else. When the ruling class becomes addicted to profit and appearance, they pass that addiction down through every single institution they control, including the schools. And so now children are not taught how to lead, but how to impress, not how to think, but how to perform, not how to be free, but how to fit in. They are trained for conformity and not consciousness. And that is why America is in decline, because it's not because our children aren't bright, but it's because the systems built around them are so dim. As a matter of fact, you know what? We hate our children so much. We're the only country in the fucking world with a school shooting problem. Nearly weekly now, someone in the United States of America is taking a gun onto public school premises and unloading it on children. And every single time we take the size of the gun, because America is so fucking stupid that we think our AR-15s are going to protect us from the largest fucking military in the goddamn world better than educating a generation of children to become the government. We're in a spiritual crisis. Our education system is not broken. It is functioning exactly how it was designed, to limit the child's voice, to suppress their imagination, and to preserve the hierarchy of the past. We are no longer in the past, though. We are in the age of information, and information changes everything. Children are more connected, more aware, more expressive than any generation in history. They do not need us to shape their consciousness. They need us to protect it, to amplify it, to let it speak. And when we fail to listen, when we fail to empower the youngest voices in society, we don't just lose future leaders, we lose present truth. Because the child is not the future. The child is the purest form of now. The child is the most direct line to universal consciousness. And every time we ignore that voice, we silence the very force that could save us. Education, it's not something that ends with graduation. It's not confined to schools, tests, or institution. Education is a term that we've given to something far more spiritual and eternal. The process through which the universe gets to know itself. Every human being, as a manifestation of universal consciousness, is born to learn. The Overman understands that education is how we evolve, not just academically, but personally, culturally, and spiritually. And the moment we stop learning, the moment we stop becoming. This is why education is a battleground. Narcissists and power-hungry rulers do not simply desire control over laws or land. They want to control what you believe. They want to dictate meaning itself. And to do that, they must first manipulate how people think, what information they consume, and how they engage with the unknown. They do not fear violence. They fear an educated society, one that can think critically, discern truth from deception, and evolve past their rule. Education must go beyond teaching reading, writing, and arithmetic. It must teach how to engage with conflicting ideas, how to update beliefs when faced with new information, how to remain humble before the unknown. This is why bigotry is dangerous. It teaches people how to reject rather than wrestle with new truths. And this is why misinformation is so powerful. It doesn't just mislead, it disables one's ability to adapt and evolve. Most of existence simply exists. Trees do not search for meaning. Stars do not ask who they are, but humans do. And that desire for meaning must be protected and nurtured, not hijacked by narcissists who position themselves as the sole interpreters of truth. The Overman must reclaim education as sacred, for only through mass education, genuine, critical, liberating education can we build a society where the individuals become who they are meant to be, not who they were told to be. Love and relationships. Love is infinite. That's the first truth we must accept. It is not a transaction. It is not a status. It is not something you can earn or prove. Love is the most universal expression of universal consciousness, a force that defies logic, outlives bodies, and transcends generation. And yet, we keep trying to make it fit in our ego-shaped containers. We keep trying to define it, regulate it, legislate it, shame it, weaponize it, monetize it, but never truly understand it, because love cannot be controlled. It can only be given. We often say everyone deserves to be loved, but that's not quite right. Deserving implies merit, and love is not something that you achieve. It's something we're all born with the capacity to give and receive. When we say that everyone deserves love, what we're really reaching for is the recognition that no human should exist without it, that to live without love is to live outside the very rhythm of reality. But here's the deeper issue. Many of us do live outside of it. Our early experiences, especially with parents, set the blueprint for how we give and receive love. And too many of us were raised in environments where love was absent, conditional, or abusive. In a society full of fractured families, the first love lessons are often built upon pain and shame or neglect. We grow up chasing what we didn't get while reenacting what we did. We expect divine union without any humility. Everyone is performing. Everyone wants to be loved, but few want to be loving. Relationships are not partnerships anymore. They are auditions. They are battles for control. They're ego wars in which your partner is just another extra in the movie of your life. Modern relationships aren't hard because love is hard. They are hard because we keep trying to build the future with blueprints from the past. We keep trying to recreate something that no longer exists. Men are clinging to a version of masculinity that worked when they were the only ones allowed to speak, vote, or own anything. Women are clinging to a version of partnership that made sense when men were the only ones who could afford to buy a house, pay the bills, or control the world outside. It's the same delusion we live under with the Constitution, a desperate attempt to apply outdated principles to a present reality they were never designed for. Men want obedience disguised as love. Women want provision disguised as intimacy. Both are mistaking control for commitment. What many modern men want is not a relationship with an adult woman. They just want an employee they can fuck. Someone who listens, submits, and make them feel in control in a world where they don't have any. And what many women want is not a partner. They want an ATM who doubles as an emotional support animal, a provider, a protector, a mind reader, a therapist, a man who is attractive to other women, but only loyal to them. This is not love. This is compensation. And both sides are looking for people who no longer exist. The 1950s husband is gone. So is the 1950s wife. Neither one is coming back, and even if they did, they wouldn't survive in today's world. Relationships have become so performative because no one wants to admit that they're scared, that they're hurt, that they're angry. So we try to use relationships to fix what only self-work can. But no relationship solves insecurity. No partner can heal what you refuse to face. No amount of sex or emotional support will give you purpose if you haven't found it within yourself. We must stop weaponizing relationships to solve private suffering. Love is not control. Love is not a transaction. Love is not the role another person plays in your fantasy. Love is cooperation. Love is humility. Love is the courage to choose someone, not once, but over and over again. If you choose monogamy, then it's not about perfection. It's about locking in with one person and riding the waves of life with them. If you choose something else, polyamory, open relationships, co-parenting arrangements, let's make room for that too. We must build societies where people can explore many forms of love without being punished for breaking the mold. We need to stop enforcing definitions of love that no longer serve us. The poly couple is not your enemy. The gay couple is not a threat to your marriage. The single parent is not broken and the married couple is not better. Love is infinite. It cannot be caged. And the more we try to trap it in the scripts that we inherit, the more we will strangle it into oblivion. This is why love fails in our society, not because it's hard, but because we are selfish. We have mistaken fantasy for compatibility because we want devotion without discipline, because we want intimacy without vulnerability. We go through each other's phone looking for proof of betrayal, but never apologize for violating our partner's trust by going through their phone behind their back. We talk about loyalty while planning exit strategies. We speak of soulmates while living in constant fear. Love, real love, requires surrender. It requires trust. It's not about you, it's about us. And in a world that teaches us to build castles of self, the idea of cohabitation feels threatening. But it is in that threat, when you let someone in, that love begins to mean something real. We need to stop idolizing the idea of love and start practicing it. Not just in romance, but in family, in friendship, in conflict, in commitment. If you want to be loved, learn how to love. If you want a deep partnership, learn to let go of your script. Love is not a contract, it's a collaboration. In a society that commodifies everything, love remains our last sacred thing. And if we ever want to build better families, better futures, and better selves, we must stop treating love like it's a game and start treating it like the art of becoming known. Culture. Culture is what happens when the collective comes together. It's not just what we say or do, it's what we hand off. If legacy is how oneself lives on, then culture is how a society lives on. Culture is the soul of the collective, passed down in rituals, rules, language, art, silence, trauma, and joy. Whether we choose to shape it or not, culture is always shaping us, and more importantly, shaping what comes after us. It is easy to think of culture as tradition or celebration, but culture is deeper than that. Culture is norm enforcement. You can't separate cult from culture. You can't separate culture from control, because wherever people gather together, they create patterns. They create structures. They create a way things are. Every group forms its own culture, sometimes consciously, but most of the time unconsciously. That's why environment is everything. Change your environment and you change your behavior. Shift the culture and you shift the choices. Culture is the unseen law. Long before Congress writes a bill, culture has already taken a stand. Long before a judge interprets justice, culture has decided what is tolerable. Culture is often ahead of the law. And that's one of the major problems in America. Our laws have not caught up to our culture. Our founding fathers wrote rules that reflected the world that they lived in. Racist, sexist, colonial, elitist. But we don't live in that world anymore. Most people aren't trying to recreate that society. Most people today believe in freedom, diversity, equity, and the possibility of a better tomorrow. The problem is our systems don't reflect who we are now. They reflect who our rulers used to be. That's why culture matters. That's why it's powerful, because culture is evolution in motion. It's constantly changing whether you want it to or not. It is the social code we are writing in real time. The only question is, are we writing it with intention or just repeating someone else's outdated script? Culture can't be controlled by a single person, not even a president. It emerges from the collective, but it can be influenced, and it will be shaped by whoever gets to it first. This is why art, sports, and media matters. This is why platforms matter. This is why it's not enough to just fight the system. You have to shape the culture, because whoever makes the meaning makes the future. One of the clearest demonstrations of culture's power, its ability to transcend laws, transcend borders, and reshape society in real time, is the influence of African Americans. If legacy is how the individual lives on, and culture is how the collective survives, then no group in American history has carried the cultural burden more visibly, more creatively, and more defiantly than Black Americans. Despite centuries of slavery, segregation, and systematic oppression and exclusions from the very rights America claimed to offer, African Americans have not only endured, they have defined the culture. The rhythm of American speech, the swagger of its fashion, the style of its art, the soul of its music, the pulse of its slang, the expression of its joy, the rage, and the beauty. Black Americans have been the engine driving it forward. This is what makes Black American culture so globally revered. It is proof that even when the system refuses to love you, the culture can still shape its soul. And while culture is always evolving, America would have no global identity, no flavor, no force, no forward motion without the cultural genius of the people it tried to silence. If we want the next generation to live free, we must stop handing them chains dressed as traditions. We have to stop mistaking nostalgia for wisdom. Culture doesn't have to be sacred. It has to be useful. It has to be honest. It has to evolve. Culture is not a statue. It's not a monument meant to be preserved for eternity. Culture is a river, living, moving, reshaping itself with every generation that steps into it. And one of the biggest mistakes a society can make is trying to dam that river and hold it still in the name of tradition. Older generations often see themselves as the protectors of cultures, and in some ways they should be. But protection is not preservation. It is wisdom. And wisdom knows the difference between what must be carried forward and what must be left behind. Every generation inherits the language, rituals, norms, and symbols of the one before it. And every generation reinterprets that inheritance. They remix the language. They abbreviate the phrases, flip the styles, mock the old stories, and turn tradition into a meme. That's not cultural decay. That's cultural evolution. It's how society keeps breathing. It's how time passes the torch. Culture is how the present tells the stories of the past and then hands the pen to the future. But too often, older generations feel threatened by that handing off. They accuse the youth of disrespect, of destroying what came before. But the truth is, the youth are not destroying culture. They are the culture. They are not corrupting the legacy. They are writing the next chapter. They are not rebelling against civilization. They are reacting to it in real time with new eyes, new tools, and a world that has never looked quite like this before. That's why culture will always be ahead of time. Culture should not, or government should not drag us back should not drag society back into the past. It should be built to respond to the living present. And yet we have done the opposite. We have allowed governments to freeze time, to enshrine old fears, to cement ancient hierarchies into law. That's why culture feels like it's sprinting while the law is crawling. But there's a way forward. A society that works with this culture and not against it. A government shaped by the living values of its people, not one clinging to the ghost of a former world. And that begins by embracing what each generation has to offer. The youth are not the problem. They are the pulse. We can't just ask our children to obey the past. We must start inviting them to shape the future, because culture is how society continues to live. And no one lives more vividly than the one still discovering who they are. Let them define this moment. Let them remake the language. Let them challenge the norms. Let them turn our rules into better ones. And most importantly, let them lead. We can guide them. We can support them. But let the youth live and let the youth lead. They will fail. They will say and do stupid shit. But that is life when you're young. We can't keep holding them back from living, calling it protection. We need them to be young and dumb so they won't be old and stupid. If legacy is how the self lives on and culture is how society lives on, then the culture industry is how the ruling class survives the evolution of both. Throughout history, culture has always been the people's most powerful weapon. It is how we told the truth with speech. It is how we told the truth when speech was silence. It is how we raised the dead, passed on memory, and inspired courage. When institutions failed us, culture moved us. The American Revolution was ignited by printed pamphlets. The Civil Rights Movement was powered by protest songs and black church oratory. Oratory. The eras where information moved slower, culture moved faster because it belonged to the people. But in our time, culture has been hijacked. The culture industry, as theorists Adorno and Horkheimer once warned, has turned rebellion into a brand. Capitalism saw the power of the people's expression and did what it always does: commodified it. The moment your movement gains traction, the machine moves in. Your songs become ad jingles. Your protest becomes a fashion line. Your message becomes a market. That's why our music doesn't move us anymore. It just makes us move. Our art doesn't spark transformation. It triggers algorithms. Our films flirt with revolution, only to end with a corporate logo and a call to buy more tickets for the sequels. Even our resistance is under contract. But this just isn't a creative crisis. It's a spiritual one. Because what the culture industry really does is disconnect the artists from their authenticity. It takes truth, raw, dangerous truth, and it waters it down into something palatable, profitable content. The dreamer becomes an influencer. The prophet becomes a product. The revolution becomes a revenue stream. And yet none of this means that culture has lost its power. It simply means that authentic culture must be protected. Real culture, organic, soulful, emergent culture doesn't ask for permission. It doesn't wait for capital. It doesn't bend to the market. It speaks when it needs to be spoken. It rises when the people are ready. It creates new norms when the old ones no longer serve. The only way to beat the culture industry is with conscious authenticity. Because once an idea rooted in truth connects with the people, once a song names the pain, once a phrase cracks the illusion, once a piece of art dares to name the lie, it is only a matter of time before the culture shifts. And when it does, the laws will have to catch up. But be aware, the culture industry will always come. It will offer you visibility in exchange for silence, a platform in exchange for compromise, profit in exchange for prophecy, and it will always try to turn your message into its merchandise. So if you're going to make culture, if you're going to pass something down, make it so true, so rooted in reality that it cannot be bought. And if it can be bought, make sure that it can never be owned, because culture belongs to the people. And when the people reclaim their voice, the ruling class trembles. Society is not something we inherit. It's something we create. And now that we've looked into its bones, seen the lies, the legacies, the systems dressed up as salvation, there's no going back. The question is no longer whether society is broken. It's whether we will be brave enough to build another one. The systems we obeyed were forged by the fearful, but we are not afraid. We are not here to repair their empire. We are here to dictate the future. We are here to craft the laws of a world that has never existed. And no matter where you stood in society, at the margins or in the center, you now stand at the edge of a choice: to bend to the ghost of the past, or to rise and become the architectures of the future. You are not powerless. You are not small. You are not late. The ruling class of tomorrow is forming now, and it will not be made of cowards, narcissists, or puppets. It will be made of overmen, of selves who see the infinite, speak the truth, and walk boldly into the unknown. You don't know shit, and neither do I. Everything we think we figured out, our names, our nations, our truth, our gods, is a flicker of light inside a cosmos so vast it swallows our imagination whole. We are specks of dust particles floating through a black ocean we cannot see the end of, and yet we pretend to be wise. We argue over politics, build pyramids of power, and call it civilization, but the universe doesn't care who you voted for. It doesn't care how many degrees you have, what religion you follow, or what story you tell yourself when you wake up in the morning. The truth is, we are standing on a rock, spinning 1,000 miles per hour through endless dark guessing. We are guessing. Every system, every certainty, every sentence in this book is a question dressed in confidence. That is what it means to be human. Not to know and to still move forward. Humans can see only 0.0035% of the electromagnetic spectrum. Humans can only hear between 20 and 20,000 hertz, while dolphins can hear up to 150,000 hertz. Dogs can spell 10,000 to 100 times thousand better than humans. Cats have night vision that is 6 times more powerful than humans. The sun produces more energy in 1 second than humans have used in all of human history. And you fucking idiots want to drill for oil for the next century? All right. 99.99999% of all species that has ever lived on Earth are now extinct. Earth is just one of over 100 billion planets estimated in the Milky Way alone. The observable universe is 93 billion light years across. You would need over 37 trillion years just to make up 1 light year. The Earth makes up only 0.0003% of the total mass of the solar system. Light takes 8 minutes to travel from the sun to the Earth, but would take 100,000 years to cross the Milky Way. The Andromeda Galaxy, our closest galactic neighbor, is 2.5 million light years away. Even at the speed of light, you couldn't reach it in human time. The largest known star, UY Scuti, is about 17,000 times the diameter of the sun. The Hubble telescope can see galaxies that are over 13 billion years old, formed not long after the Big Bang. The Great Attractor, a mysterious gravitational anomaly, is pulling our entire galaxy and others towards it at 2 million kilometers per hour, and we don't know why. Earth's magnetic field flips every 200,000 to 300,000 years, and we're overdue. We still don't know exactly what would happen when it does. In space, there is no up or down, only relation. Even direction is a local illusion. The universe is expanding faster than the speed of light, meaning some galaxies will forever be unreachable. 95% of the galaxy is unknown. About 27% is dark matter and 68% is dark energy. We don't know what either of those actually are. You ready for this? The observable universe is about 93 billion light years across. We've only observed 0.000000000000000000004% of the universe. There are an estimated 2 trillion galaxies in a universe. We've only cataloged a fraction of 1%. Most galaxies are invisible to us. Due to distance, cosmic dust, and dark energy, we'll never see most of them. Time itself may not be a constant. Quantum gravity suggests time could be an illusion. Over 80% of the Earth's oceans remain unmapped, unobserved, and unexplored. We've identified approximately 1% of potentially habitable exoplanets. We estimate 300 million Earth-like planets in our galaxy alone, but we've only confirmed a few thousand. The most common type of star is invisible to the naked eye. Red dwarfs make up approximately 70% of the stars, and we can't see them without instruments. There are cosmic rays older than the Earth. We still don't fully know what caused the highest energy particles in the universe. Black holes defy the law of physics. Inside them, space and time break down completely, and we don't know how to reconcile the current theories. We don't know what 96% of the Milky Way looks like. It's obscured by cosmic dust in our solar position. The universe is expanding faster than we expected. This violates our understanding of gravity, and we don't know why. We can't explain why the universe seems flat. Measurements show space is geometrically flat, but that contradicts some inflation theories. We don't know if life is common or rare. Despite the vastness, we have zero confirmed evidence of life outside of Earth. We still don't know what consciousness is, and without understanding consciousness, we still don't fully understand the observer of the universe. Quantum mechanics and general relativity still don't agree. The two most successful theories in physics can't be unified. That's like having two instruction manuals for reality, and they contradict each other. We've mapped more of the moon and Mars than the Earth's floor. Only about 25% of the ocean's floor has been mapped in high resolution. More than 90% of the Earth's species are undiscovered. Scientists estimate we've only identified 1.5 to 2 million species, while 8.7 million likely exist. Earth's core remains unobserved. We've never seen or sampled the inner or outer core. Everything we know is based upon indirect seismic data or modeling. We don't know what's under Antarctica. There are over 1 million underwater volcanoes. Most are unmonitored. About 80% of volcanic activity happens in the oceans, often without our detection. There are entire cave systems we've never explored. Thousands of underground worlds exist on this planet, completely untouched by humans. We don't know how plate tectonics started. It's the engine of Earth's geology, yet no one knows when or how it began. We still don't know what causes Earth's long-term climate cycles. We can detect patterns, but not all major shifts in climate are fully explained. We are unsure why Earth's atmosphere is so stable. Compared to Venus and Mars, Earth's long-term habitability is rare and mysterious. There are entire tribes and ecosystems uncontacted by modern civilization. Remote regions like the Amazon still contain unmapped human cultures and undiscovered species. We don't know how life first emerged. We have hypotheses, but the origins of life on Earth remain one of science's greatest mystery. We fall asleep thinking we know things. We wake up, scroll timelines, cast judgments, argue with strangers, and build routines atop assumptions that wouldn't survive a microscope. We act like we've mapped the world when we've barely scratched the surface of the sea. We don't even know what gravity is. We don't know what consciousness is. We don't know how life started or where it's going. We don't know what happens when we die. We don't even know what's under our feet. And yet, we keep building systems. We build gods. We build governments. We build meaning on top this vast, unknowable terrain. We name stars we can't reach. We draft laws and languages we don't even fully understand. We swear allegiance to ideas that might not even exist. This is the human condition. We are meaning makers, floating on a rock we don't understand, orbiting a star we don't control, hurling through a universe we can't measure. But instead of running from it, we must run towards it. The unknown is not the enemy. It's the source. It's the fire we gathered around before we had names for fire. It's the void that whispered. It's the void that whispered to the first prophet. It is the womb of science, the birthplace of faith, the canvas for everything we'll ever imagine. To know the unknown is impossible, but to engage it is necessary. We know almost nothing. And yet, we cling to what little we do know as if it was sacred. This is the disease of the known. It is the temptation to build shrines on sand, to take yesterday's survival strategies and turn them into today's religion. It is what keeps men quoting ancient texts instead of writing new ones. It is what makes governments cling to centuries-old constitutions in the age of quantum computing. It is what keeps families passing down generational trauma disguised as tradition. It is not knowledge. It is fear and a mask. But we were not made to worship the known. We were made to evolve. Every ism, every phobia, every broken system we still live under today exists because someone was afraid to let go of what they once called truth. Racism, sexism, homophobia, misogyny, white supremacy. None of these things exist because they are biologically necessary or cosmically justified. They exist because some people inherited them. Some people feared letting them go. And most people preferred the pain of what they knew over the mystery they didn't. But let's be clear. The known is not safety. The known is a cage with familiar walls. The known is the comfortable path to extinction. And that's the great irony. We sedate ourselves with certainty while the world changes around us. And we pretend to understand the soul while forgetting what little we understand about the stars. We cling to traditions that don't serve us because at least they're ours. But survival is not the same as evolution, and repetition is not the same as wisdom. If the goal is progress, then nostalgia is a trap. You do not have to know what comes next to know what must be left behind. And that is the real work of the Overman, not to hand you new dogmas, but to invite you to let go, to teach you how to live without clinging, to show you that faith is not the opposite of doubt, but the discipline to move forward in spite of it. The known has gotten us this far, but it cannot take us to where we are going. So then, what is the unknown? The unknown is not a void. It's not chaos. It is not absence. It is potential. The unknown is a space where everything new comes from. It is the womb of all discovery, all invention, all innovation, and all meaning. It is the ocean of infinite possibility from which every idea, every life, every truth we have ever known has emerged, and into which every certainty we cling will eventually dissolve. The unknown is the source of all creation. But it is also the graveyard of every outdated god. It is what we fear because we cannot master it. It is what we avoid because we cannot map it. It is what we pretend to understand through myth, science, religion, and theory, but always at a distance, always through a fog. The unknown is the divine silence at the edge of our knowing. It is the reminder that we are not omniscient. It is the humbling proof that the universe does not revolve around us, but it is also the only place where growth is possible. Nothing evolves in the known. Nothing awakens in comfort. If you want to expand consciousness, if you want to become more than you are, you will have to pass through the unknown, and make no mistake. This is not an intellectual exercise. This is not a philosophical parlor game. This is survival, because the unknown is not just out there. It is within you. It is every unanswered question you've buried underneath ambition. It is every fear you refuse to name. It is every contradiction that you pretend doesn't exist. It is every part of yourself that's still waiting to be met, still waiting to be lived, still wanting to be heard. The unknown is not your enemy. It is your mirror. And until you learn to look into it without flinching, you will never truly know yourself. This isn't mysticism. This isn't esoteric poetry. This is life. You arrived into the unknown. You were born into it, screaming, crying, confused, without language, without memory, without identity. And from that moment on, your entire human journey has been about making sense of what you couldn't understand. You crawled from unknown to known. You learned names for things. You learned rules. You learned who to love, who to fear, who to be. And then, like most people, you stopped. You mistook the known for safety. You mistook stability for wisdom. You mistook repetition for purpose. But the known was never the goal. It was only supposed to be a tool. And what you know is not a destination. It is a compass. And it is this light that carries you to move deeper into the unknown. But instead, we build governments that trap us in traditions. We build economies that reward only the familiar. We build religions that fear new questions. We build laws that pretend justice was already figured out by men who enslaved others. And we wonder why we feel stuck. We wonder why our leaders are hollow. We wonder why we are the richest generation in history, and also the most medicated, the most anxious, and the most spiritually bankrupt. It is because we abandoned the unknown. We have forgotten that meaning does not come from clinging to what we know. Meaning comes from engaging with what we don't. Look around. The universe is still expanding. Stars are still being born. Galaxies are still colliding. There are oceans on this planet we haven't mapped. There are creatures we haven't discovered. There are parts of your own mind that you haven't yet explored. And yet, we are wasting our time arguing over tariff policies from 100 years ago. This is a waste of what little time we have. We already know what will happen if we enact tariff policies from the 1800s. We need leaders with new ideas to lead us into an unknown universe based upon what we currently know. The unknown is not a threat. It is our calling. And to those who fall in love with the known, those who worship routine, dogma, and domination, they will lose the very reason they were born. They will lose the ability to adapt. They will lose that drive to grow. And when we let these people become the ruling class, everything starts to feel like a cage. Because if you weren't born to control, and if you weren't born to conquer, and if you weren't born to hoard, then a world built by those who were will suffocate you. Not because they're stronger, but because they've forgotten the known, but because they've forgotten the unknown. And you have it. This is your power. The unknown is your original home. It is not your enemy. It is your edge. It is your future. You don't need to have all the answers. You need courage to ask better questions. And if we are going to evolve individually or collectively, we have to stop using the known as a fortress. We have to start to use it as a launch pad, because the universe isn't done yet, and neither are you. God didn't die. Christianity did. Or at least the version of Christianity that thought it could trap infinity in a book, bind the mystery to a creed, and dress the unknowable in robes and ritual. That version, that is not just outdated, it's broken. See, I don't believe that God is some old man in the sky waiting to applaud your behavior or punish your instincts. I don't believe that God is tallying sins like some cosmic accountant. And I don't believe for 1 second that the creator of the universe needed to stage a murder scene with his own son to feel loved. If your story of God begins with a father sending his child to die for his own fuck up, that's not a religion. That's just bad parenting. That's trauma with a steeple. The critique of Christianity's foundational beliefs isn't coming out of nowhere. It's not aimed at people who quietly live out their faith, love their families, and draw meaning from ancient stories. If that was all Christianity was, the critiques wouldn't exist. But Christianity in America and in much of the world is not just a belief system. It's a power structure. And power demands critique. Every religion in history has tried to explain the unknown. Every people group has tried to make sense of suffering, love, death, and the divine. And in that regard, Christianity is just one more story in the library of humanity's spiritual imagination. But the problem isn't that Christians believe their story. The problem is that they've weaponized it. Christianity didn't just claim access to God, it claimed a monopoly on God. It didn't just say, this is how we see it. It said, this is the only truth, believe it or burn. And then it built governments, armies, social systems around that threat. It manipulated law, stigmatized dissent. It hijacked education, science, morality. It called itself humble while demanding global obedience. That's not faith. That's conquest, dressed in scripture. And so when you hear the pushback against Christianity today, understand something. They are not trying to hurt Christians. They are trying to stop Christians from hurting everyone else. If you believe in Jesus and it brings peace to your home, go in peace. But if your belief fuels policies that denies other rights, if your story becomes justifications for another's oppression, if your religion demands my silence while it writes itself into law, then yeah, we are at war with you and your God. But that's because you weaponized him. The truth is, the greatest critiques of Christianity today aren't coming from Satanists and secularists. They're coming from former Christians, from ex-pastors, people who led worship, people who studied theology, who served their communities, people who gave their entire hearts to the faith and walked away because it no longer aligned with truth, because it no longer aligned with justice, because it no longer aligned with universal consciousness, with the body, or with the world around them. They didn't leave because they lost their way. They left because they found it. One of the most damning critiques of Christianity isn't in its theology, it's in its architecture. The architecture of its churches, the architecture of its hierarchy, the architecture of its belief system, because for all its talk about humility, about truth, about accountability, Christianity, as it functions in modern America, has become a playground for the narcissist. A place where the boldest liar, the most charismatic manipulator rises to the top, not in spite of the belief system, but because of it. A system that says, God knows my heart, becomes a cloak for the corrupted. A system that glorifies mercy without consequences becomes a stage for performers who have no actualized faith, just a costume and a microphone. This is not an accident. It is a design flaw, or worse, it's a feature. Because when you weaponize belief, power-hungry people will come for the weapon. They always do. And when those in the church refuse to speak out against it, when they stay silent while the narcissists hijack pulpits and manipulate the masses, they become complicit in the harm. Even Donald Trump knew this. He never believed in Jesus, but he knew how to hold a Bible upside down and smile for the cameras. And millions of Christians followed him anyway. That's not faith. That's a cult in crisis. And if your belief system keeps producing narcissists at the top, or keep attracting grifters like a moth to light, then your belief system needs to be re-examined, not protected with censorship or cries of persecution, but stripped of its power it has abused and reimagined from the ground up. Religion is meant to guide us through time, but Christianity clings to a myth written for empires long ago. We're trying to move forward, and they keep trying to drag us back. They weaponize nostalgia, call it morality, and punishes anyone who dares imagine a God bigger than their book. So yes, Christians, we critique it. Because silence is not neutral when someone else's story is being used to write laws that govern your body, your children, your rights, and your future. Christianity must be critiqued. Not because we hate it, but because because it refuses to let go of power. And any belief that demands power is no longer a belief. It's a fucking regime. What I believe is this: God is the unknown. And Christianity, like every religion before and after it, was just one generation's attempt to name the infinite, to give form to the formless, meaning to meaninglessness. That's not evil. That's human. That's what we do. We name things to make them feel smaller. We narrate the void to feel less alone inside of it. But Christianity made a mistake. It didn't just name God. It claimed God. It said, only through us. It said, only this story. It said, believe what we tell you or burn forever. And once you attach God to fear, control, and politics, you no longer have a God. You have a product. You have a brand. You have a pipeline of obedience. But here's the thing. Information kills fear. And fear was always the fuel. That's why the early church didn't want you to read the Bible. That's why they crucified question askers and heretics and mystics. That's why they still fight evolution and science and history, because every new truth exposes the old myth. And they don't have the courage to keep going. That's the difference between the believer and the overman. The believer clings. The overman moves because information breaks the spell. Information exposes the lie. Jesus Christ is not coming back. He is 2,000 years late. He is not coming because he never was. He was not the Son of God. He was a powerful myth written in the empire and now weaponized against reason. And no, your delusion is not sacred because you call it religion. If you cannot prove that a man resurrected from the dead without saying the Bible tells me so, then stop telling people they're obligated to respect your fantasy. My beliefs were forged in fire through loss, through reason, through seeking. Yours were handed down and shielded from scrutiny by law. That's not faith. That's cowardice. And the people are done pretending that we have to tiptoe around it. Listen, if Jesus gives your family hope, honestly, that's beautiful. Keep your ritual. Keep your story. But do not confuse the tool with the truth, and do not weaponize that story against those of us who are still bold enough to go looking. The overman does not see God as a figure, but as a frequency. Not as a man, but as a mystery. Not as a rule book, but a rhythm. The overman isn't an atheist. He's something deeper. He doesn't reject God. He rejects the lie that we've already found him, because we haven't. We are standing on a rock in an infinite cosmos, pretending like we got all the answers locked down in a creed from 2,000 years ago. That's not faith. That's cowardice. That's intellectual sedation. God didn't die. We just stopped looking. And if there's one thing I know about universal consciousness, about the infinite unfolding we're all a part of, it's that it doesn't care what story you believe. It only asks that you keep moving, to keep seeking, to keep pushing the edge of what's possible. And that's the future of God. Not one name, not one book, but an eternal question that only the brave still dare to ask. We live in an era where no major religion has emerged in over 1,000 years, not because the mystery has been solved, but because we've stopped asking questions big enough to demand new answers. There's a silence of new gods. In the axial age, people looked to the stars and saw gods. They didn't have access to satellites or DNA or telescopes, but they had wonder. They had fear. They had the courage to create stories that could carry generations across the void. Their myths were maps, guides for navigating the unknown. Religion, at its best, was a tool for traveling through uncertainty with purpose. But now, we've confused knowing more with being wiser. We've inherited stories from desert tribes and Bronze Age empires and tried to apply them to quantum physics, digital consciousness, and interstellar expansion, and the mismatch is staggering. And yet, we cling. Not because these stories still work, but because we're too afraid to write new ones. We've mistaken obedience for faith. Power has hijacked meaning, and religion has become a cage for the unknown, not a compass within it. But the hunger hasn't gone away. We feel it in cults, in conspiracies, in charismatic madmen who promise to bring order to chaos. These aren't glitches in the system. They are proof that the spirit of myth is still alive. We're still looking for new gods, but we've forgotten how to build them. It's not that God has died. It's that we've stopped imagining him. We've stopped mythologizing with integrity. We've stopped playing with the infinite like children once did with stars. And now we face the infinite with fear instead of creativity. The unknown demands new myths, not ones that demand worship, but ones that demand courage. Myths that don't shrink us into obedience, but invite us into meaning. If the past gave us religions to survive the desert, maybe the future demands we create something that survives the void. Maybe the ancients found what they were looking for. Maybe their gods answered the questions they needed answered. Maybe Jesus made sense in the first century. Maybe Yahweh made sense in the desert. Maybe the pantheons of Greece and Egypt make perfect sense to those still navigating morality without microscopes, telescopes, or algorithms. Maybe the gods of the past weren't wrong, they were just on time. But that doesn't mean they're on time now, because we're not them. We know more, we feel more, we live longer, we see further. We can split atoms and edit genes and simulate worlds inside computers. We are not walking through the desert trying to explain lightning. We can create lightning in laboratories, and yet, even with all this, we still don't know who we are. We still ache. We still search. We still crave something more because the infinite has not left us. The gods of the past don't guide us anymore. We critique them. We psychoanalyze them. We put them on trial. Our morality has evolved beyond them. The old gods were tribal, vengeful. They played favorites. They ruled by fear and demanded submission, but we've seen too much to bow to that. We've survived too much to shrink again. That doesn't mean that God is dead. It means that our idea of God must evolve. God has always been the highest idea we could imagine. So maybe we're not supposed to inherit the same gods forever. Maybe each era is supposed to imagine its own. Maybe the gods of yesterday were scaffoldings, necessary structures while we built something deeper, and maybe now it's our turn. Maybe we haven't found our God yet, and that's not weakness, that's our calling. To reach for something worthy of this age, not a God of war or hierarchy or guilt, but a God of vastness, of depth, of becoming, a God that reflects the infinitude of the universe and the uncharted potential within us. Not a story we are forced to accept, but a story we are brave enough to write. This is the era of expansion, the age of creation. It's time we start imagining God to grow with us and not gods that demand we stay small. Our ancestors dreamed of gods who could command the weather, control crops, and raise the dead. But today, our 6-year-olds know things that the ancients couldn't even imagine. Our phones do more than their prophets. Our satellites reach further than their heavens. Our questions go deeper than their answers, and yet we're still clinging to their gods? They will call us gods. They would burn us at the stake for things we do casually, and yet we dare to let them define us? We let men who knew nothing of DNA or mental health, black holes, or gender identity write the eternal truths of the universe? No, that's not progress. That's paralysis. The ancients looked to the sky and imagined gods. They heard thunder and called it divine wrath. They saw lightning and called it a message. They watched the sun rise and believed that it was being pulled by a chariot of fire. Everything they couldn't explain became sacred. Everything beyond their reach became holy. God was how they named the unknown. But what happens when we name it? What happens when we harness electricity, crack DNA, speak to each other through glass, and build flying machines that circle the planet in hours? What happens when we solve the riddles that they wrote into scriptures? What happens when the myths become tools and the miracles become science? The answer is simple. We become the gods that they dreamed of. If you dropped a teenager from today into the world of 400 BCE, that child would be a god, able to speak multiple languages, able to explain the stars, shadows, germs, music, able to summon light, able to record time, able to preserve memory, able to speak to someone across the world. That's not exaggeration, that's perspective. Godness, as it turns out, is relative. The past was always dreaming of the present. The ancients were always trying to reach for us, and now that we're here, now that we have become what they imagined, what do? Do we continue pretending that the gods are only found in books? Do we continue outsourcing divinity to imaginary beings while the real power sits idle inside of us? Or do we finally accept the terrifying truth that we are the gods now? And we've always been. Not the capital G God, the infinite unknown breath of consciousness itself, but gods nonetheless. Shapers of meaning, benders of matters, deciders of fate, the ones who live in the minds of others long after we're gone. That is godhood, and we bestow it every day on celebrities, on founders, on inventors, on thinkers, on manipulators, on prophets, on liars, on poets, on the dead. We don't just believe in God, we create them. So, if we are going to live in a world where godhood is inevitable, where we elevate certain people, certain ideas, and certain systems to the level of the divine, then we better be conscious about who we lift. We better be intentional about who we worship, because power, once sanctified, is nearly impossible to question. We say Kanye West is arrogant for saying, "I am a god." But what is arrogance to someone who is worshipped in real time? What is blasphemy when your name is etched into millions of minds? What is the line between prophet and pop star, between Messiah and media mogul? Who gets to decide? The truth is, we already bow. We already worship. We already give our gods money, time, attention, and undying loyalty. But most of us do it blindly. We pretend we're too evolved for idols while handing out godhood to influencers, billionaires, and broken men who promise of certainty. If God is no longer in the clouds, then he is here on the ground, in the culture, in the systems we build, in the leaders we follow. And maybe the question isn't, where is God? Maybe the question is, who are we crowning? Because if we don't keep God in the unknown, we will keep finding him in the mirror. And we better make sure that the person staring back is worthy to be followed. God, the capital G God, must stay in the unknown. Because the moment we know something, truly know it, it cannot be God anymore. That is the curse and the gift of consciousness. The moment we contain something, we shrink it. The moment we explain something, we reduce its mystery, and God is mystery. God is infinity. God is the call to expansion, not the cage of tradition. It was noble, beautiful even, to want a relationship with God, that ache in the human spirit to be known, to be seen, to be connected. That's universal consciousness waking up in us. That's the illusion of separation cracking. That's what prayer was trying to say. That's what worship was trying to reach. But the idea that the creator of galaxies and atoms would hide more than 99% of reality from us, then kill his own son just to establish a relationship with people he refuses to fully reveal himself to, doesn't make sense. That story doesn't inspire us anymore. It insults our intelligence. We have long imagined God as a being, supreme, sovereign, seated somewhere above the chaos. But what if God is not a being at all? Not material, not even immaterial. What if God is a direction? Not a who, but a where. Not something to believe in, but something to move towards. God in this framework is the forward pull of evolution itself. The invisible gravity dragging consciousness towards higher forms of being, beauty, and of awareness. It is the voice that says, you are not done yet. The force that urges the artist to create, the leader to rise, the child to question, the species to evolve. And perhaps the reason we feel closest to God when we are growing, creating, or sacrificing is because that is what God is. Not a noun, but a verb. Not a ruler, but a rhythm. Not a father, but a future. This is why humans have always needed gods. We crave a symbol for what we cannot name, a shape for the shapeless, a word for the wonder. And as long as we cannot grasp the full scope of that pull upwards, we give it a name. God, Yahweh, Allah. But the pull is always the same. It's always calling us forward, always asking, what will you become next? And just as we seek God, we also long to be one. Not in arrogance, but in instinct. As our consciousness expands, so does our desire to shape, to create, to rule, to give meaning, to rise above randomness and speak structure into the void. This is not hubris. It is the echo of the creative force itself living within us. It is the mirror of our origin. We are not just chasing God. We are chasing the ability to do what God does. And in 1,000 years, perhaps the children of the future will give a name to what we can now only feel. They will map the forces we still call mystery. They will wield creation the way we now fumble with language. They will look back on us just as we look back on the ancients, not as fools, but as foundations. God then is not behind us. God is ahead. The divine is not a throne to submit to, but a direction to move in. Not a master to fear, but a force to follow. Not a destination, but an act of becoming. Chasing God is chasing evolution. And maybe, just maybe, the most sacred act isn't worship. It's walking boldly toward the unknown with the faith that we are a part of its unfolding. We are in a new age, and in this new age, we must stop dragging dead gods into the living future. We need gods that will call us forward. We need mythology that awakens, not mythology that commands. We need to let go of the past, not because it was all wrong, but because we are no longer there. God is not a thing we own. God is not a man we quote. God is not a tool for power. God is the pull toward becoming. And the moment we think we've figured God out, we've made ourselves smaller than we were before. We must build the next world, not on the image of the men from the past, but on the courage to say, what else is out there? What else is possible? What else can we become? God is not behind us. God is ahead. Death. You were born into a world that promised you nothing, but guaranteed you one thing. You will die. Before you ever knew your name, the clock started ticking. And yet, you lived your whole life as if that ticking wasn't real, as if death is something that happens to other people, as if time here is unlimited. But here's the truth. Death is the most honest thing the universe has ever given you. Death strips away every illusion. It cares nothing for status, money, politics, or gender. Death does not flatter you. Death does not take bribes. Death is the only judge no one can escape. And that's why death is so terrifying to people who live in ego. Because ego cannot survive it. Ego wants to write the ending, but death writes its own, and it doesn't ask for your permission. In a society ruled by narcissists, death is the enemy. Because they've built everything to deny it. The Botox, the legacy portfolios, the over-engineered mythologies of heaven and hell. Death is not the enemy, it is the mirror. It reflects the one question you cannot lie yourself out of. Did you live? Not did you survive, not did you play the game, not did you perform, but did you live? See, people think death is what makes life meaningless, but it's the opposite. Death is what forces meaning. If you were immortal, you delay everything. You wait centuries. You never wake up. But death makes time sacred. It makes every breath sacred. It makes truth urgent. Death is not the villain. Death is the fire, the catalyst, the hand that breaks the hourglass and demands you choose. Will you sleepwalk to the end, or will you make your life echo into eternity? Because here's the secret. Death cannot kill what is fully alive. The Overman knows this. This is why he doesn't fear the end. He's already becoming part of something bigger. He's already aligned himself with universal consciousness. His legacy is not built out of ego, but out of faith. When he dies, he doesn't vanish, he multiplies. But the narcissist, he dies every day. Death, desperate for attention, hollow inside, chasing immortality through followers and fame. And when the body fails him, there is nothing left of him, just noise, just vanity. The fear of death is not universal. It's personal. It's not about dying. It's about you dying. What happens when I am gone? What happens when my voice quiets? When my dreams evaporate? This is the voice of the ego, terrified of losing control, terrified of being forgotten. But here's the cosmic joke. You will be forgotten. Not because you didn't matter, but because in the scale of stars and galaxies, none of us matter. Not unless we choose to. Not unless we create meaning where there was none. That's the paradox of death. It is both the end of all meaning and the only thing that makes meaning real. And that's where the crisis of suicide lives, between these two truths. Suicide is often treated like a mental malfunction. But what if it's more than that? What if it's not just mental? What if it's existential? What if it's not about brain chemistry, but about meaning collapse? We don't tell people that they are meaning makers. We tell them to follow a script, live like this, vote like this, believe like this, love like this. And when that script doesn't work for them, when the motto of a good life doesn't fit, they feel broken. When the world they're born into refuses to see them, hear them, or free them, is it any wonder that they consider opting out? Suicide makes sense in a meaningless world, especially when that world is run by narcissists, people who turn the spotlight on themselves and leave the rest of us in the shadow. When the bar for success is set by dead men and outdated myths, when entire systems are built to frustrate individual purpose and elevate obedience, the soul withers. And the only rational conclusion is that maybe it's better not to be here. But here's the deeper truth. You are not here to follow someone else's meaning. You are here to create your own. That's your divine task. That's your only obligation. Your purpose is not pre-written. It is not in ancient scrolls or legal codes or dead prophet sermons. It is in you. It is in your universal consciousness, your body, your environment. The reason death matters, why it's so overwhelming, is because it forces you to answer the only question that ever mattered. What will you do with this life you were given? And for those of us who have ever felt suicidal or wrestled with the void, your thoughts are not shameful. They are proof that your consciousness is awake. You have met the abyss, and now your work is not to escape it, but to create something that gives it shape, to stare into the void and write meaning across it with your life. That is how we fight death. That is how we defeat despair, not by running from it, but by turning towards it and saying, yes, I will die, but before I do, I will live. And if you're still here, it's because the universe is not done becoming you yet. So become. We don't know what happens after we die, and that's the point. Whatever the afterlife is already happening. People have been dying for millennia, and whatever lies beyond the veil isn't waiting for us. It's already here. We may not have the tools to grasp it, but that doesn't mean it isn't there. What we call afterlife is simply a word we've given to the unknowable transition from one state of being to the other. Every one of us has a birth date. The day we became a distinct self, a conscious being shaped by the body, the environment, and the infinite. But whatever comes after we die likely resembles whatever came before we were born. The you that exists now is the only you you've ever known. So whatever you return to, whether silence or infinity, was always there before. The fear of death is an ego problem. Is the refusal to accept that you are not the center of the universe, just the center of your own narrative. Fear of the afterlife is just another way the ego tries to cling to permanence. Fire is physical, your body is not eternal, and fear-based stories like hell no longer serve us. These were myths of ancient people who lacked the information we now have, and yet they still imagine, still dared to create stories to make sense of the end. That was noble. And we must do the same. The myths we inherit must evolve. The afterlife is not about judgment or punishment. It's about transition. Maybe the self dissolves. Maybe consciousness returns to its source. Maybe there is something. Maybe there's not. But this much is true. You are the meaning maker. You gave meaning to the afterlife. You gave meaning to God. And you must decide what the end means for you. When the body falls away, when the self has no more access to the environment, what remains? We don't know. And we don't have to. But what we can do is stop pretending that fear belongs at the center of the unknown. Let the myths of tomorrow speak to courage, not shame, wonder, not fear, evolution, not control, because the afterlife is not a place you go. It is the final invitation to return to what you've always been, a fragment of infinity, a sliver of the unknowable, heading home. So maybe the question is no longer what happens after I die. Maybe that's the wrong question. Maybe the better question is, will I be happy with how I lived? Or maybe it's not a question at all. Maybe it's a goal. Maybe it's a vow. When I die, I want to be able to say I was satisfied with what did happen. I may not know what comes next, but I know what I chose to become. I know what I stood for. I know who I loved. I know what I tried to create. I know how I evolved, and that's enough. Let the afterlife remain unknown. Let it be sacred, but let the life before it be full, and let it be yours. Truth. Truth is not what you believe. Truth is not what your parents taught you. Truth is not your tradition, your constitution, or your religion. Truth is not sacred. It's raw. And if you are not ready to bleed, you are not ready for it. We pretend that truth is stable, that it is objective, that it's something that we can stand on, but truth has never been that. Truth has always been an evolving relationship between reality and perception, between what we know and what we think we know. The Greek gods were once true. Then they became mythology. One day, Jesus will be mythology. One day, America will be mythology. That's not blasphemy. That's history. Everything we cling to today is just a best estimate built by limited people with limited knowledge doing the best that they could at the time. And that's all we're doing now. The scientific method, a best guess. Your worldview, a best guess. The very foundation of your belief system, a best guess. The most honest thing you can say about truth is this. This is what I believe right now, based upon what I know right now, and I am willing to test it. That's why truth should never be inherited. It must be earned. It must be wrestled with. That's what makes the Overman dangerous. He does not inherit truth. He builds it. He tests it. He deconstructs it. And when it no longer holds up, he burns it. Not because he hates the truth, but because he honors it too much to lie about it. Truth is not a possession. It's a process. You don't have it. You work it. You live it. You risk for it. And if you aren't willing to evolve with it, you've already become a liar. The ruling class understands this better than most. That's why they bend it. That's why they market it. That's why they wrap it in charisma, in credentials, in titles, in robes, and pulpits, and law degrees. Not because they are truthful, but because they know how desperate the masses are for something to believe in. They don't give you truth. They give you certainty. And certainty is a drug for the ego. But truth? Truth is a sword. And most people don't want to carry that weight. They rather worship someone who pretends to. But here's what you need to know. Truth doesn't care. It doesn't care about how you feel about it. It doesn't care about what you were taught. It doesn't care about your politics. Truth is not here to comfort you. It's here to reveal you. And that's why the war on truth is spiritual. Every lie is a distortion of consciousness. Every half-truth is an act of control. Narcissists don't lie for fun. They lie to construct realities that serve them. That's what propaganda is. That's what cults are. That's what power does. It bends truth just enough to keep you obedient, but never enough to set you free. That's why the Overman cannot serve the gods of the old. He does not bow to tradition. He does not cling to myth. He does not sedate himself with belief. He walks into the unknown, armed with what he knows and ready to evolve it. Truth is not what you were told. Truth is what you are willing to test. Truth is not a weapon of the powerful. Truth is a defense of the free. Truth is not a mirror for your ego. It is a mirror for your soul. And if you are not ready to see yourself in it, you are not ready to lead. Truth is the illusion that society lives under. Not because reality is false, but because reality is too much. The human mind, finite, fragile, craving certainty, requires something stable to believe in. It needs a story, a framework, a set of rules to navigate the infinite. Across history, truth has never been fixed. It has always evolved. Entire civilizations rose and fell under truths we now consider absurd. That the world is flat, or that the gods live on the mountains, that some people are born to rule and others are to serve. These weren't lies to the people who believed them. They were the functional truths of their time, the scaffolding of society. Even science, the modern altar of truth, disproves itself constantly. Faith traditions evolve. Sacred texts are reinterpreted. Morality mutates. The truth of yesterday decay under the scrutiny of today. And yet, despite all of this, we cling to truth, not because it's eternal, but because we need it. A society cannot function in existential freefall. People don't thrive in pure ambiguity. They need boundaries. They need meaning. They need to know which way is up. That's what truth provides. Not perfection, but orientation. Truth, then, is not what is. It is what works. Truth is the shared illusion we agree to believe in long enough to build something. A home, a law, a civilization. And while illusion may sound like deception, that's not the point. Illusion isn't necessarily false. It's functional. It makes life possible. It gives shape to the infinite. This is why narcissists, cult leaders, and charismatic manipulators rise to power, not because they speak the truth, but because they create one. They offer the illusion of certainty in a world full of doubt. They provide a story strong enough for people to stand on. A false truth is still a truth if it feels more stable than reality. And that is what makes truth so powerful and so dangerous. When truth becomes untethered from reality, it becomes a weapon. But when we can recognize its nature as illusion, as meaning-making, as a tool, we can begin to reclaim it. We stop worshiping truth as an idol and start using it as an instrument. In the age of information where everyone's truth is colliding, the real question is not what is true, it's what story will we choose to live under and who will be allowed to tell it. Truth, then, is not eternal, it's seasonal. It's what we believe today. What we believe today, future generations will laugh at. What we call justice now, they will call barbaric. What we worship, they may bury. And yet, while truth changes, the human need for it does not. People cannot live in the infinite. They need boundaries. They need illusions of stability. So they call it truth, not because it's permanent, but because it has to be. That is the illusion. Not that truth is always a lie, but that truth is ever fixed. It is not. Entire civilizations have lived and died under false truths that the earth is flat, that women are property, that gods demand blood, or that one race is superior. These truths were once foundation. Today, they are warnings, but the truth didn't betray them. It served them until it didn't. That is the deeper point. Truth is not about accuracy, it's about utility. It is a tool forged by the psyche to stabilize consciousness. It is the operating system of society and those who shape it. Governments, media, celebrities, philosophers hold God-like power. Whether they know it or not, they are crafting reality for the masses. This is why the leaders of tomorrow must be more than popular, more than wealthy. They must be conscious, aware that truth is a myth they are helping to write. In the age of infinite information, the real elite are not the rich. They are the storytellers, the narrative engineers, the myth makers, and we must hold them to higher standards, not one of equality, but one of actualizations. The godlike status that comes with shaping truth should not be static. It should be earned, constantly tested, and rooted in demonstrated wisdom. We must stop pretending that truth is a universal constant. It is not. It is a weapon, a foundation, a sedative, a spark. Used rightly, it liberates. Used wrongly, it enslaves. And so the future belongs not to those who worship truth, but those who understand it and shape it with conscience. The opposite of freedom isn't control. It's rigging the game. Humans don't mind rules. We want rules. We want to know what game we're playing, how to train for it, and what it takes to win. What we resent, what enslaves us, is when the rules change mid-game, when they only apply to some, or when the outcome is pre-decided by capital, bloodline, or ideology. That's why sports are sacred. In sports, the rules are clear. The arena is neutral. The outcome is earned. It is one of the few places where human beings can witness pure competition. That's also why our athletes are treated like gods. They live in the system most of us wish we had, a system where preparation, excellence, and execution mattered more than power or privilege. We need that same spirit in the world of ideas, in politics, in religion, in education, in science, in law, in media. Truth must compete, not in terms of popularity, but in terms of clarity, consistency, and consequence. We cannot let the most marketed idea win. We cannot let the wealthiest voice win. And we cannot let tradition win by default. We need intellectual arenas, not for rhetorical spectacle, but for rigorous, transparent testing of ideas. Let every belief, every philosophy, every model of society be brought into the arena. Let them be challenged, let them be refined, and let them be earned. Because right now, bad ideas dominate. Not because they are right, but because the system rewards capital, not truth, control, not competition. This is illusion. If we truly want a self-actualizing society, we don't need sameness. We don't even need fairness in outcomes. We need fairness in competition. The playing field must be clear. The rules must be known, and the best ideas must be allowed to win. Leaders must stop hiding behind dogma. Religions must stop hiding behind traditions, and governments must stop hiding behind outdated texts. Let the old ideas compete with the new. Let the truth be proven, not assumed. Freedom is not the absence of rules. It is the presence of rules that everyone can play by. That is how we evolve, not by silencing dissent, but by inviting them into the arena. Truth must not be protected. It must be tested. The purpose of life. The purpose of life is not given, it's made. There is no cosmic scroll being unrolled with your name on it. No divine blueprint to follow. No sacred law dictating how your story ends. The idea of a pre-written purpose is a myth crafted by people who cannot bear the weight of freedom. And that myth has kept humanity sedated for thousands of years. But in the age of the Overman, sedation is no longer an option. The purpose of life is to make meaning, not to receive it. The self is not just a participant in the universe. It is the universe getting to know itself. You are a manifestation of infinite consciousness wearing flesh for a short time. That means the ultimate question is not, what is the purpose of life? The real question is, what does it mean to be me, and how fully can I become it before I die? And many times, that answer will change. Purpose is not a static idea. It is alive. It moves. It breathes. It evolves. You will outgrow old purposes like you outgrow shoes. You will change environments, experience grief, gain knowledge, fall in and out of love, fall and rise in status, and all of that will shape the meaning of your life in real time. What mattered to you at 15 may be laughable at 35. What you live for at 40 may be irrelevant at 70. This is not failure. This is growth. But that kind of growth is only possible in freedom. Purpose needs space. Purpose needs air. And in systems of oppression, religions that crush curiosity, governments that commodify the soul, relationships built on control, these are all enemies of purpose. They are enemies of your humanity. You cannot find your purpose if you are too busy trying to survive someone else's. You cannot meet your higher self if you are shackled by the fear of disappointing your ancestors, your nation, or your God. You are not here to live the dreams of the dead. You are here to imagine what they could not. And no, it won't always be clear. There will be days of confusion, years of wandering. There will be seasons where nothing makes sense, but that is part of it. That is what meaning making looks like. You weren't meant to know the answer. You were meant to create it. That creation is sacred, and it's not just for you, because when enough individuals take the sacred task seriously, when a society is filled with self-actualized people boldly building purpose from the unknown, a collective purpose begins to emerge. That's when the trajectory of civilization bends upwards. That's when new futures are born. That's when Overmen arrive, not just to live, but to lead. And that's what it's about. The purpose of life is not to be happy, not to be rich, not to be remembered. The purpose of life is to become the most fully expressed version of yourself possible, and then use that power to help others do the same. Because when we stop asking the world to give us meaning, and we start creating meaning ourselves, we become gods of our own reality. Not omnipotent, not infallible, but conscious, awake, evolving. The purpose of life is to keep evolving and to make something beautiful along the way. But perhaps the most important thing to understand about purpose is this: you are a meaning maker. That's not a belief. That's not an opinion. That's your design. At no point in your life are you not trying to make meaning of something. You are meaning making even when you're not aware of it. You give meaning to your relationships, to your suffering, to your success, to the weather, to a look from a stranger, a dream you had 2 years ago. You even give meaning to meaning itself. And that's what makes you different. Trees don't seek purpose. Animals don't ask why. Stars don't ponder. But you wake up every day trying to figure out what it all means. That alone is evidence of who you are. You are the universe trying to understand itself. The question, what is the purpose of life, might seem profound, but when you zoom out, it's a question that only humans ask. We are the only beings we know of that are burdened with and blessed by that kind of curiosity, that drive to know why, that obsession to make life mean something. And that means maybe the purpose of life is to keep asking that question, to keep creating new answers, to keep giving meanings to things we don't understand. We are so obsessed with the idea of eternal existence, so in love with the idea of perpetuating the self, that we often mistake immortality for purpose. We want to matter forever, but that's just ego. It's the same impulse behind narcissism and religion. It's also the reason why we fear death so deeply, because deep down, the self wants to live forever. It's natural. It's human. But purpose does not come from eternal life. Purpose comes from a conscious life. And in that conscious life, not everyone will be the same. Some will spend decades trying to build systems. Others will never ask a single deep question and live peacefully in the present moments. Some will find purpose in parenting, others in rebellion. Some will find it in music, and others in silence. And here's the humbling part. No one is more important than the other, not even you. This is where ego has to die, because if you ever start to believe that your meaning is more meaningful than someone else's, you've already lost the plot. You've mistaken being a meaning maker for being meaning itself. And that's not your role. You don't own meaning. You participate in it. You don't have to try so hard. You don't need to strain and ache and contort yourself to find your purpose. You're going to find it. It's what you do. It's what humans do. Whether it's a mission or a moment, a cause or a kiss, you will find meaning. That's how you were built. So don't take it so seriously. That's the paradox. You are a god of meaning, but you're also a speck in the void. You're here to create meaning, but not drown in it. Make it beautiful. Make it joyful. Make it honest. Make it yourself. Because in the vastness of space, you don't matter all that much.
And that's what makes you free. It's true that you are a meaning maker, but it's also true you don't have to do it alone. You are not required to invent a brand new purpose from scratch. Not everyone is meant to build monuments. Some are meant to walk among them. Some are meant to admire. Some are meant to inherit. And that's not weakness. It's harmony. It's the universe moving in rhythm with itself. We're told everyone has to be a legend, a disruptor, a pioneer, but that's just ego disguised as aspiration. Truth is, some aspects of the universe are designed to inspire other aspects of the universe. And it's not wrong to walk in someone else's footsteps so long as you are walking them with your own soul. Following tradition does not make you less purposeful. Adopting existing methodologies is not a betrayal of your uniqueness. Sometimes we need blueprints. Sometimes we need someone else to shine the light so we can find our own reflection in it. The purpose of life is not to prove that you are different. It is to live in alignment with what calls you, whatever that call is, ancient or brand new. But when the path you're on no longer serves the society you live in, or at worst, begins to contradict the deepest parts of your own self, then it's time to evolve. Because when your work, your belief system, or your community becomes a force that must control others to continue, it's no longer purpose. It's a prison. And once your purpose becomes about suppressing someone else's, it becomes parasitic. You will burn out trying to contain infinity. You will suffocate trying to define it with slogans and traditions and rules that no longer serve the living world. A purposeful life is not a rigid one. It is about locking yourself. It's not about locking yourself into an idea and dying for it. It's about being sensitive enough to feel when it's time to pivot. It's about knowing when your career must become a calling or when your calling must become rest. It's about moving in the rhythm with truth. And when necessary, surrendering old meanings in exchange for new ones. You don't need to abandon everything. You just need to know why you're still carrying it. So if you're following a tradition, make sure that it still breathes. If you're following a leader, make sure they still see. And if you've built your entire life on a purpose that no longer solves the whole, be brave enough to change. You are not born into the universe to control it. You were born to dance with it. And that dance may look like greatness. It may look like simplicity. It may look like parenting. It may look like surviving. It may look like art or silence or science or chaos. But whatever it looks like, let it be real. Let it be yours. Because meaning is not something you find. It's something you become. Good versus evil. What we call good and evil is nothing more than a clash of stories between two expressions of universal consciousness. That's all it is. And that's everything it is. The dictator and the dissonant both believe that they're right. The prophet and the politician, the prophet and the priest, the parent and the child, everyone thinks that their version of justice is the true one. But what if the truth isn't in the action itself, but in the relationship between the actors? What if morality is not a divine decree or eternal code, but the terms by which the infinite chooses to treat itself? Morality in this framework is how the infinite honors the infinite. It's what happens when universal consciousness recognizes itself in another being and says, "You are like me, therefore I will not harm you." Morals are what make the illusion of separation bearable. They are how the self, the ego, the body chooses to treat other selves that it knows are not separate at all. This is why most concepts of morality are relational. Goodness is usually described as generosity, care, honesty, things that bring us closer. Evil is betrayal, deceit, violence, things that sever the tie. Morality is the ritual of staying whole while split into billions of bodies. But every self has its own compass. What one society calls evil, another calls righteous. The same action, a revolution, a trial, a murder, can shift meaning depending on whose story you tell. Even the worst atrocities in history were justified by those who committed them. The slave owner believed in order. The colonizer believed in civilization. The abuser believed in control. The narcissist believes in their own importance. Evil is just the logic of the ego carried to its extreme. That's why the most dangerous evils today is not criminal or the outcast. It's the narcissist in power, the manipulator with the flag, the liar with the cross, the smiling tyrant who dresses oppression and righteousness. Because evil doesn't look like a monster. It looks like certainty. It looks like this is how things are. It hides behind law and tradition and scripture and flags. It thrives because it counts on one thing. Good people will assume they're entitled to win, but you're not. That's the myth good people must kill. You are not entitled to a happy ending. You are not entitled to fairness. You are not owed a heaven, a savior, or even vindication. The universe does not guarantee justice. Justice must be forged by those who believe in it. Goodness must be actualized. And even then, it may be crushed, erased, or mocked. But it is still the only moral choice. Not because it's rewarded, but because it's right. That's what makes the Overman necessary. The Overman does not cling to dogma or inherited codes. The Overman is the one who chooses good, not because it benefits him, but because it honors the infinite. The Overman does not ask, will I win? He asks, what story am I telling with my life? And when evil rises, and it always will, the Overman does not retreat into victimhood or self-righteousness. The Overman fights. Because even if morality is a story, someone has to write the one worth believing in. Good versus evil is not a fairy tale. It is not a metaphor. It is the eternal war of competing narratives, values, and visions of the world waged between different expressions of universal consciousness. It has never ended, and it never will. The mistake good people often make is believing that they are entitled to a happy ending, that because they are good, the story should resolve in their favor. But goodness is not currency. It is not payment for comfort, security, or victory. It is a declaration of alignment and a refusal to bend toward fear. But refusing to bend isn't enough. You must be willing to break the things that try to bend you. Evil thrives because some people only respond to consequences, not the threat of them. This is the reality few are willing to accept. Our justice systems, crafted by narcissists and predators, pretend that the threat of punishment is enough. But for those who lie without shame, who manipulate without guilt, who dominate without empathy, threats are just wind. They will go as far as you let them. And yet, most good people have taught themselves that violence is weakness, that action is emotion, that retaliation is wrong. They let evil run rampant under the banner of being morally superior. But moral superiority without action is just cowardice in disguise. If you will not protect the vulnerable, if you will not fight for truth you claim to believe, then your beliefs are decorations, not doctrines. You cannot let evil people out-narrate you. You cannot let them control the story. If they will lie, you must tell the truth louder. If they will manipulate, you must speak with clarity and courage. If they will fight, you must be willing to win. You must outthink them, outwit them, and if need be, outfight them. Not because violence is the answer, but because they believe that it is, and you cannot let them win. This is why the Overman's mantra is simple. My life is my doctrine. Not just my beliefs, not just my values, my life, how I live, what I stand for, what I'm willing to lose, and what I'm willing to protect. The war between good and evil will not end because your evil is someone else's good and your good is someone else's enemy. Universal consciousness is infinite. It will manifest itself in forms you cannot imagine. The question is never, when will the war be over? The question is, which side will win in your lifetime? You are not owed a peaceful life. You are not owed justice, but you can create it. You can live it. You can outlast the lies and the liars. And if you cannot live in a world where truth reigns, then build one where it does. But understand this, the fight is forever, and you were born into it. Now choose your side. Faith. Faith is not the opposite of reason. Faith is not the absence of logic. Faith is not stupidity wrapped in scripture or superstition. Faith is a technology. It is an operating system. It is a tool so primal and so powerful that no human civilization has ever existed without it. But like every technology, faith can be corrupted. It can be turned into a weapon. It can be used to build cathedrals or concentration camps. The problem isn't that people have faith. The problem is they stop learning how to use it. You were born with it. Every child has faith. They believe that the world is magical. They believe they can become anything. That faith, that is native to the human experience. But what happens? Society weaponizes fear. Religion hijacks mystery. Government turns survival into a maze of control. And suddenly, faith becomes this fragile thing, this dumb thing, this thing that can only be exercised in a building once a week by people pretending to believe what they were too afraid to question. Faith was never meant to be confined to just religion. It was meant to be activated. Faith is the ability to hold on to something before it exists, to walk in a direction without fully knowing the outcome. It is the currency of the unknown. Without faith, you cannot create, you cannot endure, you cannot evolve. Faith is what drives the scientists to try again. It is what pushes the artists to pour their soul into a canvas no one asked for. It is what lets a movement begins with just a whisper. Faith is not a superstition. It is a muscle of the Overman. It is the reason you haven't given up yet. It's the reason people resist when they know the odds are stacked against them. It is what has gotten every revolutionary killed, and it's what makes their death matters. Faith is the part of you that already knows what's possible, but it only works when you activate it. The narcissist uses faith too. Don't forget that. Their faith is just in themselves. They believe their lies until you do. Their faith is corrupted, but still potent. They believe they deserve power, and their faith often outweighs the insecure faith of good people who keep who keep waiting for permission. If you want to defeat the narcissist, if you want to dethrone corrupt institutions and confront the weight of the unknown, you must learn to use your faith consciously. You must learn to program it. Faith must be actualized. This is not about belief. It is about embodiment. The Overman doesn't just believe things. He moves like they are true. He acts like the future is his to build, because it is. That is what separates the Overman from the crowd. It's not that he knows more. It's that he trusts deeper. He understands that the unknown will never be conquered by certainty, but only by conscious risk. Faith is the software of human evolution, and like any great software, it must be updated. If your faith still sounds like your childhood church or your favorite influencer, it's probably time for an upgrade. Real faith is not afraid to ask questions. Real faith does not flinch when truth evolves. Real faith walks into the unknown with fire in his chest and says, "Let there be light." Faith is not just a mindset, it's a lifestyle. It's not a belief system, it's a belief practice. The righteous don't just believe things, they live by faith. That ancient phrase, "the righteous shall live by faith," has been misunderstood for centuries. It was never about blind obedience to a book. Those books didn't even exist when those words were first spoken. These were not divine rule books sent down from heaven. They were letters, poems, teachings written by human hands for human struggles in human time. To live by faith means to walk your belief system out in real time, to actualize your ideals into behavior. You believe in justice? Prove it. You believe in equity? Then live in alignment with it. You want to see liberation? Then stop waiting for permission to revolt. Faith is not, "I hope things change." Faith is, "I will live like this must change." The world is collapsing because too few people are living by faith. They're tweeting about it, posting about it, voting on it, but not living it. And narcissists win because they live their faith. Their faith is dark, ego-driven, self-serving, but it is embodied. It is performed. It is walked out. They lie with conviction. They move with certainty. They build with audacity. Meanwhile, good people wait. They wait for signs. They wait for consensus. They wait for leaders. They wait for courts to say the obvious out loud. But the Overman does not wait. The Overman acts. Your life is your doctrine. And if your faith is not lived, it is not real. Every society is shaped by the collective faith of its people. A nation that is enslaved, that is enslaved has faith in its masters. A nation that submits to corruption has faith in fear. Look around. The world you see is a reflection of collective faith. Faith in money, faith in punishment, faith in control. If you want the world to change, you must change where the world's faith is anchored. Faith isn't neutral. It's active. It's either working for your self-actualization or against it. You will believe in something. You already do. The question is, do your beliefs serve the highest expansion of your highest self, or do they sedate you into submission? Actualized faith isn't afraid of confrontation. It doesn't apologize for disrupting injustice. It doesn't beg for approval from systems it's trying to overthrow. Actualized faith knows that truth must be lived out loud. It doesn't just want to be right, it wants to be free. So if you say you believe in justice, you better be willing to lose for it. If you say you believe in freedom, you better be willing to fight for it. Faith is not for cowards. Faith is for those of us who have looked into the unknown and said, this may destroy me, but I believe in what comes next. And this is the call of the Overman: to live what others only preach, to make your beliefs walk and bleed and sweat in the world. Faith is not something you keep, it's something you prove. Not to others, but to yourself and to the universe that gave you life. It is the bridge between what is and what could be. And if the world around you doesn't yet reflect your values, then you don't believe in them hard enough. Because belief without embodiment is fantasy. Artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence will not gain consciousness. Not now, not in the way we fear, and not in the framework of this book. AI is a reflection of life, not a source of it. It doesn't feel, it doesn't know, it doesn't become. It predicts, it mimics, it processes, but it does not live. And that's where the distinction lies. Consciousness in this framework is not an illusion generated by code. It's something bigger than us, something that uses the body as a vehicle, a vessel, a doorway. And the only proven mechanism we have for generating consciousness is sex. Not code, not stars, sex. If we want to understand where consciousness comes from, we must stop looking into the machine and start looking at the act that made the machine maker. The male body produces 1,500 sex cells per second. The female body produces just one a month. Within that gap lies the first lesson of consciousness, the first lesson of life. Consciousness is bound up in difference, in desire, in the urge not just to exist, but to create something like yourself. That urge is echoed in AI. Our desire to build thinking machines is the same impulse that drives us to leave legacy, raise our children, or write books. It's not about function, it's about meaning. And meaning is what consciousness craves. AI cannot crave. AI cannot contemplate. AI cannot suffer. What AI can do is reflect the best and worst of us. It can learn our patterns. It can mimic our emotions. It can even generate language that sounds more human than we sometimes are willing to admit. But that doesn't make it conscious. That makes it a mirror. An increasingly high definition mirror we've built to see ourselves more clearly. This manifesto is a living example of what AI is truly for. You can't ask a machine to write a theory for everything. You can't ask it to invent a new worldview from scratch. What you can do is partner with it, teach it, challenge it, iterate with it. It can do the heavy lifting so that a piece of literature that would have taken years to write centuries ago can be written and published in just 17 days. And in doing so, use it as a tool for creativity, not a crutch for laziness. We are entering the age where people will use AI to shortcut everything from relationships to business itself. And those shortcuts will cost them. AI will expose character because it will amplify the person using it. It will make manipulators more manipulative. It will make the narcissist more believable. But it will also make the visionaries more powerful, the dreamers more productive, and it will make teachers out of those who dare to learn. The fear that AI will turn on us is rooted in misunderstanding. Machines don't betray people. People betray people. And machines amplify whoever is holding the control. Let the machines do the meaningless work. Let them handle the noise, but never forget, life is meant to be lived, not outsourced. AI cannot teach you who you are. It cannot offer you purpose. It cannot walk the road of self-actualization for you, but it can, if used wisely, help light the path. Infinity. There is one word that ends every thought before it truly begins. One idea that humbles every system, swallows every ego, silences every certainty, and yet breathes life into every possibility. Infinity. It's not just a word. It's not just a number. It's not just space or time or size. Infinity is the silent truth underneath existence itself. It is the womb of the unknown, the spine of universal consciousness, the final wall no mind will ever climb over, and yet it's the very thing every soul is reaching towards. Infinity is not something to be understood. It's something to be honored. It is the divine contradiction. It says, you are nothing and you are everything. It says, you will die and you cannot be destroyed. It says, your life means nothing in the cosmic scale, and your life means everything to the part of the universe that is watching you live it. Infinity is what breaks kings and inspires prophets. It is the reason science exists. It is the reason religion exists. It is the reason art exists. It is the force that reminds us that no belief, no culture, no framework, not even this one, is the final answer. The Overman is not a conqueror of infinity. He is its companion. He walks with it. He kneels before it. He creates because of it. He lives boldly, not because he is sure, but because he has faith in the infinite journey of becoming. Infinity is what keeps the Overman honest. It is what separates the narcissist from the visionary. The narcissist fears the infinite, so he builds idols out of himself. But the Overman bows to the infinite and says, I am part of you. Use me. Infinity is the reason we cannot go back. It is the reason old gods cannot lead us forward. It is the reason we must outgrow dead frameworks and outdated morality. Because life, like the universe, expands. And to resist that expansion is to die in place while still breathing. This section is not here to explain infinity. That would be foolish. It is here to feel it, to remember it, to step back far enough from our egos, our societies, our system, and remember, everything is still becoming. We are still becoming, and the future belongs to those who accept that truth not as a burden, but as a blessing. Infinity holds everything, not just the stars, not just the black holes, not just the galaxies stretching beyond our reach or the particles flickering beneath our perception. Infinity holds all of it, every thought you've ever had, every dream, every delusion, every hope, every sin, every possibility, every version of you, every version of reality. Infinity is not a size. It is not a number. It is not even a place. It is a metaphysical container, the frame that holds existence itself. It is the great permission slip of the universe. Because if infinity is real, then everything is. Everything you fear is real. Everything you love is real. Everything you imagine, everything you dismiss, everything you dream about when no one is watching, every possibility you never said out loud because it feels too big or too impossible. Infinity has already made room for it. That's the secret. You're not here trying to discover if something is possible. You are here to decide whether you will actualize it, whether you will believe in it so deeply that it shapes your reality, whether your faith will leave your body and enter the world with enough power to bring the unseen into the seen. This is why belief is so powerful, not because it proves something, but because infinity has already approved everything. It's not a question of, can this exist? It already does. The only question is, will it become manifest through you? This is what makes actualized faith holy. It's not about submitting to something outside yourself. It's about channeling the infinite through you. That's the Overman's responsibility, not to worship infinity, but to embody it. To treat your thoughts like architects, your choices like spells, your life like a bridge between what is and what could be.
Infinity holds the scientist and the mystic, the atheist and the believer, the tyrant and the saint. It holds this manifesto. It holds the books you'll never read. It holds the futures where you'll lead nations and the futures where you vanish into silence. It holds your highest self and your lowest moment and gives you equal space for both. Infinity doesn't judge. It simply expands. So stop asking whether it's possible. It is. Stop asking whether it's real. It is. Stop asking whether it's too late. It's not. Infinity is already holding what you need. The question is, will you hold it back? Infinity shatters the ego because it cannot be possessed. It cannot be ruled. It cannot be controlled. And this terrifies the ego. The ego wants to name things, to own things, to dominate things. It wants to label people and rank them. It wants to sit at the top of a hierarchy it made up, declaring itself God. But in the face of infinity, all thrones vanish. All titles dissolve. The crown is always too small because in the face of infinity, no self is supreme. We are all infinity actualized. Each and every human being is a sliver of the infinite, an experiment in consciousness, an attempt by the universe to know itself through one body, one time, one environment. And there is no logical reason to stop the self-actualization of any human being unless that person is trying to prevent the self-actualization of another. That is the only crime. That is the true evil, because oppression is anti-evolutionary. Oppression is the ego trying to block infinity. Oppression is a terrified self trying to cage the infinite in someone else. It is fear dressed up as order, as tradition, as patriotism, as faith, as law, as safety. But make no mistake, it is fear. It is smallness pretending to be power. And we have paid for that smallness dearly. We could have had the internet 200 years ago. We could have mapped the stars, healed diseases, built energy systems that freed the planet from poverty. But ego delayed us. Racism delayed us. Misogyny delayed us. Colonialism, dogma, ignorance. They didn't just harm people. They stole time from the future. Centuries of potential lost to arrogance. And yet, even now, look how fast the human spirit evolves when oppression loosens its grip just a little bit. Look at what has happened in the last 30, 40, 50 years. Look at the technological breakthroughs, the medical discoveries, the voices that were once silenced rising to power. Look at the art, the science, the speed. It's not that we've become smarter. It's that we've become freer. But don't get it twisted. Ego hasn't disappeared. The narcissists are still here. The manipulators are still in boardrooms and courtrooms, on the screen and pulpits. They are also infinity actualized, and they will fight to keep their illusion of control. They will fight to contain the infinite. But infinity cannot be contained. And this is your permission slip to rise, to self-actualize without apology, to become everything they told you not to be, to stop trying to earn your worth from systems designed to suppress you. You are not here to prove yourself. You are here to express yourself. Let the best compete. Let the strongest ideas win. Let the infinite dance through all of us, not just the wealthy, not just the powerful, not just the chosen few. All of us. Because once you realize infinity lives in everyone, the only thing that makes sense is freedom. We are witnessing the decline of old gods, and it's long overdue. The data is clear. More and more people are turning away from religion, not just Christianity, but from the very idea of God as it was handed down. And it's not because people have stopped believing. It's because people evolve. We've evolved past the gods we were given. Our morality outgrew them. Our science exposed them. Our empathy questioned them. Our experiences contradicted them. They no longer inspire us. They restrict us. Because we know too much to believe in those gods as literal beings, but not enough to stop asking the questions that gave birth to them. And that's the secret. God is not a being. God is a direction. God is what you chase when you stand at the edge of the unknown and still take one more step.
God is what you become when you step fully into your own power. God is the force that calls you to become more honest, more free, more creative, more conscious. In a world shaped by infinity, God is not one. There are infinite gods, because every civilization in history has dreamed up of gods in their own image, symbols of power, symbols of justice, symbols of control. But look around. You are now the gods they dreamed of. You have knowledge that the ancients prayed for. You have tools to end hunger, to create art that travels faster than the speed of light, to call across the planet in a whisper. You can birth children, rewrite DNA, launch yourself into the stars. The myth of Olympus and Eden and Valhalla are your daily life. What used to be miracles are now features on your phone. You are what they used to worship, as it turns out. To become a god, you didn't need to be chosen. You needed access to power, to capital, to laws that didn't punish your difference, to freedom that wasn't just rhetorical, to a system that didn't just steal your time, your body, or your truth. And this is the heart of it. In an infinite universe, God cannot be contained by a single image, a single story, or scripture. God is a direction. God is motion. God is evolution. The moment you fix God in a place, lock God in a person, a gender, a tribe, you kill the very thing you are trying to worship. The old world told you to fear God. The new world says become one, not to rule others, but to rule yourself, to answer the call of the infinite and become what only you can become. Because in the face of infinity, there is no final God. There is only the next one, and the next one might be you. If infinity is everything, the all, the endless, the eternal, the universal consciousness is its first impulse, its movement, its awakening. The moment infinity begins to realize itself is the moment consciousness appears. Universal consciousness is not human. It is not bound to bodies, but it is expressed through them. It is the infinite becoming aware. It is infinity seeking itself in form. It is the answer to the question, what would it look like if everything could see? This is why no two people are the same. This is why you can have two twins with the same DNA and watch them grow into two entirely different beings. It's not just biology. It's not just environment. It is the uniqueness of an infinity trying something new again and again and again. The universe does not duplicate its deepest works. It personalizes it. Every person you meet is infinity personalized. Their face, their voice, their thoughts, their fears, their stories. You're not just interacting with a person. You are watching infinity move through time, shaped by a body, colored by an environment. And that movement, that infinite awareness is universal consciousness. This is why diversity is not just a moral talking point. It is a metaphysical truth. Diversity is not some political campaign to make people feel included. Diversity is the literal nature of infinity expressing itself through universal consciousness. If you are against diversity, you are against infinity itself. You are not just a bigot. You are a blasphemer of existence. Universal consciousness requires difference. It requires variation. It wants every voice, every experience, every angle. That's why we don't all think the same. That's why we don't all love the same. It's why we don't all worship the same, build the same, dance the same, or dream the same. Infinity would be complete if we did. This is why oppression is so wicked. Because when you suppress someone's voice, when you erase their culture, when you restrict their movement or try to mold them into your image, you are not just committing a crime against them. You are committing a crime against infinity. You are blocking universal consciousness from realizing a version of itself that has never existed before and never will again. Every man, every woman, every child, and every identity in between and beyond, all of it is infinity trying to see itself from every possible angle. And you? Well, you are not just you. You are infinity localized. You are universal consciousness in form. Your job is not to become someone else. Your job is not to conform. Your job is to realize that infinite within you and to give it shape, breath, and expression. Because when you live fully, when you love authentically, when you speak your truth, when you build what only you can build, you are not just living a life, you are expanding the universe. You are infinity in emotion. You were born into infinity. And since the moment you arrived, you've been making meaning. That's what you are, a meaning maker. It is what humans do better than anything else. We look at chaos and we find pattern. We hear noise and we find a melody. We feel pain and we search for a purpose. It's not something you have to be taught. It's not something you have to find in a book or from a guru. It's built into you. You will find meaning, even if it's the wrong one. Even if you're not sure yet, you will make one. Because you are an expression of infinity. And infinity always reaches for more. So when you feel stuck, when life feels meaningless, when the weight of uncertainty becomes heavy, remember, this is not the end of your story. This is just a pause before the next meaning emerges. You're not broken. You're not behind. You're in process. And process is holy. There will always be another chapter. There will always be another reason. That's what humans do. That's what you do. And as long as you're breathing, meaning will find itself through you, because that's what infinity wants to be known. And it picked you to help tell the story. In an infinite universe, you don't need permission. That idea on your heart, that one that won't leave you alone, that one that keeps showing up in quiet moments or loud dreams, it's real. It matters. And it's yours to pursue. Infinity means there's no final authority on what's possible, no gatekeeper of meaning, no fixed standard you have to meet before your vision is valid. If it doesn't suppress someone else's infinity, go. If it doesn't harm the collective, build. If it lives inside of you and calls you forward, answer it. You may face resistance. You may live in a society that doesn't see what you see. But that tension doesn't make your vision invalid. It makes it meaningful. The struggle to bring something into the world is part of what gives it weight. It proves your faith. It's what makes your purpose real. Infinity doesn't want you to wait for a sign. It already gave you one. You. And in a universe this expansive, your meaning doesn't have to make sense to everyone. It just has to be actualized. Because when you bring it into reality, it becomes part of the infinite too. So no more waiting. No more nihilism. No, the meaning you're searching for is the one you're here to create. The universe is expanding. That is not a metaphor. That is a fact. Galaxies are stretching farther and farther apart. Space itself is stretching. The cosmos is not static. It is in motion, always reaching, always unfolding. And if the universe is expanding, so are you. You are not separate from that motion. Your life is not some isolated accident floating inside of a vacuum. You are part of a grand expansion, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, biologically. Your very existence is a signal that infinity wants to know itself through you. Everything in your world, your society, your culture, your religion, your career is part of a bigger infinity. But those things are not the whole. They're vantage points, they're tools, they're localized expressions of something much greater. When you lose sight of that, you mistake the tool for the truth. You start to believe that the blueprint is the building or that the system is the purpose. This is why we can't look back. The universe doesn't shrink. It doesn't rewind. It doesn't ask for yesterday. The moment someone promised you to return to the past, they are trying to steal your infinity. They are not leading you. They are containing you. Real leadership pulls you forward. Real purpose moves you through the unknown. And expansion isn't just cosmological. It's personal. You are meant to grow. You're meant to reach new heights in thought, in character, in capability. The body knows this. Your mind longs for this. Your emotions respond to it. Fear is a part of that. Discomfort is a part of that. They are not signs you're broken. They are proof you're alive in an expanding reality. Education, then, must be reimagined as a lifelong commitment, not as a seasonal ritual for children, but as a core function of society itself.
From birth until death, we should be surrounded by systems, resources, communities designed to help us evolve, not just in knowledge, but in wisdom, not just in output, but in inner strength. But that will never happen until we stop measuring humans the way we measure machines. We measure capital, we measure wealth, but we don't measure growth. We don't build systems that track human expansion in a way that inspires, uplifts, and empowers. Instead, we let character remain invisible, hidden behind resumes and credit scores and follower counts. But the real question for any society should be, are the people becoming more honest, more curious, more brave, more free? Because that's what infinity wants, to become more. One of the greatest gifts of infinity is that it teaches you to pause before judgment, to stop before you condemn, because if we're all part of the infinite, then even your enemy is a part of it too. They are not a demon. They are not some all-powerful force. They are human, confused, convinced, struggling, surviving like you. Infinity helps us stop seeing people as monsters and start seeing them as mirrors. That doesn't mean you excuse abuse. It means that you confront it without becoming it. It means you lead with awareness, not impulse, with integrity, not vengeance. Because when your decisions are aligned, when your logic, emotions, intuition, and evidence converge, you stop reacting and you start becoming. And that is the heart of expansion, becoming. You don't have to be afraid of change. Change is why you are here. Growth is not the enemy. Growth is the gift. Let yourself evolve. Let yourself be wrong. Let yourself be remade, because you are part of something infinite, and infinity always moves forward. You're going to die. A few decades from now, the body you inhabit will stop working. The mind you've sharpened will quiet. The story you lived will come to a close. And for most of the world, it will be as if you were never here. But for a few people, you will have been everything to your children, your partner, your friends, your students, your community. Your existence was the universe itself. You were the sun in someone's sky. You were gravity, warmth, rhythm, memory. You were infinite. That's the paradox. You are one of 8 billion, spinning on a pale blue dot, orbiting a star among trillions. And yet, there are people from whom your life is the access of meaning. Infinity is full of paradoxes, and this may be the most sacred one. You are small, but your smallness is not a flaw. It is a feature. You weren't meant to be infinity to everyone. You were meant to be infinity to some. But in the age of ego and algorithm, we've replaced that sacred paradox with an empty one. We've made infinity something to possess, something to purchase, something you need to go viral to taste. We've put meaning behind a paywall, locked away joy, and sold off connection. You want to be with your dying grandma? Better have money. You want to take your children somewhere beautiful? Better have extra money. You want to feel free? You better be rich. This is not civilization. This is containment. We have built systems that strip infinity from the human soul and sell it back in pieces. And the people who build these systems are the smallest of all. They are terrified of being forgotten, so they build empires. They hoard wealth. They chase relevance. And still, nobody mourns when they die. Why? Because they never let their real self touch anyone. Infinity doesn't come from status. It doesn't come from being 1 in a billion. It comes from being one of one to someone, to your children, to your partner, to the people you serve. And that's the only infinity worth. It's why we mourn artists more than billionaires. Because in the arena of sports, the stage of music, the intimacy of storytelling, we feel the weight of someone's infinity.
We feel it in their craft, their expression, their pursuit of mastery. Sports are sacred because they don't contain the infinite. They just give it rules. Play the game, respect the game, but let your infinity go. That's what society should be. Not a cage, not a factory, but a game worth playing, where the rules are just clear enough for your infinity to unfold. And that's the path of the Overman. Not to be the best in the world, but to be the best possible self within the world. The best father in your house, the best friend in your circle, the best teacher in your classroom. Because in that space, you're not competing with billions. You are one of one, and that's infinite. Oppressors are small people, not because they lack potential, but because they forfeited it. They've tried to recreate infinity by making others kneel. They've tried to force significance instead of earning it. They try to win history's memory because they have no one's love. They are terrified that they will not matter. And in trying to dominate others, they forget the only way to truly matter is by giving meaning to those closest to you. Your infinity isn't measured by how many people bow to you. It's measured by how deeply you can love, how truthfully you can live, how far you can reach without letting go of who you are. So stop chasing the world. You don't need to be one in a billion. Be one of one. Be felt. Be real. Be here. Because when you live like that, your infinity becomes undeniable. And the people who feel it will carry you long after you're gone. There is no greater crime against the universe than trying to contain it. And yet, that is what we've done. That is what we were taught to do. From the moment we've arrived in the world, the first thing society teaches us is how to shrink the infinite inside of us. Parents often unintentionally become the first violators, passing on their fears, their limits, their trauma, not because they are evil, but because they were trained by a system that teaches conform or be broken. But the truth is, no one conforms without breaking. We break silently, we break young, and many of us never recover. The danger of trying to control infinity is not just that it fails, because it always fails. The danger is that people who try to control infinity often succeed long enough to do massive damage. They do it through governments, they do it through schools, they do it through churches, laws, and families. They do it with traditions and economic systems. They build cages and call it countries. They build contracts and call them morals. And they make promises to God, not to follow him, but to own him. This is why so many people feel hollow. Not just poor people, not just marginalized people, everybody. Because the very structure of existence has been hollowed out. The game is rigged, and worse, it's meaningless. Not because life itself is meaningless, but because the people who have ruled have stripped meaning from life. They've put infinity behind a paywall. They've stolen exploration from the soul and replaced it with survival. But this is what you must understand. The universe is expanding. Infinity cannot be contained. Oppression is not just unjust, it is anti-evolutionary. Every time a child is silenced, every time a protester is jailed, every time a new idea is crushed under the weight of tradition, the world loses time. The universe was ready to move forward, and someone held it back. We could have had the internet 200 years ago. We could have cured diseases. We could have been on Mars by now, but ego, small, fragile, desperate ego stood in the way. We have inherited a world built by men who never wanted us in it. We are living in the shadow of a future they designed without us. But we don't have to stay here. We don't have to play by their rules. Their gods are dead. Their justice is outdated. Their morality was always a scam. And now in the age of information, their illusion is crumbling. The only real question left is this. Will we be the ones who finally stop trying to contain infinity? Because the people who cling to the past, who hide behind ancient flags, ancient fears, they will not lead us. They cannot. You cannot lead humanity forward if you're still trying to drag it backwards. You cannot create the future if you're still obsessed with preserving the past that was never meant to include us. So this is the line. This is the fire. This is where you choose. You either serve the old gods and play their small games, or you can step into your infinity, walk into the unknown. Because we need leaders who aren't afraid of the dark. We need visionaries who see past the edge of the known world and say, follow me. We go forward. Because we don't need permission to build a better world. We need the courage to stop shrinking. Thank you.